Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome, welcome, welcome. It is Friday, so it's our Foxhole Fridays, Tales from the Foxhole, and we have a very special one shot with some of my favorite people together to tell us a really spoopy story. We're going to be playing The Zone, which is a brand new game. It's currently in Kickstarter. The link for it is up there, and it is a neat horror game. And what's really cool is that it's been really thought through about how to play this both online and also offline. So there's a really cool physical version which is meant to be played in the dark, maybe with a little bit of glow stick to get your 90s raver core nostalgia on, perhaps, although probably less raver core nostalgia because it's a horror game, but and a very cool digital interface where everyone can play together and see neat things, and you're going to be seeing it. I'll be showing you quite a bit of it today, so that's really cool, but I'm excited for it, and I could not be happier to be playing this with a group of very cool people, and I'm going to give each one of them a shout out, and I want you to say just, I don't know, something exciting about yourself, all that goodness. And I'm going to start with oh, I don't have a bell on me. What is wrong with my life? Do you have a bell? Okay, good. I want to start with what is okay, good. I was worried. I was like, I don't have a bell. I was like, where's my goat that makes the little goat sound? But I want to start with Jackie Dash, who I first saw playing Fang in Shadowrun on Hyper RPG, a street samurai with
Street Samurai, yep.
with a heart of gold, who sometimes used her katana to open doors or cans or things that, like, maybe you shouldn't use your katana to open up for.
I definitely got penalized, but it was for the story. Hi, I'm Jackie Dash, Jakidash. I'm learning how to not blow out the speakers. Fun fact. But yeah, I've worked with Trooper for a really long time. We've gone through multiple horror-esque campaigns. I'm now one for one, where I have lived through a Cthulhu-esque and I have died through a Cthulhu-esque. So it's very exciting because now we're going to really see what happens next.
And Jackie Dash, we were talking, Jack. You may be seeing Jackie Dash again once scheduling arrives for a little bit more Cthulhu Confidential. We're a stone cold reporter who cares about the story, maybe more than orphans. Maybe a little bit too much. It sometimes happens that you might care about the story a little bit too much in the best possible way. And then the next person I want to introduce is someone who had the honor to play in Faint Dawn, this wonderful Blades in the Dark campaign, and to see Myth play this sort of like broody bow boy who had got like this inner turmoil, like watching Myth be silent but so present and just have all of these feelings, they're there, was like mwah. And also the voice. So Myth.
Thank you. Hi everyone. I'm Myth, Mythomatic. I do Spellwind on Table Story, a homebrew game of mine, and in a homebrew world, in a homebrew setting. Exciting things. This past week, I was able to explain quantum entanglement and quantum physics as a wizard, which was super cool, and is probably now one of my favorite things that's happened in my D&D career. So yeah, I'm excited to play today, and excited to see what we weave story-wise.
Okay, so the third part of this crew is someone who, first off, you need to know. If you don't know, now you need to know. This person and I had a very long conversation in German about German pop music, and I cannot hear Die Ärzte without thinking about this person, because this person knows their music. And how many times, like, there are not a lot of people I can talk to about German pop music just randomly, and so that was lovely.
In German.
Yeah. But also, this person is a great player, a person who really gives back to the community, is very thoughtful and giving, who's like the hardest working woman in show business. I believe that is the case. I think that's the official title. It's like such a decent person. I was so happy to play Haunted West with the amazing Brandy Rose.
You're gonna make me cry. Please. To have you compliment somebody over something music based is Let me just, you know what? What's the real horror? The real horror is being vulnerable on the internet and starting to cry because your friends are so nice.
That's
But yes, hi everybody. I'm Brandy. I make many things. I do so many things. I make merchandise of the things that I make, including stuff that I'm wearing. Not this. Obviously, I didn't work on Hello Kitty. I wish I did. I'd be living in a very nice place if I'd worked on Hello Kitty. But no, but
You
I make
invented Hello
a lot of
Kitty.
shows. Actually, the
Mhm.
person who invented Hello Kitty did not get a lot of money for it because it belongs to the company that it was made for.
Is that always the case?
Classic.
Heartbreaking. I mean, they seem
Capitalism
to not
horror.
have minded so much, but I think when you have a company like that breathing down your neck, what you do in a public statement is to say, yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind at all. And if you turn like to the left, there's like the little corporate gun at the back of the head. So we'll see. But
And it's the
I
little
did
twin
work.
stars, right?
I
It's the
work on
little twin
everything else.
stars. They're the ones. They're the
Yes.
corporate muscle.
But yes, I did work on the other merchandise. The camera interrupted. I do like to work on. I like to keep my workload at least 50% charity work to like every paid job that I do. I've been doing pretty good with that now for a bit over a year. So very excited to be here and play more horror with one of my favorite people. I get to evangelize you every time I get to evangelize you. I'm like, I hope you're ready to sit down for 20 minutes and hear about one of the coolest people I've ever met. Here you go.
Look, I'm very excited about sort of like a new phase in my scheduling that I'm intentionally building in more space in my gaming schedule on my channel to just be able to invite a bunch of people I really like to play with. Just like more people, because that makes me really happy. And I'm really happy for this moment. And I want to thank Rage Miko for inviting me to play this game. So, side note, when I was a little kid, Robbie Rabbit was my Sanrio of choice. Like, well, Robbie Rabbit was a little motorcycle. I was very excited about that because motorcycles.
I'm a very Choco Cat person.
Oh, nice.
Fair.
Yeah, fair.
Little baby.
What was her name? It was, of course, the Twin Stars, right? But that she was. I was the era where everyone had stickers, and you'd be like collecting stickers and trading stickers.
Yes.
And if you could get the coolest stickers, and there were these, we call them the oily stickers, which were the stickers that had like you could press on them.
Yeah, they had like the
Oh
Yeah.
Yeah. My
Bubble
Shrek-
stickers.
two
Wait,
layers,
there
and
was
they
a
had like
liquid
little
in them?
stuff in it.
Yeah, bubble
Okay.
stickers. Like Lisa Frank had some. They had glitter in them. They were so ridiculously expensive, but so
Yes.
cool. My sticker book was Shrek themed.
Nice. Also, of
It
course,
was
scratch and sniff.
beautiful.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Always. Speaking of scratching and sniffing, we're gonna be playing
Oh,
The
no.
Zone.
That's the worst
Mhm.
segue I've
Best
ever heard.
segue
No,
ever.
you say
No.
that, but I feel like it might actually be
No.
apropos depending on what happens in this game. I'm going to move my little stream pedal because we're going to be going back and forth between our lovely faces here and the play screen quite often because I want everybody to see how cool this game is. So, does that look good? I feel like that looks good for me. I can put my feet there. So let's check it out.
Looks good for me.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, when you start up a game, anybody can you can sign into your game, and we start off, and the game itself will tell you how to play it. So we're going to be welcomed, and we're going to sort of start off, and we're going to learn this game together. Myth, would you start with this?
With welcome players?
Yes, please.
Welcome players. The goal of this game is to tell a weird, magical, realist horror story of mutation and self-discovery. A story about people who risk everything for an obsession. A story where only one will make it to the end. The game will take... Keep going?
Yeah.
The game will take 2 to 3 hours from this point, around 6:30 p.m. for you. Make sure that that works for everyone. Unless you all know each other, quickly introduce yourselves. Hi, I'm Myth. He, him. And my favorite weird horror thing is probably H.P. Lovecraft.
Oh. I'm Trooper. I withhold pronouns if everyone's giving them. If no one's giving them, then I give them. So it just depends on where
Okay,
we're at.
perfect.
And my weird horror thing is I really love creepy children.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
That
like
tracks so
Yeah.
hardcore for you.
That's good.
Right.
That's good.
like the ones who like they seem really sweet, but you know there's something super creepy
of
going
course.
on, and then they sing the
Like
creepy
all
children
children.
song. Yeah.
Mhm.
especially if they're British. There's something about
Yes.
a British child.
Like, Mummy.
I mean, Doctor Who has all taught us. Are you my
Yes.
mother?
Yes,
Is the scariest
exactly.
phrase of all
Yes,
time.
yes.
Absolutely.
That's exactly it.
Exactly.
Mummy, where are you going? And you're like, oh.
And it's like, can you blink,
Oh,
please?
You got me.
I just need you to
can't
blink.
keep my eyes off of you because you're gonna kill me.
We gotta go, Jackie Dash and Brandy
Yeah.
Rose.
Yes.
I'm Jackie Dash or Claudia, whatever. My pronouns are she, her, and my kind of goal this October, I love horror. I always take up a horror October, is to be okay if not every horror is for you. Horror is such a spectrum. Don't
Very true.
be upset if you're like, man, I'm not really into slasher films. Find the horror that works for you. And as I was telling the group earlier, kid horror is great because you get a lot of attention, you get a lot of monsters, you get a lot of rules for monsters, and it's still a good time. So don't hate on yourself. Appreciate your interests.
Escape from Witch Mountain was one of my favorite kid horror films.
That movie scares
Mhm.
present tense
Mine was Rock Candy.
shit out of me.
That's a good one.
But yes. Hi everybody. I'm Brandy Rose. Pronouns they them. And my horror thing is, I think horror is the most creative genre there is, and I'm actually a big scream queen as an actor, and try to do as many horror projects as possible from all ends of the genres. I'm trying to really knock out several roles in each of them. And what I haven't done, which is frankly surprising given the fact that as a voice actor I tend to do character work, like evil creatures and evil people, I haven't actually gotten to act on like screen as the villain, as the killer. So
Wow.
that is a little horror thing that I hope to rectify within the next, just a little goal, 12 months.
We're gonna do it today.
So,
How about that?
You know,
maybe
It's gonna
today.
happen
Maybe
tonight.
my mutation is I kill everyone.
We're
We'll
gonna
see.
just note this. We're
In
gonna note
our
it. We're
little-
gonna note this.
Note this back
Fine.
here. You're probably wondering, is that everyone? That's everyone. You're probably wondering if everyone is seeing the same thing. You are. This is a live multiplayer space. Unless stated otherwise, moves, affects everyone's views. Also, we got these little, like, cool
These are our cursors.
little
Yeah.
lightning bug cursors, which is super
So
dope.
fun.
Okay, Brandy, you're next. Go ahead, hit the next
Okay,
one.
with the next briefing.
And then we all move. Yeah, look at that. Look at us all. Oh, and
All
you
right.
have way more words than me. Haha.
Yeah, I know. I looked at it. I was like, this is not fair.
Ha.
All right. Briefing. Welcome, volunteers. I know you've all been wondering what the zone really is and if the rumors are true. As the 14th expedition, you deserve to know what we know. It's not a lot, but it may help you. It all started with the anomaly. Locals calling in to talk radio or visiting their doctors with stories of unseasonal weather, impossible objects, have sightings of unknown creatures, claimed conversations with long dead loved ones. People disappeared. Medical notes describe bodies that started changing. We initiated special containment procedures, performed tests on those who refused to evacuate. Then, as if reacting to our attention, the boundary appeared and isolated everything and everyone within an area of several square miles. We don't know if there are still survivors or if they're still human. Since that moment, not a single expedition has returned. All lose contact minutes after leaving visual range. We're going on fragments, rumors, and occasional anomalies that seep beyond the boundary. We don't know what the zone wants or if it wants. It seems to be a mirror. It manifests whatever phobias, obsessions, and memories you bring into it. The zone brings them to life to test you. There are rumors that the zone can grant your deepest wish if it deems you worthy. Sensor readings show something incredibly powerful at its heart. Perhaps the only escape is the center itself. You are the 14th expedition. You will almost certainly not return. Good hunting, but prepare to die. The Federal Bureau of Coherence, without admitting liability, thanks you for accepting this mission. Wow, it's just every federal institution ever.
Isn't it?
Perfect.
Isn't it?
Mhm.
Jackie Dash, I give it to you.
This is a collaborative storytelling game. 1, we're telling a movie. The game is a series of scenes, which we can choose to play in as much or as little detail as we want, describing or acting out what characters are doing. Scenes can be as short as a couple minutes, but usually are around 5 minutes long. The game will last just about as long as a movie. 2, we will take turns being the director. There is no GM. We will take turns as director, setting up and editing scenes. And we all share a few key moves that everyone can trigger at any time to help the story along. No one will be forced to be on the spot for long. We're each in charge of our characters, but share responsibility for everything else. And 3, we play to lose. We are not competing with each other. That's why our fates are so secretly decided at the start. So we can focus on creating not so easy situations, which characters will always take the bait on and suffer the consequences. You know those moments that have the yelling, "Don't go in there," or "Don't touch that"? Well, we're doing that.
And we're gonna touch all the things, right?
Turn the knobs,
Yep.
touch the buttons, pull the switches.
Yep, all the things.
Right.
Don't go up there alone. Hey, why don't we go up there alone?
Yep.
Ooh.
Okay, what is this?
So this is the board. It's a shared space. Unless explicitly stated otherwise, we can all see roughly the same things on our screens. If there's something only you can see, it will say, only you are seeing this. And you can see there are our little people down there. I've got our scenes. So we'll hit the next. Oh, this little emote. Woo. Oh, hearts. So exciting. I'll read this other one because I had a little short one. This spiral of cards represents the zone. Each card is a location the expedition will go through on their one-way journey into the zone. Somebody's going to come out, right?
No.
The game starts at the zone observation facility, which is right outside the boundary. Once inside, you cannot backtrack.
But once, okay, yeah, all right. Okay.
Yeah, this is you, Myth.
I do this.
Yeah, do the next 2.
The next 2. This one is me.
Yeah,
Each location.
That's true.
In each location, we will do a few scenes. Expect to do 2 or 3 scenes in each location. Fewer as we get closer to the center. 1 turn equals 1 scene. There are no stats or dice rolls in this game. Whenever a character tries to do something that seems like it would be not so easy for them, anyone can force them to pull a not so easy card. Not so easy cards have bittersweet outcomes that advance the story, like yes, but, and no, and most of them will trigger a mutation. Trigger them often.
Randy, I think this is you.
It is, and I just realized that I think when I readjusted my microphone that it did the wrong microphone, and it did. Let me see. I have.
Perfect.
Sorry, we're just gonna get so close to my face right now.
Nice.
Hi. Yes. Okay. I should. There we go.
And now I should be in my correct.
Look at that.
So sorry. I forgot that when I put my headphones in, it automatically switched from my
that sounds like the microphone.
from my microphone. Yes.
Hey,
Hi,
there we
hello.
go.
Hi, everybody.
Lovely.
Thank you for reminding me, Troop. That's happened a few times the last few weeks. Okay. Our fates are predetermined by fate cards. The character on the fate card must die in the scene when it is revealed, unless another player sacrifices their own character. You cannot die before your fate card, so take risks. When your character dies, you keep playing as the zone. Oh my god, I do get to kill you.
Yes.
Setting up scenes as usual with nothing to distract you from making things weird, magical, and horrible for the survivors. Oh my god, this is my new favorite game.
I'm so excited.
It's gorgeous.
Oh my god.
Take the next one too.
Okay.
Yeah, now that you got that mic figured out, just take it and roll with it. Let's just keep going.
Right. The game ends at the center. This is the innermost part of the zone, where the final player will ask it to grant or free them from their obsession.
Ooh.
The remaining players embody the zone and decide the survivor's fate. Ooh, tight.
Okay.
Much like the show Survivor.
Yes, with voting off the island and everything.
I was thinking about that. I'm
We're like the
designing a
final
Survivor
people.
game, and I'm like trying to figure out ways to put mechanics in it so that when you get voted off, you're not bored.
Jackie, this is you, yes? Jackie
Yeah.
Dash.
Are we ready to move down to next?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Take the next two.
A quick level set. This is a horror game, so it's most fun when we take our characters way out of their comfort zones while taking excellent care of the humans that are playing the game. The first tool we're going to use is the X card. If something comes up in the story and we'd rather it didn't, we'll press the X card button. Find it and press it now, everyone.
Do it. Woo! Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I love this.
Love
Look at,
it.
and we're all modeling how to use it. We all know where it is.
I
That's
found it.
cool.
And the purpose of the X card is we will rewind to find another way through the scene. No question asked. We can even X card ourselves if we didn't like how a scene is going. 2, atmospheric
Wow.
silence. There will be times a player is pondering a question and helping them feels so irresistible. But don't give in. Sometimes folks need a little time to think, and the creepiest horrors need their time to gestate.
Yeah.
3, hell yeah or no. We each have an ironclad authority over our characters, and when setting scenes up as a director, it's still fun to suggest ideas, yes, and a lot, but no pressure. If it's not an obvious hell yeah, no need to push it. And 4, the players are more important than the game. Take care of real humans first, and let's be excellent to each other.
I think I might cry. I'm going to get all teary. Because that just makes me happy.
It's revenge.
Yeah, right?
I was gonna, before we moved on, be like, what's everyone's favorite rule? But I can't put anybody above these rules. Like,
these
you know what I
rules.
mean? I can't what's it called? Rank them. They're all
Yeah.
so critical for this game.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I like all of them. Also, I like how they're written. I like the vibe of them, you know?
Mhm.
I like it when games talk to you.
Yeah, like hell yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So, by the way, what rating should our movie have? With your glowing cursors,
X.
indicate.
So cool.
Right. I like rate.
Yeah, here it is.
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah, like a hard PG-13, right?
a
That's
hard
Yeah.
PG-13.
Yeah.
Which is,
like we're a very soft R.
uh-huh.
Mutation and death is core to the zone, but the way it's told could be as much blood-soaked B-movie as magical realist spiriting away. Are there horror or other reference points we're excited to see in the game? So I really like it when I really like a good psychological horror. So I like it when you don't know if that thing, like you see something out of the corner of your eye and you look and maybe it's not there. I like the uncanny. I like things that seem normal, but then you just really just don't feel like they are, or they just slowly sort of warp. I like that kind of like slow creep. I also like other things, but I love a good it's not a jump scare, but it's like the double take where you think it's normal, then it turns out, oh no, it is not normal at all. I love that. What
So if
about
I ever
this?
visit you, every time you go to bed, I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna move something slightly to the left, and I'm not gonna say shit. And by the time
Nice.
I leave, your house will be backwards.
Nice. That's awesome. Or even like you get up and then like you're just standing in the room. You know what I mean? Just standing there, or just like right, or like just sitting right by my face. Like just little. It's not a jump scare. It's just like what's happening. Like I love that.
My ability to not blink for a long time is really gonna come in clutch.
Nice.
Yeah.
Perfect.
What about everybody else?
God.
What was the question?
Are there
Can
any
I-
horror or other reference points you're excited to see in the game?
I have one if you want a little bit more time to think, Cord.
Thank you.
I've been thinking a lot about the movie The Ritual when I'm thinking about this exact piece. And the thing I loved about The Ritual, other than the gorgeous monster in it, is the fact that there are many scenes where they take something very normal and that's an important place in the main character's life and put it in a place that it doesn't belong.
Ooh.
So like the beer store in the middle of a forest, where it starts as a forest and then you get like the linoleum tile, and then you get like the racks. And then I really enjoy in horror when something is out of place. When you're looking a scene and you've seen that bedroom scene maybe 4 or 5 times, and then the 6th time you see something in the mirror and it doesn't, there's no sound cue.
Yeah.
It's just the unreal is in your real space, or your real space is in an unreal zone. And I think that's going to be really good for the zone.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good. I love that.
That is tight. I like that. I come from a B movie heavy background. The newest show in my network is To Be Movie or Not to Be Movie, which is a really, really fun
Jerry
podcast.
Seinfeld movie? Is that what the one?
You know, everybody asks that, and we have joked that for April 1st we would actually cover the B movie.
Perfect.
Instead of our B movies. It has led me to consider rebranding several times. When I first announced the show, the whole cast of the show I was on absolutely lost it, and I was like, I didn't know you guys liked horror so much. And they were like, what are you talking about? I thought you were making a whole show about the B movie. And I was like, why would I do that? Why would I do that? And I had to clarify. So now I always clarify B movie, the genre. But I love camp, and I love horror and comedy, and I love it when comedy doesn't take away from horror, because I feel like comedy is such a natural reaction to horror. And I think that it's really cool when they can come together. I'm about as I'm as subtle as a truck. I love a chest burster. I like it when things are set in a way that doesn't fit into the conventional horror stereotypes. Because if you think about like, oh, this creepy, dark, abandoned house, all I think is, well, that's plenty of places to hide.
Yeah.
But what's scarier is like, is it noon in one of those insane modern houses that are entirely made of glass?
Yeah.
Because if you set Halloween in one of those insane houses made of glass in the middle of like the day, I would be a lot more scared than if it were nighttime. And if I'm like small and quiet enough, I can sit in a dark corner and hold my breath and I have a hope. But if it's light everywhere, it's so much scarier. Yeah. Especially if instead of a man in a mask, there's a monster or something cosmic that you can't. I like it when you can't hide.
Yeah.
I like it when you can't hide.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What is something we want to see? I don't know. I'm open. I'm open to so many. I'm open.
In a B movie world,
can I do that?
In a B movie world, I really love creepy villains. You know, like some probably played by like an actor or an actress who maybe did Shakespeare and was very popular in the 1950s, but now it's the 1970s, and they are just that much bigger than like the scenery's a little bit chewed, but they've got that intensity of like that classical training where you're just like, oh, you've got a lot of screen presence. And I realize this film costs about $75, but I'm kind of scared of you right now. But also you're chewing the scenery and it's amazing. Yeah, like a little bit of Christopher Lee.
Have you seen Theater of Blood?
Yes, I
Good.
have.
It's one of the first movies that I made us cover on To Be Movie or Not to Be Movie. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. Vincent Price. No one will ever compare for me.
Oh, Vincent Price.
I'm very excited just to write down all these amazing ideas, because I am very new to the horror genre. I was terrified of horror until 22. So I missed out on a lot of options. So Vincent Price, I am introduced to from the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo, which is a very different, I think, portrayal than this one.
You'd think, not really.
Mm-hmm.
They got him pretty on point.
Is there any content that we know we'd like to avoid? We have the X card if something comes up during the game that is a surprise, so no need to dwell here if nothing comes to mind. But if something comes to mind, I would like to say, if you don't mind, no graphic descriptions of things puncturing eyeballs. Things can puncture eyeballs, but like I would prefer not to dwell on things puncturing eyeballs, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
That is actually an excellent point to add on as well, because I forgot to add a line.
Ooh. Excellent.
So for me, in addition to the lines that we've already got covered together, I don't do vomit and nausea. So as disgusting as something might be, we'll all have to just figure out a different base response, and nobody throws up.
No one throws up.
Sounds great.
Perfect.
I love it.
I like that concept of no one throws up as like a genuine like.
I always tell people, like, we're gonna play in a world where all of us had a little evolutionary split and are like horses. No throwing up.
That's right.
We can't lie down. Oh, no throwing up. Oh, yeah. Okay.
They can lie down.
I think you can lie down on their sides, right? I think there's like.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can lie down on their sides.
Oh, all right.
Anyone have anything
I grew
else?
up in a world where they didn't, and I'm
Fair.
probably wrong. They would
It's-
suffocate or something. I gotta look it up.
If we are good, then Myth, you're the next one.
Oh, am I?
Mhm.
I'm looking up the horses thing. Okay. Where are we? Next slide. Let's choose characters. Each character will have an obsession, a phobia, and a reason they cannot go back to their old life. All these characters share one thing. They know the zone will almost certainly kill them, but believe it's worth it to go and fulfill their obsession.
Okay. All right.
Oh.
Ooh.
So is it in that order? We have the character plus
You can.
the
We each have to choose a character. So
No.
I would say the first thing I would say is just place your cursor over one that is inspiring you, and if we're all good, then we can pick that one. Let's see.
This is fascinating to me because I definitely did some like searching over the last week to be
I
like,
need to put on my writer glasses.
what kind of character do I want to play? And I knew like, I brainstormed like 4 or 5 because I always like to try to be not a foil, but to get some larger options. And so
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see what everyone's leaning to, and then I'll probably lean to
Let's
something
see.
else.
An entrepreneur, writer, scientist, soldier, chaplain, bureaucrat, surgeon. I feel like. Okay, I think I'm going to be inspired by Paul Reiser from Alien. The bureaucrat is what I'm thinking.
Nice.
Yeah, so we'll just pick our peeps.
Very cool.
Okay.
I always like to choose characters that I have never played, or I like to choose characters that I just like recently played someone very different. Because like obviously they're, in the end, like as far as archetypes go, you'll run the gambit at some point. But I just is it years of being a person of color in white theater, or is it just like the need to constantly do new things? I don't know. But in order to never ever ever be typecast, I'm like, I will do 8,000 things and they will all be different. So now I'm like, well, in the current shows that I'm on, I am a teen scream queen, and a most recent one, I'm the writer. Really. So I'm like, let's be the entrepreneur. Let's be somebody who is gonna try to have that human hubris of like, not only am I not scared up front of this absolute like cosmic horror I cannot understand, but I'm gonna be like, I am gonna make bank off of this somehow.
Oh, nice. And when you click the pick me, you're going to come up to it. You'll be taken to a screen. We each get our own screen where we get to choose our name. We get a little bit of information about ourselves, and we get to sort of create our obsession. And if you can't think of one, they've got a little pick button, so you can choose films that are suggested to you. Your obsession, your phobia, and why you cannot go back. And I will say, when you have decided, when you've done it, anyone who's finished, please feel free to read out your what you've come up with.
I was curious how much we wanted to lay out, but because we're doing a collaborative game,
Mhm.
like I feel like giving the information you're excited about
Yeah.
is potentially like I'm feeling the sucker. I love playing a tragic story, tragic characters of like, we can all do it, and then over the corruption of that, and I'm very excited about that. So
by the way, it says about obsession. So we have to. So I'm the bureaucrat. Contain the zone at all costs. The career suit first entrusted with containing the zone. You studied it, secretly orchestrating dozens of clinical experiments on the locals to assess the risk. I sound very ethical. I clearly did not study any humanities when I was in school. And now you've been cut off from them. You need to know what happened to them and the risk it poses to the rest of the world. My role, contain the zone at all costs, control and contain, cover my ass, and finish the experiment. And each one of us has an obsession, and it says the obsession is the singular purpose that drives your life. You've tried everything and are now absolutely certain that only the center of the zone can grant my obsession. And we use the obsessions to inspire our temptations. Oh, okay. So let's see. Oh, Okay.
Oh, this is amazing. Because the obsessions
Yes.
seem to be tied, and I don't know if
Yeah.
what the chat is saying, but the obsessions seem to be tied to the character
Mhm.
archetype. So
Yes.
I'm getting ones that are very specific, that are also like, it's on high power up here. It's whirring. The brain is going, trying to pick the most like. Already the sucker's not what I anticipated, and I'm kind of excited about it.
You had the sucker as an option?
Yeah, I had the sucker.
No, I
And
didn't miss
the
that.
sucker is not about keeping people to their normal status. It is
Mm.
about just making sure they live.
Mm.
My role, the human body, is my playground. And
Oh.
then second is
That's
do no
already a
harm.
horrifying statement.
Yeah. Okay.
And
That's
third,
terrifying.
there's always a procedure. So very interesting already. I wouldn't say like thrown off, but I am like, ooh, you're already curveballing, I guess.
I think for there is one that's written down here for obsession, and I think I'm going to pick social climb. This'll show them. They'll respect you now. And I'm thinking about this as being like that bureaucrat who is not even an important bureaucrat, right? Who is like mid-level and has never really gotten particularly far and has that frustration of just, I think, a little gray. Do you know what I mean? Sort of a gray suit and has never gotten the recognition they think they deserve, right? The respect they think they deserve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I am looking at the scientist. I think my goal is understand and explain the zone.
Hey.
What's the detailed information about the scientist?
You're a distinguished scientist responsible for a number of key breakthroughs in your prolific early career, but you have followed your theories to more creative fringes, and in the academic field, once dominated, has now rejected you as a fraud and a huckster. Your role: understand and explain the zone. Come up with scientific theories. Try to understand and explain. Take samples, lots of samples.
Ooh. Randy Rhodes. What about you?
I know. Okay, so I chose the entrepreneur. You're an iconoclastic engineer who has made billions, already can't relate, very cool, revolutionizing pharmaceuticals, energy, and many other fields. You learned of the zone through your deep network and pockets and managed to get yourself added to the exposition because there's money to be made. So I want to profit. I'm going to follow the dollar. I want to solve stuff with technology and disrupt the status quo. Mostly just in the way that it like fits me. So for my obsession, I was like, okay. I don't know who saw the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, that last Indiana Jones movie, but I'm feeling very much because I don't remember much in that movie, but I remember as a kid seeing the scene where she says, "I want to know everything," and then her brain melts out of her face. That's like one of the like scenes that's like really stuck with me my whole life as like, wow, first of all, that's horror. I like that. Two, what an interesting concept. And that was the first like exposure to like really cosmic like horror that I had. So that's what I'm thinking of. And I was like, okay, obsession is I want to be the first. No one else has survived this thing, and I will. And if it's one thing that being stupid rich will do to you is make you stupid and entitled.
Yeah.
And of all things, that makes you immune to any kind of rationale doubt where you're just like, yeah, this has hurt a lot of people, but you're like, no, it can't hurt me. I'm rich.
Yeah. Ooh,
Nothing hurts me. I'm rich. So the phobia that I think would be really cool.
Wait, first read out phobia though. Read out the definition of it.
Oh, right. So you have a phobia that you hope the zone won't manifest. It definitely will. You are terrified of annihilation. You cannot simply disappear. Because like there's one thing that really, really, really rich people don't understand is that like cosmically they don't matter.
Yeah.
And there's no amount of money that can make you matter in like any time that zooms out further than the now.
Yeah.
So I think that that'll be very cool. I've been staring quietly because I'm like looking at that last part where it was like fill in your horrible life, and I was like, what?
Yeah. Ooh, I like it. So like phobia, your worst fear, amplified to the point where it's something that you have an uncontrollable fight, flight, or freeze reaction to when it shows up in the world. And the zone will know this and will manifest it. And as players, we use each other's fears to inspire the horror scenes. There are things here, right, that have the locals, like be afraid of the locals, or the absence of procedure, or those above me, or consequences, or tiny threats, or embarrassment. But I think I want to choose a different fear. I think my phobia is not being seen.
Okay.
I think that it is, like being in the room and nobody even notices that you're there. People are having a meeting and they're talking and you say something and nobody even, like, you don't even know if they heard you or not. Like, I think it's like that sort of the little gray person who has this fear that they're just nobody sees them, right? Which is why they want to social climb. Yeah.
Okay, I think my phobia is stasis, trapped in between life and death, and unable to do either. Which I think is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay, and I broke my camera. Hold on.
I'm being very quiet right now because I'm really struggling between these two obsessions and fears, and I think they're very closely related. And so it's very difficult because I'm like, can my obsession and my fear be the same thing?
Maybe, yes.
And that I feel like I'm trying to battle with that right now. So
sometimes
apologies.
obsession is just wanting to control your fear.
Yeah. What are you thinking?
Was that? I'm assuming that. Okay,
sorry, yes.
cool.
Yeah.
No. So I'm picking my obsession, which is like the perfect organism. Find it or make it yourself as the sucker to keep everyone alive. That's why I'm on this journey. But my phobia I've officially chosen as being obsolete. Would the perfect organism need you?
Oh. So the thing you want to create will then make you no longer relevant.
Or there's another phobia, which is the wrong tree. What if someone is more worthy? Which does tie more into aggression towards other players. I'm leaning towards that one, but I want to check if everyone is okay, if there might be murder or potential.
Look, there's gonna be
options of
murder. There's gonna be murder and death in this game. I mean, who's gonna do it? We don't know. It could be the bugs. We don't know.
I'm gonna lean into the wrong tree. What if someone else is more worthy then?
That's it. Play to lose.
Yeah, play to lose. And then we have this is probably a one-way trip, but you're going anyway because you cannot go back to. And we have to describe our broken life. And it says here, cannot go back. Something back out in the world that you cannot take anymore. A person or situation that makes your life outside the zone completely untenable, ideally related to your obsession. As players, we use this to remind yourself why your characters must continue. It can be a good thing to explore in flashbacks.
We can't go back.
I feel like I'm currently being inspired because I'm thinking about like this bureaucrat, this person who's like a secretary, an accountant, right? One of these sorts of folks, right? Who has just shuffled all these people into this experiment to die. And right now I'm thinking about Psycho. How Marion Crane in the very beginning of that film basically stole a bunch of money from the bank. Like she was supposed to like deposit the money from the bank and then she just took it. And that started the whole thing. And I'm thinking about something like that because of like my idea of social climbing. I think I must have, and if I'm not being seen, then I feel like you kind of, if you're not being seen sometimes, I don't know if you've ever had that desire where you don't think anyone sees you. You're like, okay, well, what happens if I just push this over? Will people react? And like you kind of like escalate. So I think that my character probably like embezzled a lot of money from the Federal Bureau of Coherence. Like I think I've stolen a lot from this company so that I can maybe buy flashier clothes from the government, maybe a nice car, something so that you could see me, right? And I think that it was getting to the point where I feel like people were going to find out. So I was going to volunteer. And if I make it through, right, then like
it's all good.
It's all good. Yeah. And I imagine I embezzled things that people probably needed because I imagine there's like medicine, there's probably a lot of experimental stuff that I just embezzled and sold for cash. Yeah.
Why we can't go back. Why this is a one-way trip.
Mine seems like a juxtaposition, but I feel like humans are a juxtaposition.
Mm-hmm.
So I am going to add that in there.
So why can't you go back?
I think I am the last in my family tree of anybody who is around me, and I am craving immortality.
Oh.
Whether by book or by body.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm being audited.
The real horror, the worst horror any of us is ever going to face in this game.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And out of game.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Don't even just knock on wood. Don't even jinx it. They tried to audit me. I'll just be like, I don't know. Look at where I live. What do you want? What do you want to look for?
What do you want from me? There's so many more people.
Look at what I'm wearing. No.
Look at what I'm wearing.
Let's see.
I think so. Did we go over what our obsession was?
What is your obsession?
I don't think we did. My obsession is my character needs to heal. He needs to heal himself.
Oh.
Okay.
So
what? That's. Do you have a cold?
Imagine.
I think he is irradiated.
How did that happen, scientist?
I guess we'll find out.
I suppose we'll find out. I suspect you've been perhaps doing some questionable things, is my feeling.
Yes, and so his phobia is being trapped between life and death, which I think is kind of cool. So I'm also trying to think about, like, so why can't I go back? Is that because I am already on a track toward stasis? Like, what if it's not even like regular radiation? What if it's like spooky horror irradiation where I am actually, it doesn't necessarily need to be irradiation, but what if it's something that I've been exposed to something that is maybe preserving me? Like, okay, what if my character was turning to stone or something?
Okay.
And I'm already sort of on that fast track. And maybe his experiments were with some sort of alchemy or some sort of and maybe that is so, like, maybe he's, like I said, he's on some sort of time bomb or time table to potentially be in stasis, and that's what he's afraid of. And it could just be a literal stasis, but I don't, like, why can't he go back? Because if he does, he will be, I guess he'll be in stasis, but I don't want to like put that. I want something else, you know?
Can I throw something out there, perhaps?
Yes, you may.
On
Yes.
you? So here's something that was interesting. So it said in the beginning in our briefing, right, that we had this town, weird things started showing up, people started getting mutated, stuff was happening, it was all contained, the government came in and like, what if you were not from this area at all?
Yeah, I could have worked for the government.
Yeah, but what if you started having some of these symptoms earlier than the zone shows up, right?
Right.
So, like, some of this kind of mutation, like this turning to stone, like you're talking about, like, maybe...
Or whatever it may be, yeah.
Yeah, whatever it may be. What if you heard some of these things started happening in this place, and
I traveled here I made a pilgrimage here to find answers.
Yeah, because maybe it's a key to what's happening to you.
Yeah.
Paid off the right people.
Yeah.
Made enough bar, because you're number 14.
I've already lost my family to it, so I must try to find some sort of cure, or else I will also fall and find the same fate.
But also, if people knew that you were having symptoms of the zone,
but also worked for it. Like, yeah, it's like one of those things where it's like, I'm here to help. I'm also sick with it. Yeah. Like, yeah.
But also, this whole place was like contained. They did that whole, what was that movie? What was it, Outbreak? Where like the government comes in, like, and just like shuts everything down. Maybe if people found out about you, they would shut down wherever you're from, and you might have like people there you don't want to be just like, because I don't think it's good what's
so that sort of already puts whatever our narrative conflict will be, whether it is like a monster creature or whatever it may be. That sort of already gives us an idea whether it's a curse, a disease, or some sort of irradiation, or some sort of like, I was even thinking zombie. Like, what if if it's like a zombie outbreak and I'm trying to stop people, but I'm also turning into one, because that's also stasis. Or can be stasis. So like that could be, and it's like I'm trying to keep it secret. And we'll see how far I can keep it secret and see if I can get to the center. And whatever the center may be has to, or at least my belief, has to be the cure of whatever it may be. So it's either, so I think either now, if this is how the game sort of works, can we discuss now about what it is that we are facing, or is this going to happen later?
I think we don't know.
We don't know yet.
We don't know yet.
So I'll just say that I can't go back because I will suffer the demise of the zone.
Also, I just feel like probably if I'm the bureaucrat and I have kept this going, I bet let's put it in slightly more dramatic terms. I bet I signed the death warrants for a lot of people, right? I bet I processed a lot of forms.
What are you, a bureaucrat?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I bet I was like, anybody who started getting weird, anybody who started getting symptoms, well, we just gonna shuffle them off. They're gonna be in the next exposition. Like, I think that like I helped put together and do the paperwork for all those 13 expeditions before, and make sure nobody got out of the area. So I think it was like I'm part of that containment, that rounding people up to make sure that they stay in this area so that nothing gets out. How creepy, right? And so like I feel like it's maybe not great, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like I feel like if you were from this town, you probably got trapped here, and I'm probably also part of why you did. So I imagine if you're getting symptoms,
we may have worked together, and I may have probably reported to you, and there may be a scene where I'm like, I think I'm onto something, and you're like, well,
you're onto something.
Well, good news, because I just signed you for this new zone. What? Yeah, cool. All right,
Claudia,
that's exciting.
Do you have why you can't go back?
Yeah. No, it's the last line. I am craving immortality by history or through defeating death itself. It's going to be very interesting because my character is obsessed with the perfect organism, inspiring it in maybe myself or the people around me. But then I also have the fear that someone will be more worthy. Somebody's name will be first. Somebody else will receive the mutation that we crave. And so I think that's going to be a very fascinating how the zone continues, where my character might start very encouraging and not end up that way. I'm very excited. Randy, where are you keeping veiled? Like, are you keeping your character veiled for story purposes, or are you still working through it?
No, I was just looking over the last bit to make sure, like, the why I can't go back, and letting it stew briefly. But yeah, basically the reasoning that I've come up with is I was trying to put myself into the shoes of very, very rich people. And I was like, well, business is fast, that's universal. And I was like, with the speed of business and like needing to make these big, like, risky moves and like impressive things, I was thinking a little American Psycho, where like you constantly need to get better, but also if you continue growing at like an unsustainable rate, then it doesn't matter how far you get, because if you can't sustain the growth, then you are no longer impressive. So like if you build an empire really fast, it's like, wow, but if you don't build another one, or if you already peaked, then like you become obsolete. And that plays into the like phobia of like annihilation, of like you can't just disappear. Like I built all of these things, I've done all of these things, I've done all these breakthroughs, I've made all of these business moves that like everybody envies me for. Like I can't just disappear, I'm too important.
Oh, a Twitch
and
streamer.
So
you're playing a Twitch streamer.
Yep.
Never take vacation.
I was playing into like what it's like to be a full-time entertainer also, or I was like, I don't have the money, but I sure have the same amount of stress. Yep. So I said basically like the thing that like between like the desperation and the hubris that I've proclaimed to my board, which you have to remember, the higher up success you get, very likely, especially in these circles, that like everyone around you wants you to fail
Yeah.
so that they can swoop
Yep.
in. So
Yep.
I proclaimed to my board, which
What's
is
that like?
entirely people that want me to fail, that I will be the first to profit off the zone. So if I don't,
Okay.
I'm
Oh.
done. I can never show my face again. I lose all credibility, and every
It's like your last
achievement,
stand.
yeah, every
at the end of
achievement
this
that I've built, everything that I've done, every like billion that I've made, all of this, like it becomes obsolete because people don't care
Yeah.
anymore about like, oh, you built this empire what like 2
Yeah.
years ago, and it's like,
Oh.
bitch, what have you done? First of all,
Yeah. Yeah.
thank you for the criticism. Do you
Oh.
have an empire? I don't
The
think
fight
so.
for relevancy.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it's the fight for relevance there,
Uh-huh,
and the fact
uh-huh.
that like you lose. I mean, this is something that like maybe doesn't happen to them as much, but as like a person of color, if you mess up, it's not just that you messed up; it's that you lose the possibility to ever make it better or ever advance
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
people are like, oh, well, both you and your
Yeah.
people that I've
Yeah.
decided you
Mm.
represent,
Yeah.
you're gonna lose
Yeah.
every
Mhm.
opportunity now. So every time you do a project, if it doesn't pan out, which isn't the same as failing, but even if
Yeah.
it doesn't pan out, it's basically a failure. And to
Yeah.
everybody else, it can be a beacon of like, oh, well, then
Yeah.
don't even bother with this person.
May I ask a
So
question?
I was doing that.
A little. What's his face? The guy from the Virgin Mega Planes and
Yeah, that guy, yeah.
Richard Branson.
Richard Branson. Yeah. Like, were you
Virgin
on
Mega
that?
Planes. You know the guy.
Were you on the cover of like magazines? Are you that
I think
kind of?
so.
Yeah. I imagine.
I think I was probably 30 under 30, which
Oh,
I think is like a
yeah.
terrifying category to be
That
in.
is
And also,
terrifying.
like every time you look at that list, you're like, none of you have done anything, but okay.
Okay.
All of
Yeah.
you were born to rich parents.
Remind me
Congratulations.
never to read that. Never to read that column.
No, it's terrifying, and it's like so much stress, and it puts so much stress on literally everybody under
Thanks.
30.
Yeah.
Even though it's like okay, it's the measurement behind it is that like if you have not become this, then
Yeah.
you are nothing.
If
Right.
you are
And
not
that's
friends with
not
this.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But I think
We're
I've
the
seen
con-
I think I've seen you, right? Like
Oh,
I
yeah.
think like I'm imagining you as like Richard Branson, as that
Yep.
woman who did that woman who just got sued for like fraud, right? Who
Put Martha Stewart.
no. She was the
Which
one who
one?
was like trying to create the really super cheap fast.
Oh, Amanda Seyfried did like her
Yes.
biopic Dropout. Yeah, I don't remember her name anymore, but I remember the person.
Right, like she was like, and I think that she sincerely wanted to do this thing, right? The big promise of doing this medical breakthrough, and then like she just couldn't do it, and so she
Yeah.
just like, but she wore like the turtlenecks, and like she had that
Yes.
image, and it's like I can imagine your character having like that image that
It's
like
crazy.
those of us who are not you are like, ooh, that image, you know what I mean? And maybe even you like put out in the press that you were going to go and solve the zone situation, and like people invested, and like I imagine it was like a whole thing. I imagine everybody talked about it, you know?
Mhm. Yeah.
But I also think, as humans they like to talk about the fall
Yes, they
more
do.
than the success.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so it might
And
be that,
speculate.
yeah. And so it might be that, in the beginning, you heard nothing but praise,
Yeah.
but maybe now
Yeah.
every time you're on a subway, anytime,
Yeah.
I mean, no, you wouldn't be on the subway. I'm so sorry. Anytime you're loading for your private jet, you hear what,
Mhm.
Yeah.
what people say about like, oh, did you hear that like they're not a billionaire anymore? They're merely a
So
millionaire.
you hear it about everybody else, and you know that like it's that universal law of like if somebody talks shit about other people with
Yeah.
you, they're talking
Yeah.
shit about you with other people.
Yeah.
And it's like the first
Yes.
like warning sign
Yeah.
of like losing relevance is
Yeah.
not that you hear bad things, because all press is good press and rich people know that, but it's that you don't hear anything. And you're just like, well, it's been like and the thing is that slot, like that time slot of like how long you have before you have to do the next thing
Yeah.
it gets smaller and smaller with everything you create. So
Yeah.
it's this like it's snake eating its own tail
Yeah.
symptom where it's like, I closed this big deal and this big deal and I have this empire. And it's like, oh, you closed a big deal 2 months ago? It was what? $2 billion? Well, I mean, it was
Yeah.
2 months ago. So
Yeah.
what are you doing now? And it's like, can we not appreciate that I did this giant fucking thing there, please?
You're like,
And it's like, no, you can't, because you have to keep making stuff.
Yeah.
You
You
have
have to
keep
just
doing
keep
this.
doing
Yeah.
it. Yeah, never stop.
Corey,
Yeah.
You have
gotta finalize
started,
your
and now
character.
you may not ever stop.
Yeah.
We have to wait for you to finalize your character.
Are we finalizing? Do I have to do it?
Yeah.
Oh, you
Me?
just-
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Boom.
I thought we were just here discussing this whole time.
So I
Sorry.
am Wilmore Stanley, which I wanted a very bureaucrat name.
Yeah, it's
that's
great.
why I am.
Wilmore Stanley.
Mhm.
I can't believe you were waiting for me this whole time. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I just finalized mine right now because
Oh.
I didn't realize I hadn't clicked the button.
Whew,
Okay.
it's like readying up for the game. Guys, I'm ready. Hello, ready
okay,
up.
here we go.
All right, thank
Ooh.
you.
Oh, I forgot to introduce myself.
Oh,
I named my
we'll do it right here.
character Seti.
Nice.
Betty.
Seti
Also they them.
Hazen?
Hassan.
Yeah.
Hassan.
Hassan.
It's
Hassan.
actually indigenous, but it does look like the German word for bunny.
Okay.
I'm not judging.
Hassan.
Um,
Hassan. Hassan.
Hassan.
Hassan.
click me. Meet your characters. Go one by one. Introduce your characters to each other. Okay.
That's
Okay.
so cool.
Okay.
Two
Oh, neat.
doctors. Perfect.
Okay. You view you or any other player's character anytime without entering the game for other players. Neat. Oh,
Okay.
nice. Okay,
Oh,
cool.
So I can click on your sheets.
Oh, I'm the next director. Is that what? Is that?
Yes, you are.
Okay, that's exciting.
Oh,
Some people have not
cool.
introduced their characters yet. I'm
Yeah.
Wilmore Stanley. I was in charge of
That's cool. We could
moving
look at
the
each other's
names.
stuff.
I was taking care of volunteers and people who are less volunteered. I made sure that
They were
people
volunteers.
where they were going to be. Like that also meant that people would bribe me. I bet I took bribes. People wanted to get into the program, and I would take bribes to get in. People did not want to get in the program, and I put them there anyway. So like I think I was like in charge of assigning things, and
Okay.
there's a lot of bribes and one way or the other. People like maybe we don't go in. You pay me a lot of money, or maybe we do go and you pay me a lot of money. Whichever way, pay me a lot of money. I'm Wilmore Stanley. I was
like
in
that.
like personnel, perhaps.
And we don't know what the zone is yet, right? We're
Nope.
just still just like the thing. Oh,
It's
that's so
there's
cool.
a barrier. We're gonna have to go in and find out what it is.
It could be WandaVision for all we know.
We don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's so cool. All right, cool.
It could be that everyone's just very happy there and doesn't want to leave.
That
I'm
was
sure.
also really
Yeah,
cool.
it's a weird
also
thought.
really creepy.
Yeah.
I always thought Pleasantville was a really scary movie too.
Yeah, like that could be really that could be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Guys, I need you to help me. I don't want to be happy all the time.
What is the
I need emotion.
Court, give us your
Um,
character's name.
So I am Dr. Dax Septimus. I've been studying this for a while, whatever it may be. I think I'm onto something. And I just need a couple more experiments to be done, and I will know. And also, I am on my way in because of my own personal reasons, which we all know. So, that says me, Dr. Dax Septimus. Mm-hmm. Is there anything else I need to say? Yes. I need a pencil or something. I need a clipboard, and I need a long jacket.
Actually, looking for one is pretty accurate.
And Seti Hazen, I've seen you everywhere. You're quite famous. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes. So, I am Seti Hassan. Most people would just call me Seti. I think, yeah, this is somebody who barely made 30 under 30. So I'd say Seti became a billionaire
29
2
under
years
30.
ago at 28. So that
Wow.
puts Seti at 30 now.
Uh,
So about barely made that list, and you bet everybody mentioned it. And also uses they them pronouns, same as me. And yeah,
Thank you.
I'm ready, waiting, bored. This is nothing. This is absolutely nothing to me. I have no idea why nobody else made it back. They were probably just not, I don't know, strong enough.
Literally
but,
looking around for a costume.
And I'm like, my beer.
What do I have?
Claudia.
Dr. Dr. Sylvia Carcass, MD.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. I like to think that she stands a little bit like a mantis. Hands are
that.
always
That
here.
is awesome.
Very tall.
think she
Thin
was like
face.
this.
I think her hair was once jet black.
Mm,
She once was probably called gorgeous.
mhm.
And I think she has the grays are starting to show. And I think while some people might still call that lovely and ravishing, it has impacted her persona of herself. Where her used to be down and out, it's now always wrapped in a high ponytail. She's got a pair of very thin glasses that have the little cord around the back because she does take precautions. And she does not look around her bag or anything. She has checked multiple times. She is ready, and she's going into this zone. So
Oh, I love this. Wait, but what does everybody else look like? What does everybody else look like? Oh my goodness.
Seti
Great
looks like
question.
this.
Nice.
dressed
Oh,
like this.
Perfect. That helps.
right. That's branding.
Yeah, perfect. Look what you did.
Yeah, I think that might actually be part of like the fight for relevance, is that like Sethi was also like, yes, business first, business always. But like nowadays, it's not enough to have a product. You have to have a brand. And not only is it not enough to have a brand, you have to be your brand.
Yeah.
It's very
Yeah.
much the Paris Hilton model of business, where
Yeah.
like Paris Hilton is very intelligent.
Yeah.
She's got business deals going on.
Yeah.
But in order to become the brand that like where the moment her name is on something, it makes money, she had to build a persona.
Yeah.
And I think that Sethi had to do something very similar, especially because Sethi is also a person of color. So
Yeah.
I think Sethi is 24/7 is like Sethi Hassan trademark, and never
Yeah.
gets to just be like
Yeah.
a person so much as just like am always the brand, am always representing the brand. And also like I simply cannot take this too seriously, because I still really believe this is going to be an in out. I don't know what's going to happen to you guys. Maybe you guys will just choose to stay there. I don't know what's going on. I'm not even sure I really believe that nobody's ever come back, but like I'm there to do market research and profit off of things and then come back.
Did Seti already make plans after this? Like, so confident that Seti already has
Oh yeah,
another...
I have like a dinner at like 8.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Maybe a press conference, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I have to present the like findings of everything. So I'll probably have like my phone out with me to take selfies with the abyss
Yeah.
and
Abyss.
present that.
Perfect.
I think that Wilmore wears a suit. I would say probably like a brown, but the suit is ill-fitting and a little rumply.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Right? Like, because Wilmore sits at a desk all the time, right? And I think that Wilmore never really knew how to dress oneself well, right? And so it's a suit that I would say is probably more expensive than you think that he could afford, but it's not, but because he sits at a desk, it's kind of rumply, right? And he didn't get it tailored. Like, he bought the expensive suit, but he didn't get it tailored, so it doesn't fit in that slick way that like rich people,
it should.
Yeah, the way that it should. Like, so it's there, but like the pants are, like the cuffs are a little bit too long. And I think that it's the contradiction of Wilmore is broad, but doesn't take up space, right? Like, doesn't have that presence that you would like, oh. And I think sort of kind of, the word isn't lurk, but kind of stands around with like an official Federal Bureau of Coherence like name tag and like paperwork, and doesn't make an impression, right? And it's I think that you also don't know how old Wilmore is. You probably assume that Wilmore is like 50s, 60s, but is probably only like 31, 32, but is just so, you know what I mean? Like, there's just something like kind of heavy on it, but with very sort of
some shit.
Or not. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just like the kind of the weight of nothingness, but I think with eyes that are predatory.
Can I ask a question
Yes.
of Wilmore?
Yes.
Obviously, I'm gonna make some assumptions, so let me know if they're wrong. Seti, do you have a watch that is perhaps very expensive and brand name?
No, I have an iPhone.
Yes.
I'm just gonna ask this question about actually everyone's wristwatch. This is gonna be my way of like
No, I have an
defining our
iPhone.
characters by this. Wilmore, I'm gonna make the assumption that your watch is brand name but is a knockoff.
Yes.
And everyone who is rich knows it's a
Yes.
knockoff, and
Yes.
anyone who is not doesn't.
Yes.
Does Wilmore know it's
Absolutely.
fake?
I think that Wilmore got it slightly, in a slightly underhanded way, in the sense that somebody's like, hey, I got this, I'm going to get it for a really good deal for it. And I was like, oh, that means it must be stolen. It actually is a knockoff. I don't think that Wilmore knows it's a knockoff. I think that he got it from somebody who stole it, but it was just a knockoff. Do you know what I mean? So like, there's a way in which I think that Wilmore in some ways thinks of his life as a little bit more exciting than it is, because I think that he imagines himself like to get out of this rut is like going into these dangerous and exciting situations. But
Okay.
You know,
Thank you for letting me put that upon your character and learning more about
Absolutely.
it. I will also bring this up for mine. My character has one of those like not an like an iPhone exercise watch, but has one of those ones that you get at Costco that is not brand name but tells you exactly what you ask for, which is the amount of steps and heart rate.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If you double tap it, it does tell the time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Cord, what is your character? Does your character have a watch? Do you want to
Yes,
explain
it's a
more about
pocket
your
watch.
character? Okay.
Oh.
Of course. It's just I like mechanical things. These electronics are just too much for me. Mechanical is more precise than I think anything that could be compromised by the age of today. So I think that's it. Yes.
Claudia, this is you.
I feel like I already asked the watch question. And so I feel like I already took that directing moment, if you will. So I feel bad to do it a
Well,
secondary time.
No, go ham.
You go.
That was character building.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
Okay.
That's good.
I'm gonna read for the chat. Claudia, why don't you start us off? The expedition is ready to begin. You're all at the zone observation faculty the night before you cross the boundary. This is a scene to practice the flow of the game. In the way of doing watches, I assume everything we bring to the zone has to explicitly be written down by somebody. It's not the fact that they're not letting you take things in. It's the fact that every single thing that is brought in has to be recorded for purposes of science. And so I would love the scene to maybe be we're all there, different levels of, I don't know if we've been briefed at all together or separate, but I think it is where they are looking through our items, and perhaps we all have our mess kit, but we're looking through, they're recording personal items. Everything you carry, you have to carry on your back, and so we are doing what is each character's, they're recording personal items. And they've already done the whole, like, I assume we all have matching uniforms as well. I assume they've done like they've recorded your height and your weight, and they've scanned photos, but it's really now about the recording of the personal items.
Might I say that I am there next to whoever's in charge, and I'm writing everything down. So
you're not in charge, but you're like close to it.
Yeah, I'm not in charge.
You would be, but you just paid somebody else to do it.
And I think that I am. I don't think it's obvious that I'm actually going to go on the expedition at this point in time. I think it just looks like I'm one of the functionaries who's like there, who's helping. You know.
Well, I'm checking myself in my phone and my camera, because if we got put in standardized uniforms, then that's a photo op. And if it's an unflattering color,
Insta-worthy,
then I need somebody to edit that. So I need to make notes. So I'm vlogging whatever they let me vlog. So I'm in my corner, like with like this, like, you know, the faux hushed voice, because I'm constantly trying to think of like how to market this the best, how much like people are going to pay money to see the behind the scenes footage of this. Like, this could be, in addition to being able to profit off of the zone, I can profit off of myself in the zone, which means that I, as the first person to come back from the zone, have a book deal, I have a movie deal, I'm immortalizing myself. That is so much money. There's TV show, there's development off of a book. There's so many ways to like option it. So while I'm like, you know, on the surface, you know, I'm taking like the photos, and like, you know, somebody asks me something, then I deal with it, but I'm dealing with the photos, all the things, and I'm making notes of all of the ways that I can make my money.
So
Go
ahead.
Oh no, I just realized that like I was supposed to pick one of these things. And Seti, I think we're here then.
The location.
So each.
And what our location is. Oh, sweet.
So
and I think this is kind of explains that I believe Setis can still be in this concrete complex, and maybe you're in that corner because it's the only place with service.
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so which do you pick for us? Give it to us.
Huddled into the corner, trying to get service.
A hulking steel and concrete complex with many sublevels of containment chambers and accommodation for hundreds of classified personnel.
Mm.
Wow, that's creepy.
Get a
Mhm.
scene prompt.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good. This is perfect. Intro scene. The night before, everyone shares rumors. So as we're loading our stuff together,
I have to write this stuff down.
we are all saying what strange animals or plants have been spotted, what weird anomalous artifacts are people talking about, and what's rumored about the previous expeditions.
Okay, so it says here that you, right, the scene, right, for the scene, there are 3 parts to a scene: the setup,
Mhm.
our storytelling, and our ending. And the director, that's you, you're in charge of the setup and the ending, and you facilitate the collaborative storytelling by asking questions, and you can use the questions on the card or come up with your own.
I accidentally came up with some own. I'm sorry for not following the rules.
Are you kidding? I love it.
Oh no!
It's extra
You came up with
flavor.
other
It's extra
ones.
flavor. So you're vlogging, and we're all in this bunker, right? And I'm sort of taking these notes as we're all sort of like mulling about, I imagine. Right? Okay, what are the moves? It says,
Do I click it?
yeah, let's see what's there.
Okay. Who can do the moves? Everyone. Any player can use the moves at any time, not just the director. The director controls the start and end of each scene. During the scene itself, they should aim to facilitate, keep things moving, ask questions, act as a tiebreaker. Aim for at least one not so easy per scene. That's for the whole group, not for each player. Take stock is a great way to set up a scene. During the scene, something's not right is a great for ratcheting up the action. And how many scenes to do each location. If you want to keep the game closer to 2 hours, do 1 scene per location. Most groups do 2 or 3 screens per location before the boundary, and then only 1 scene in each of the locations afterwards.
Okay. So our moves are not so easy. Something's not right.
An hour and a half, and we're just now scraping
We're
the
there.
surface of the
Okay.
beginning.
We're doing it.
I'm into it. I'm into
I
it.
love it.
Okay. So
Okay,
it
and
sounds
then
good.
mine is when everyone has shared a rumor, I get to click the end scene button.
Okay.
So I think I'm gonna
Once
still
everyone
stick
has
with
shared a rumor,
Yes, because I think like we've set up where we are all at, or approximately, at least the polars I think we've set up where like somebody's bureaucracying over there and someone is blogging over there, and now we just gotta fill the in between.
We gotta bridge it.
And what do you have on you, Dr. Septimus?
I've been pacing. This is my notes, many notes, all of these, and you see he's fluttering a bunch of just loose papers that are just sort of falling. And he sort of rips one off of the. It's like stuck to his shoe for a moment. He rips it in half as he sort of stuffs it into like this loose leather satchel. That's all. There's a couple other things we have here for many experiments. I've got a couple of vials of the things to get experiments working. Is that all right? I brought some.
Yes, I think so. Papers, vials, leather satchel.
Yes. Notes, yes.
Anything else?
Notes. My pocket watch. And my wit.
Your whip.
Yes.
Okay. Has anyone told you anything they should not have before we leave tomorrow?
Well, that we may be in a bit of conflict. There is. You see, I heard that there is a great deal of possession that could be invoking some of the people, the patients, the citizens.
I don't understand. Possession, like.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
It's, like drugs?
It could be. I wasn't thinking drugs. I was thinking more like people invoking
The
behaviors that were not meant for them.
right,
Possession, like maybe even demonic or unholy, but it could very well be a psychosomatic symptom. I'm going to go ahead and write down that it's probably nothing.
Somebody's invoking their fifth right to self-incriminate.
I'm not sure. I'm not.
I don't understand. Okay, I sort of wander off, sort of a little bit confused as to what that was about.
Mm-hmm.
I think Dr. Carcass is going to come up beside. I assume I'm the next person who's coming to put out their stuff. And she's obviously going to butt her head into this. And it's like, Doctor,
Yes.
I heard not possession.
Mm-hmm.
I specifically heard it was the fact that languages get scrambled in there. And I think you are making a big mistake bringing those notes in, because words can lie.
Words getting scrambled is, it could be, that's also, it does also pay into the psychosomatic symptoms of maybe potentially, it could be some sort of hallucination of various dialect or scripture. But I will bring my notes for, of course, I'm just certified with everything. Everything has been, Wilmore.
Yes, Doctor. Yes.
I'm being questioned about my notes.
I'm not questioning it, Shug. I'm just telling y'all, maybe take all that out of there and put something more important. And I think this is where like Dr. Sylvia is gonna bring attention to her kit, which is very much already set up on the table. There's like basically a very intensive first aid kit. That I think has been provided by the military. I think there's like a laser cut. I'm talking sci-fi stuff. I'm talking like a laser cutter, a cauterizer. I think there's a weird, nasty looking grabber on there. Just think of this as like not Schrodinger's gun. This is
Schrodinger's med kit.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
It's what we need. It's what we need and what we don't need, but it's also there if for mischief later.
And I just like note the serial number on it, and to make sure everything's there.
I'm just thinking, if you don't got it up here, Dr. Septimus, I think you should be leaving it out there.
Scrambled language.
But I also think, like, obviously, along with that kit of all the medical supplies, I think there is like
personal things, Doctor.
I think
metal. Any metal?
Nah. I think there is a photo book there, though. I think there is a photo, old school, not the Polaroid, but I think there's a photo book that's got about 30 photos. If he tries to open it, she will keep her finger on it, though.
What is that, though?
Personal photos. PHOTO.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are they cleared? The photos, have they been cleared? Do you have clearance?
Of course.
Oh.
I read the manual before I stepped in here.
Okay. Thank you.
I think there's also electrolyte packets there too. So there's like
good.
But I think that's all she has other than the standard kit.
Do you have like a pencil? Do you need one? I could get you a pencil.
No.
Oh, okay. Photos. Seti Hassan. I think my face comes into your blogging space.
Yeah.
Do you have, what are you bringing with you into the zone?
Well, Seti has been vlogging, and it looks like she's been like testing angles, but she's been filming out of this camera, and she's been picking up found footage of you guys, and she's
very
like,
good.
That
Very
entire
good.
scene, but from your angle.
Yes.
Yes,
And she's like, well, I've got my mic pack, and she'll like lift this like slightly so you can see like the wires going down. It's like, well, I'm mic'd up. I have the phone, the camera, and then like there's this like very like it looks like at first glance you're like, oh, this is supposed to be tacky and it's referential, but when you look closer you're like, that's a Gucci fanny pack. Okay. So there's one of those on their hip, and in it she's like, they just open it and they're like, well, some fruit snacks and granola bars, so I don't go crazy and kill everybody.
I imagine that's a joke. It's funny.
Mm.
I read your book, the keys to success, and in the 21st century. I read that. It was
Oh,
very good.
thank you.
So
Always happy to meet a fan.
uh, yes, I I'm going to. I just thought you might want to know something since you're going to go in there, and you haven't gotten a lot of information. And I work in personnel. I see everything that comes in and out. I sign off on things. So I thought I'd let you know that previous expeditions, they you've heard that none of them came back.
Well, of course that's the story.
Yeah.
But I mean, you and I both know a good NDA is just as good as disappearing somebody.
Yeah. So I have never seen them personally. I just filled paperwork. I heard the rumors that some people did come back. That's what I heard. But they didn't have mouths.
Again, a good NDA will really take care of all of that. So, as long as they don't come around talking and we retain exclusivity,
No, I
I'm
mean,
not too worried.
They had no mouths. Like they just,
Oh.
Yeah. So,
Intrigue. Okay.
So, just that's what I heard. So I don't know what they did because they couldn't tell anybody, but there weren't that many of them, and so just I don't know. Don't eat anything. I don't know.
They're gonna cover their mic pack brief and be like, well, for what I paid for this lip filler, I better come back with a mouth. And then they're gonna take the mic pack back off because celebrities don't admit to having plastic surgery.
You should probably introduce yourselves to the rest of the crew. You're all going in there together in the morning.
Well, hello, nice to meet everybody. Has anybody here ever signed an NDA before?
What?
Perfect.
No, but I assume your lawyers are going to come over here pretty soon.
Oh, they'll catch us when we get back.
Great.
They're great about that. But okay. All right.
Okay.
A little adventure. This feels like the new frontier. Our forefathers used to go travel around different countries, and then that one weird guy tried to go to space. We should have let him. He's so annoying. And now here we are on a new adventure.
So I heard there were 4 of us, but I only see 3. Did someone get cold feet? And Sylvia is like pointing to Seti and Dr. Septimus and herself. And then she's looking at Wilmore. But are we just a 3 crew now?
There's somebody who's scheduled to be your 4th, but it looks like something must have happened with their the paperwork to get them here. It must have just gone. I suppose since that 4th person didn't show up, I think it'll just have to be me this time. I suppose I'll just have to go inside because it looks like they just didn't show up. That was Dr. Carcass noted that the 4th didn't show up, so it's just gonna have to. I'm gonna be joining. Does anyone care? No. Okay. Well, I'm joining because there seemed to be some kind of problem with the paperwork. I'm going to join. It seems like an adventure, right?
Well, it's an adventure as well as it is a very important experiment, and we have a duty to do to help with humanity, of course, and figure out what it is that we can figure out. figure out.
I wonder.
Yeah.
Has anybody here seen Westworld? I wonder.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
You
where
know?
Peter Pan went, right? That's where.
If we understand the zone, maybe we can take a little bit, and more people can come and kind of visit, just kind of experiment. Especially with that rumor about it granting your biggest wish. I feel like that's an excellent tagline.
Okay, and I didn't hear that. Is it?
I did hear that
I'm
one
thinking-
though.
Biggest wish.
That's sort of classified. I don't think we're supposed to talk about that. That rumor, yeah. I'm really happy for all of us to be working together. When I saw it was you three, I was so excited that whoever that was, not important, just couldn't make it, so that I could join, because I feel like this is going to be the expeditions that's gonna make it. And I feel like this is the one that's going to go down in the history books, and so I'm really excited that through some paperwork accident that I had nothing to do with, that I will be able to join you all for this.
Could you do me a favor and not mention previous expeditions and their fate or anything like that? It's getting me a bit. I'm the Dr. Septimus, everyone. I've got a lot of theories and ideas about how we can potentially get out of here. The good news about this expedition, this is going to be the last time we talk about this, please, is that I'm in it. So, you're welcome. That's it. That's all I have.
Specialize in
Zone?
zone?
I'm sorry?
Do you specialize in the zone, Doctor?
There was many. I've had experience, and I've been exposed to a lot of the series, and I have many. That was just I've got these many. A lot of these papers also have a lot of outcomes and a lot of options to what it could be, and a lot here outcomes of what it could be. You see, with what we figure out about the zone, I will of course have the right. One of these series will have the right thing on it, and it's just got to figure out which one it was. Yeah, but we should probably get going, right? Yes. I just I would like to just get in and out, right? So save what we can, save the people, and get out. Okay, is that all right? Is it everybody good?
We're getting out.
Okay, yes, right. Well, and also we're going to bring everybody in and see what the zone has to offer.
You think there's still people in there?
Well, that's what I heard. There's people that need help. That's why I'm here.
Well,
right? Wilmore, yes.
The government doesn't really want to confirm or deny that anyone inside the zone from the town of Springfield is or is not alive, especially not for any kind of loved ones. Also, there were retroactive forms filled out for everyone in the town of Springfield saying that everything was fine, that what happened, there's no liability. So there's no liability.
Like an NDA to me.
No, I think liability is different than NDAs.
Okay.
So nobody here can be sued for what happened, or whatever might be or might not be found in this area.
Well, if we see anyone there, we'll definitely pick them up and we'll take a photo and we'll figure it out.
oh,
I'm not too worried.
Okay.
Shall we
all right.
make our way in?
Okay.
And I think like I'm gonna pack up my things. Does that feel like a good scene end for us?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Great. I'm gonna click that end scene button.
Mm-hmm. And then does it randomly pick one of us?
Yeah, it looks like it is Brandy. Do you wanna? You can.
There we go.
Yeah.
Cool.
King. Okay. So you must move on from the zone observation facility, move to the boundary. All right. Ooh.
What?
Time to enter the
Oh.
boundary. The crossing will be split into 3 short scenes, one for each of the 3 key moves.
Okay.
Before we start the scene, we'll do a quick overview of the 3 moves. So there's
Nice.
also like this really cool nifty map
Nice.
with our 3 moves. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna take stock. Starting with you, every player adds a sensory detail about the scene. Sight, sound, touch, taste, smell, or how your character feels. You can skip yourself if you don't have anything in mind. When everyone has spoken, you return to collaborative storytelling. So it says to read this example out loud. Sorry for everyone watching. I always make everybody yawn. The expedition has entered a new location. It's Jeff's turn as director, but they're feeling stuck. I'm not sure where to take the scene. Let's take stock. Jeff presses the take stock button. Amy says the air smells like sugar. It's sickly but familiar, like a memory from the bureaucrat's childhood. Tarkin says, "Oh yeah, and there's weird glowing moths." And Ted, on closer inspection, the moth's leaves seem to be wings seem to be like plant leaves. Jeff, nice. Let's keep going. These moths give me an idea. I was thinking, so that'll be.
Okay.
But
So
I
take
assume
stock.
how that goes.
Yeah. Everybody
We
gives a
discuss and enjoy.
sensory detail. Got it.
Yep. And
Love
then we move to the second move. Something's not right. The person who triggered the move says something's not right and what they think might be wrong. Another player says it's worse than that and describes how. The player who said something's not right incorporates the escalation and the storytelling continues. Read this example out loud. Amy says something's not right. I feel like the trees are watching us. Amy presses the something's go away. Go away. There's a fly on my microphone. I will slap you. Do not test me.
Something's not right about that fly.
No.
It's watching.
Presses the something's not right button. Tarkin says, "Ooh, creepy. Okay, it's worse than that. The branches are moving. They're trying to grab at us. They keep getting closer." Alice laughs nervously. Amy, I think my scientist might not be able to resist trying to get a sample. Then our final move. Not so easy. When someone describes their character doing something not so easy, interrupt by triggering this move. Anyone can say it. You can call it on yourself. The person trying to do the thing restates what they wanted to happen, then draws a not so easy card to find out if it does. I love having narcolepsy. That player then weaves the outcome and its complications, usually a mutation, into the story, and the play continues. Read this example out loud. So Gian says, "Can we talk to it? Let's talk to it." My chaplain leans right in, just inches away, and begins to ask it for its assistance.
Which is a
Amy,
fleshy, pulsating wall, by the way.
Ew. That's heinous. That is very heinous. It's gross. Amy presses the not so easy button. Amy says, "That's not so easy." Gian says, "Oh no." Okay, so I'm trying to talk this thing into letting us through. Let's see, does it help us? Gian flips the not so easy card. The card says no, and you mutate into a new form. Okay, so the flesh ball beckons the chaplain closer. Seems to be working, but suddenly her face gets sucked in. Horrifyingly, it starts to transform.
Nice.
Okay.
And I will note that we want to have not so easy cards at the end because that is important.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So now, as the director, I will be deciding the form that the boundary takes.
Okay.
Let's see.
I don't get it, but I will let you all enjoy, and I'm just going to be Dr. Septimus.
So this boundary is something that separates the outside world from the zone.
Yeah. So the boundary is beautiful. It inspires wonder, a seductive presence drawing you into the zone. So let's click on get the scene prompt. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna do take stock first. So let's see, use take stock to quickly add delicious sensory details from the collective genius of the players. It's about the subjective experience and how it feels to be there. So I'm gonna use this move as a part of setting up the description of the boundary. So the expedition, we're starting the scene. We see the boundary for the first time. We haven't crossed it. Let's see. What does it look like? What does everyone see and feel? We'll use take stock. So we have what it looks like. It's beautiful. It's seductive. It inspires wonder, and it draws you into the zone. And now we're going to click take stock.
Okay.
Starting with you, every player adds a sensory detail to the scene: sight, sound, touch, smell, taste, or how you feel. When everyone has spoken, you return to the collaborative storytelling.
Okay.
Mother of God. There we go. Okay. Let us start. Well, someone who's filming and wants to profit, I'm ecstatic that the boundary is beautiful, because that means it's easier to market. And also it creates an excellent hook for anybody watching the found footage, because if they weren't already intrigued, they are now going to be much more easily seduced. Just like I am growing more excited, and it's impossible to tell if I'm more excited because of my knowledge of what I want to do with this situation and how much easier it's going to be now that I know that it's beautiful, or if it's the effect of the boundary on my mind. But I am elated to be here. That's the only feeling in my body.
I would like to add, what I see is that the boundary is like multicolored, like a swirling sort of it actually
Aurora?
moves, it swirls sort of like color, but I would say it's mostly pastels. So a lot of like rainbow, but
Like
a
an
lot.
iTunes visualizer.
Yes, it's like an iTunes visualizer.
Perfect.
But I also think it's reflective, and I think that you can see yourself in this sort of like membrane. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And I think that you look beautiful when you see yourself in it in some kind of a
Okay.
way. And I think Wilmore does not see himself at all.
Perfect. Wilmore's a vampire.
I think, well, I don't have anything to add to the looks. I think it feels like when you step out of, I assume we got there through trucks, like army trucks, and so we're opening the door, we're stepping out.
Yeah.
So I think when my character's boots hits the ground, it's you feel the boundary before you see it. It's like your ears have that pressure, like you go a little bit too deep underwater before you pop. I don't think your skin hurts, but I think it feels like something is touching every part of you at all times. Everything is heavy. And I assume it's because for some reason the boundary, there's pressure around it.
Yeah.
So I think we were warned about the pressure, but I think it just feels weird when you step into it.
Good old creepy doc who likes Luddite.
Hello. I think as we sort of leave these cargo trucks and see this displayed before us, I think it also smells like our favorite season. I want to say like spring. Spring's not necessarily my favorite season, but like there is like that inviting, sun, and like, life is like there is something about spring that makes me excited to then go for walks later in the summer. You know what I mean? So I feel like there's an enticing seasonal smell, whether it's also the fall where you're like, leaves mean winter's coming, whatever that may mean. I think that sort of feeling is sort of invoked in this smell that is here. And I want to say probably spring because of maybe the myriad of colors and maybe this reflective surface, but also it could work for anything. And maybe that's kind of cool, is we don't know what our characters are smelling, but they are enticed by whatever that seasonal smell may be. You know what I mean?
Right. So we have taken stock. We have this beautiful boundary.
Beautiful.
We look beautiful in it, or we don't look at all. I think what's interesting is, go ahead.
Do we touch it? Or do we,
if you wanna.
No, I don't need to touch it.
Camera is on you the moment you suggest it. It's like,
Hold on, let me just.
When you do, we'll be ready. All right. So we've taken stock, and let's get into collaboration. Let's see.
Can we end the scene before we enter the boundary? Okay.
I think I'm gonna look into the boundary, see myself. I look very similar to how I look now. There is a difference, but I can't tell what it is. And so I'm going to film it. I have no idea how it's going to show up on camera, but I am filming it.
Taking a mirror selfie.
Basically, in this iridescent little.
Iridescent's the right word. That's the right word.
Yeah.
My question to you is, when you do film it, What does it look like on the camera? Does it show up? Is it there? Do you look the
Is the
same?
question.
Is it the same? Is it the same projection that you are seeing, or is it something else?
What if I look at it? I see myself
You
because
see yourself.
it's reflecting me. However,
Okay, cool. If
if
I was
somebody
to look
else
at your
looked at that
picture,
footage,
it would be me.
I wonder if they would see themselves in the reflection of my video.
What are you doing? What are you doing with that?
Filming. It's called gathering experience.
Let me see it. Let me see it. Let me see what you film.
Okay. No, you can look with your eyes, Doctor.
No, I want to see.
I'm gonna lean over and I will close the camera and I will open up my videos and pull it up for you to look at. You're like, look, I was just taking, this rainbow mirror selfie.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
Hands off the.
What is this?
It's a video. Some
Of
people
me.
use
Of me.
them.
You have a picture of me on here.
I certainly do not.
I'm looking right at it.
Okay, well, you can see my hand holding the camera, right? And I'm gonna lean in
Yes.
and I'm gonna look and be like, yeah, I see myself. I took a selfie.
Well, you take a look now.
Okay, look, watch me take it. Okay.
All right.
And I'm gonna open the camera. I'm gonna be like, okay, I didn't anticipate this, but and it's gonna.
I want to be way over here. I don't want to be in it.
Okay. Well, some people are a little confused about the concept of a selfie, and I'm both looking into my reflection and my reflection on the video back and forth, because I'm filming.
Who are you
this for
talking to?
posterity. My viewers. They're gonna be. I'm gonna. Note to editor: cut this part. Cut this part. Okay. Hi, everybody. We are about to go into the boundary, and I wanted to show you how beautiful it looks. And it's got this, and I'm not going to touch it. I'm just going to come close. And I'm like, you see this film
How
right
many people
here?
are watching?
It's not live.
Oh.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the boundary. So I'm very excited to see this film right here. I'm not touching it, but you can see my hand in the reflection. You can see my beautiful face. So make sure to stay tuned. We're about to go inside, and I'm going to click stop. I'm going to have to edit the fuck out of that video.
I'm not quite certain if you have clearance to take the footage out.
Well, the lawyers can settle that when I get out.
Okay.
And I've now taken the video. That's basically like a mirror selfie of like this. And I'm assuming you're coming back up. Okay. Do you want to witness the miracle of 21st century technology that is a selfie? Okay.
I know what the selfie is. Okay. It's
yeah. Okay.
or something.
And I'm gonna press play for you.
Here I am. Look at that.
Oh
And there
my
I am
God!
again.
You
Look,
are
look,
not
look.
in the shot.
No, I am. I am in the shot. I'm in the shot. Look, the reflection has me right there. Look, you look at it, and I wasn't holding the camera, but I'm holding it here. Take a look. And I guess as I
see
pointed to
myself
you, you'd
holding
probably
the
just still see yourself.
Okay, Dr. Carcass.
I was about to say, whose voice do we hear in the
Oh
video?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because I
Yeah.
think that's why my character had pulled off a knife to actually pulled it out of her boot to actually cut open the carcass and paused because she heard her voice coming out of the video.
Yes.
It'd be so funny to hear everybody be like, "Hi, everybody."
Yeah, I was
Hi, everybody. Hello. Hello, viewers.
And as soon as you said Dr. Carcass, I was like I said, weird notes get adjusted here because that was my voice in that.
I'm sorry. There has been some. I hate to tell you this, but the government has done a kind of a dampening thing, so there's no cell reception, and so I don't think anything was recorded at all. I'm sorry about that. So.
Scrambling of language.
Well, I mean, it's not live. I
No,
wouldn't live stream from here. God knows you can't control what's going to happen. I really don't want to see anybody slipping in something disgusting. But I mean, it recorded. You could see the video.
No, there's nothing there. There's just it's a nice footage of the wall, a boundary. It's nice.
Mr. Wilmore, you see nothing in that photo?
No.
In this video? You don't hear yourself?
No, I don't think anything was. Did you
Play
press
it again? Play it again.
Yeah, well, press play again. Press
Turn
play
the volume
again.
up. Can you do that?
Yeah, I've got the volume is all the way up. The volume is up. I'm going to press play. And everyone in their own voice hears, "Hi, everyone, and welcome. We're about to hit the boundary."
We're hit the boundary.
There's nothing going on. I just.
That is so strange. Can you not see yourself in the reflection?
Of course I can. Yeah. Yes,
Well,
absolutely. I see myself. Sure.
Okay. All right. Well.
Helium.
Oh, this is going to be even better. That means every viewer, when I'm pointing at this, they're going to have a nice little immersive shock experience. Oh, this is so cool. Because if I put it on selfie mode, it still reflects just me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's in there, oh, that's so cool. Wait, I have to get the selfie mode.
Right,
I'm just
this
going
is
to quickly
very interesting.
record.
I heard my own voice, but I know it's what you said
Mhm.
to your people.
Yeah,
What you call them?
I heard my
Your,
voice
your,
too.
your fans. What are they?
Yeah, my fans, my followers, my investors, they're going to want to see a lot of found footage of this before we can decide what to do with it.
Right. Well, I heard myself saying it. So that could be, maybe your rumor about the scrambled languages. Maybe this is a part of it.
Maybe that's that. Ooh, people are going to love that.
You know, before we
So we just have
step
to be
inside,
careful.
I just
Keep
thought I'd
your
say that
minds
there
at ease.
was another rumor I should maybe mention.
No. You can't tell us any more rumors. That was in the prior. I'm kidding. Go ahead. What was it?
Okay, I just thought I should tell you that apparently people say that the inside the zone, who you really are, manifests.
Well,
Okay.
who I really am is very rich and successful, so that sounds nice. You know
We all
who's going to
believe that.
love this? Ooh, those tech bros in deepfakes. They are going to absolutely lose it over this. Oh, thank God. And they're so annoying. You know what a circle of hell is? Sitting at a bar between a crypto dude and an AI dude. They are the most
my hand on
boring
the
people
boundary.
on the planet.
You do? I was gonna cut it open. I was gonna wait
God.
to see who's doing
I'm just
it
gonna
first.
touch it because I feel like,
Ugh.
like to end it, right? Right.
I
I
was
before
think
we-
that's an excellent moment for something's not right.
Yeah,
But,
I think so
Yes.
that's
too.
the next. I think that's the next.
That's the
what
next move.
scene. The next scene.
Okay, I was gonna cut it
Yeah,
open, and I'm
do
glad
it.
your character's taking the
Well,
plunge.
I'm just touching it, like because you know.
Oops.
Right. It's
Wait,
not solid to
I
you.
didn't mean to
Everybody sees a
click that.
reflection, but you just are like,
back.
what do you mean?
What'd you do?
I
What'd you
Can
do?
we go back?
I clicked end scene because I was trying to click into the
Oh,
window.
wait.
How do we go back?
We've ruined it. I'm just kidding.
Emote?
It's probably fine.
That's wrong.
Uh,
Well, it was cute, but that was wrong.
No. I think I start turn. See what happens, right? Yeah.
I mean, we can just go into that and just do
another
the
scene
play
in the
out what we were
boundary,
playing.
right?
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
right,
Actually,
yes.
this is we're starting
This
the next
works.
scene. We'll do. You know what? Let's
Yes.
do
It all
two something's
works.
not right in this scene.
Yes.
So
To balance it out.
Here's our something's not right. I just clicked it. I'm good. We're good. We're
Oh,
still in the
okay,
boundary.
okay.
I
I
fixed
mean,
it.
or something not right was also us in the reflection.
Mhm.
I mean,
Or maybe that was what we were
also
supposed to be doing.
Yes.
Yeah.
The
I just don't
expedition.
think
Cool.
we were just all in the scene.
Because I just
Yeah.
I love accidentally doing the right thing.
This should do another scene in the boundaries. I got it right. So
I live
Yeah.
my life.
the expedition
we're in the
starts to cross the
tutorial.
boundary, but something's not right. Use something's not right when you need to ramp up the danger in a scene. When to use it frequently. It's a great way to set up not so easy situations. Who can use it? Anyone, anytime. So we set a scene and then try out this move by pressing something's not right. Once you've used the move and the scene. Okay, so I
we go.
think
Yeah.
in the scene before leaving the boundary, that one will happen in the next one. Okay, so I think I put my hand right on the boundary because I'm like a little weirded out by the whole thing, and I touch it to see if I can push through it. But
Not something's not right.
is that so?
I think we press the. I
Is
don't
that
know.
so? The person who triggered the moves, that would be you. You said it, Claudia.
Okay, yeah,
Oh.
I said something. So you went to touch it.
Yeah.
Your character actually did it.
Yeah.
And I verbally said something's
So
not right.
You triggered it,
Mhm.
or the person who triggered you triggered?
No,
I
you
did.
said it. You said it. So you
I
triggered
said it. So
You triggered
I
the
triggered
move.
it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna say something's not right, and then a person who triggered the move says something's not right, and then something they think might be wrong with
Yeah.
it, and I'm gonna say, it feels like there's another hand pressing back where you touched it, but only where you touched it, and you can kind of see the shadow of an arm, but for you can't see it, so you can't see the arm, but you know somebody else's hand is against your hand.
And I'm going to say it's worse than that. And now I'm going to describe how. It's worse than that because as I'm touching and I'm feeling something, I don't see anything, and I'm peering, I think fingers emerge from the boundary, grab onto mine, and just start pulling me. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Claudia,
And
you
then-
need to escalate now.
Okay, and the boy said, incorporates the escalation, which I like to think of like this as like a kind of like a, so you're being pulled in, because I want to say like it's like a quick time event. Do we all like what characters, like I want to give everyone like a 10-second or like a
we all have one action.
Yeah, we all have one action.
Yeah.
And I feel like my characters is gonna try to run and grab your stomach to pull, because that's just the way my character works. But what is everybody else's?
I think my character would go and try to reach over and try to break the hand contact, which may also lead to maybe his hands climbing up his arm and then trying to pull back, but also that pushes through the threshold.
I cut the camera because that's not really marketable. And I'm standing several feet away from all of you.
Watching like a creeper.
Sure.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Watching and not like, seeing somebody.
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
And I think you can hear me going, help, but it's not coming from my mouth. It's coming from the other side of the boundary.
Perfect. We're trying, let go.
And my mouth is saying it, right? But the sound is coming from the other side of the boundary. As I'm like, no, let go, leave me alone.
Oh, come on, Wilma, let go. Come on.
And then, so then there's a question for me. Is this now the not so easy? Because we're doing a tutorial level.
Now we end that scene. Cord, you claim this turn.
I will claim this turn. This turn is now mine.
And now we're going to go and you can do the thing in the boundary. One more scene
You
in the
do
boundary.
another one in the boundary.
So we can have the not so easy to finish this tutorial.
Not so easy. Is this the exact same as we just did?
So
not so easy cards are the heart of this game. You're playing the right level of intensity if they happen infrequently. They also give you the power after death. The player with the most controls the player with the most controls the player with the most controls the end game.
Yep.
Don't leave a scene unless you've earned at least one. You can and should trigger not so easy on yourself. It's a great way to get mutations. Play to lose. Touch that anomaly. Now, find a way to put someone in a not so easy situation so you can try the move. Afterwards, describe how the expedition enters the zone and ends the scene.
There's one final obstacle before making it into the zone.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Where is it? There's one final obstacle before making it into the zone.
It's trying
Why
to kill
is it
you.
not so easy to make it through the inner side of the boundary and enter the zone? You can take stock and something is okay. So take stock is that move where we just sort of have a character discuss things to add. Okay, cool.
So right now I'm being pulled in by a hand that looks like mine. You're grabbing my stomach. You're trying to stop it, and you said here like just stepping back, watching.
Staying safe.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
That's not so easy. Well, obviously, it's not so easy for us to pull you out of the threshold of this wall here.
How about we not so easy on SETI?
Yes.
Yes.
It's not so easy to just watch us do this.
Yes. And someone describes their character doing something not so easy, which I will just say, you standing back and watching, not so easy.
Not so easy.
Okay.
Okay.
Not so easy.
So you must.
Yeah, there we go. Some not so easy cards cause your character to mutate, changing their body and mind and losing their humanity piece by piece. If you would like some help coming up with a mutation, use the mutation cheat sheet, top right. Now, describe how your character mutates, then dismiss the not so easy. So, not so easy for Randy, yes. And the zone mutates you in a small but noticeable way. Let's look at that mutation cheat sheet. Let's look at that. Ooh, hello. Combine a body part or emotion with one or two animal, plant, or material elements to inspire a mutation. We got some body, we got the head, we got emotions, we got senses, we got internal stuff. And then we have animals, plants, and materials. Oh boy, we're really going absolutely ham. Let's see. You know what? They say that eyes are the window to the soul. I had to pause there for a sec to translate that out of German because my brain absolutely stopped working. Oh, let's see.
And you have to tell us how this happens as you're like standing back, but we're all like struggling with this membrane.
So I'm standing back and I'm watching. And let's start with something small that maybe doesn't scare me the way that it should yet. So we're going to go with the eyes. And we're going to go with bioluminescence.
Oh.
You know, we've got some brown eyes.
Yeah.
Doesn't love brown eyes.
Yeah.
They're very, you know, they're round. They're dark. Except they're not anymore. And what I would notice is as I'm watching you, there's something hazy around my peripherals. It's like when you watch like a neon lamp and there's that haze. That's not flickering, but it is like just kind of vibrating around the color. And I'm seeing that neon green glow kind of in my peripheral because you can see your nose a little bit. Well, you can if it's not tiny. So you see your nose a little bit, and I see that there's a green glow at the tip of my nose. And I look around and I can't get rid of it. So I lift up my phone. It's closed. I'm not filming. And I see that my eyes are neon green. And it's not just, the iris, the entire eyeball is like neon green and glowing. And I must immediately start taking selfies and filming myself as it's happening. First of all, to get a good look, better look than like in the black reflection. And second of all, because, oh my God, free cosmetic surgery. That's not even possible outside here. People are going to love this. I'm the color of our little cursors. That's the color of my eyeballs right now.
Yeah.
Could I throw out a possibility?
Yes.
That as you're taking these selfies, the pressure changes. That pressure feeling we had changes, and we are now inside. We have swapped with our reflection selves. And in the scene, we did not move, but we are now on the inside of the boundary. It was like that minute, because like a selfie is a mirror reflection, right? And so we have now mirrored ourselves inside of the boundary.
Wow.
Does the hand that's holding your hand let go?
Yes.
So then I probably tumble back with you.
Yeah.
Does Dr. Septimus just like because you were holding their arm as well, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I was trying
to break that, and then you do. Oh, well, I suppose we have to make it.
Oh my God! Check this out.
Where are the trucks?
Hello.
On, you did something with your makeup? Glow in the dark?
Nope.
We're inside the zone.
What?
Oh.
What?
Everything's a little green. I'm not gonna lie. It's a little.
Darling Septimus, was this in your notes?
Why?
I think that's the end of that scene. That is the end of our boundary.
All right, I think so too.
Yeah.
Let's do one more before we take our break.
Yep.
Okay.
Claudia, that's you. Let's do the apartments.
Okay. The exposition is at the boundary. There have been 3 scenes here. So I say start turn.
Yep.
We're going to move to the first location beyond the boundary, I think.
Okay. Yep.
Because we kind of like we passed it.
Yeah.
If that feels cool with everybody. You're now in the zone.
We made it.
The next few scenes will be about exploring the zone, developing your characters, and most importantly, being very irresponsible. Remember, you will need not so easy cards for the end of the game.
Okay.
Have your characters do plenty of things that make it necessary to say not so easy, and mutations await.
Okay. Okay.
Hi.
Okay.
Yep. We're in the apartments. Okay.
Ooh, I'm going to take what Brandy said earlier, and we are now going to be in a converted townhouse, awkwardly split into asymmetrical apartments. Rooms are suddenly end at strange angles. Many doors lead to nowhere, and it's all bright, and it's all glass walls.
Yes.
And the floors are that marble with that golden flecks on it.
Yes.
And so I think we actually fall back, and it's like that weird, we still have that holographic wall in front of us, but behind us is just apartments. Like we're probably in like a hotel lobby-esque looking, and then it's nothing but hallways.
Yeah.
Right.
Get the scene
Instantly
prompt.
filming.
And there is a betrayal. This is a character scene, and there's a betrayal. Who would be hurt most by a betrayal, and what feels necessary about the betrayal? And then I think that's the character kind of thoughts, but we are in that zone.
Okay, so we're in this lobby. So, dear director, who would be hurt most by betrayal?
Oh, I have to decide that.
Yeah, you're a director. Talk about it. Give us some stuff.
Oh my gosh, this is hard. You know what?
We could help if you like. I don't have any ideas. I'm just
no. I think it's actually like in some ways, and this might be a weird prompt, so please say no if you don't want to do this.
Weird prompts. Go ahead, please.
I think Dr. Sepp not by maybe by us, but by the fact that the zone is not what the notes said.
I feel betrayed.
Yeah, it's clean. It's not nature. It's confusing. It's not following all the work you've done. And maybe you feel extra betrayed because you think maybe we inspired the zone to be like this because we brought a camera in, because you weren't the first to touch it. And if you had touched it first, it would be a lot different.
Maybe if you touched it first, it would have been what you needed. And now there's the fear of this might not be what you need.
And that's my prompt.
And I can't go back. All right, sweet. Yeah. I love that.
Okay. So, and I think, we just said, what was the last thing we said in the last? Oh,
I said this is perfect.
Yeah.
Is everyone all right?
Yes, I'm all right. What happened to your nose?
I just no, the eyes. Why?
Eyes. Nose and eyes.
Why are we in a hotel lobby?
What do you mean? What?
Whoa.
I'm sorry. I have taken. I did an assessment of all of the buildings in Springfield, and there was no hotel like this before.
This is perfect.
I'm with her. I think we got a free concierge stay. This is some first class. I'm gonna take this in. Is it air conditioned? Do you smell that?
Oh,
and that's gonna be something's not right.
No, I'm gonna take stock
first.
Yeah,
that's what I'm sorry. I mean, take spot.
Take stock.
Do you smell that?
What is it? What is it?
I think it's I think it actually smells like clean, fresh without it being like the towel scent. For me, lavender. It's got that nice lavender, but not like the laundry soap lavender. Like it actually feels like in one of these corners there's lavender field.
But I
think it smells like coffee.
We see you know those you know how you ever seen those mirrors that have like gold or silver images in them? You know what I mean? Like it's like a big mirror and like with like a tiger, like that sort of looks like metallic flecked
like etching.
Yeah, like an etching, but it's kind of like on the inside of the mirror. Yeah. And I think there are these mirrors, and the mirrors have got all of these images. There's settees in there, like lots of settee, like that you would have seen SETI in like the cover of magazines, like at a TED Talk, right? Like these various sort of like big moments. And I think there's an etching of Dr. Sylvia with like a Nobel Prize. And I think there's an etching of Wilmore just looking tall and sort of interesting, and there's no etching of our doctor over there, is what I think. And it's like mirrors everywhere, like mirrors and glass everywhere.
Yes. I'm having as everyone, you all see these reflective surfaces or something. This one is looks a lot like yours.
I love that shoot.
So yes, you'll see it as well.
Yeah. Oh, that was such a good angle. Need to call them again.
And what do you all see, smell, taste, etc.
I said smell already. I'm
Yeah,
okay.
And I got some sight.
I think it'd be cool if also it smells a little different to all of us. Like I think
Yeah.
I kind of smell the faint smell of like coffee, but mostly what I feel is like cold air conditioning
Yeah.
cold. But I don't feel the draft. I
Yeah.
don't see or hear an air
Oh.
conditioning.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
cold.
Yeah.
Very cold. It's like airplane cold. You
Yeah.
know when like you get on and you're like, I've never been so cold in my whole life.
Good doctor. What about you? Give us one of your senses.
I think it smells like an inkwell. I think that's what it smells like here for me. It's enough to give other people a headache. It's a smell I'm used to, but it always associates myself with work. So I think that this smell invokes me to try to get productive. It inspires me to look for something else, some sort of answer, something, notes, something that's just not right.
I'm in the mirror. I'm in this one. I'm in the mirror. That's me.
You're in one. You're okay. That is you. Yes.
That's
okay.
me.
Right. Where's mine? Do I have one?
Oh, I think I do actually look around some corners. Like I think we all start looking.
Right. Find mine. This.
I
haven't found
walk
it.
around another corner, right?
I haven't
Yeah, I'm just
There's
mapping
a bunch
out
of
the
you.
area for
Is
investors.
Seti, is that your name?
Seti. Oh,
Yeah.
that's another
Yes,
one.
okay, right. There's another. There's plenty of yours over there. And there's a
Oh.
couple over here, but I don't. Okay, that's fine. This is interesting. So this is looking at my notes. We have people. Yeah, people are still here. There are people.
I know Claudia wants to. Something's not right. I know it.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely just like being like, Sugar's gonna be fun. We're gonna find pictures of you all over this place. I don't.
Listen, I don't think this is what I was expecting. I mean, is this what everyone is expecting? Being here in this zone, in the threshold of wherever we are.
They said that it is reflective of our inner selves.
Inner selves, yes, I do remember that. Is this
some way.
who you really want to be, or something like that? Yes.
Yes.
Well, I was. Wilmore, when I signed up for this, I was specifically told that this is going to be not something like an apartment building, and not going to have reflective mirrors that are going to have our faces. I was told that there are people who are going to need our help, and there was going to be some sort of cure, or some sort of experiments could be done, or maybe even some. This doesn't seem right. Okay. Who you? Seti. There's a lot of pictures of you here. Okay. There are a lot of them are in the mirror. What is this? Does this place remind you of anything? Have you lived here before? What is this? What is this?
You
What
know
is this
what?
window?
I so did.
There we go.
God, I haven't seen this place in forever. I mean, it's not right. It's not the same. But this looks so much. This looks so much. I know what it is. We're on the Palm. This is the Jumeirah. This is the Palm. It's a hotel it's on the Palm. You know, the artificial islands in Dubai.
Right.
The Jumeirah is like the #2 hotel. I remember because it was the only time I'd ever stayed in #1. And this was it, but it was so beautiful.
All
And I
this
mean, they
while
do
I'm
have
just
the
staring at your
#1
eyes.
spa.
While you're talking, just trying to. You're like probably going off, and I'm just. What the hell is?
So this looks a lot like, I wonder, and I'm gonna turn the corner and see if the like hammam like spa is around the corner, and I see the doors to it. I don't know if the spa is actually behind it, but the doors to the spa are certainly there.
Well, I think we
I'm
should
like,
follow her.
yes.
She seems like the expert.
All right, she knows where we're
here.
going. Great. This is great. This is wonderful.
I'm sorry that it wasn't what you. I'm sorry.
Yes, because I remember their main restaurant is modeled after. Well, half of it. It's this very cool illusion. Actually, wait. And I'm going to try and find, because like slightly further down, there should be 2 big glass double doors.
Can I put a something's not right here in the scene?
Absolutely.
This
Of course
is
you
going to
can.
be perfect.
Okay, cool. I'm going to throw something's not right at you.
Do it.
So you were leading us
Well,
to a
let's keep fucking me
direction,
up.
right? So
Towards
I'm
us.
gonna
Yes.
say there's something not right is that as soon as you turn away from us and you can't see us, you get back to the lobby. Like as soon as you turn that corner, you are back to the lobby, and then we probably follow after you, and we are at the lobby, exact same point.
Like
when we
a
turn
game of
around.
asteroids. You're off of one side and you come back.
Yes, and
Yeah, or
but when we
Pac-Man.
turn around, we can't see those doors that she was at before.
Okay.
Like we reset.
Mm-hmm. Who's gonna say it?
Okay, so where are
No,
we?
who's
This
gonna
is
say it's
where
worse
we
than
are.
that? One of y'all.
Yeah.
Oh, you have. It has to be one. It has to be. It's worse than that.
It is worse than that. It is worse than that because half the doors we'd initially seen are gone, and they're just wall.
Oh,
Just wall. Is there a door
okay.
frame and no door at all, or is it just a wall?
Just wall, like it was never there. Like the
And then-
hammam spa thing that we could see, the doors for gone.
And I'm gonna say it's not even, it's something's not right, and it's even worse. Wait, so Blair said something
Yeah.
not right, incorporates the escalation. And is that there's more mirrors and there's
Oh.
more pictures, and there's still not one of Dr. Septimus.
Oh.
Just rubbing it in.
Oh.
Okay. Well, this is great. This is great. So,
the
is there more?
mirrors
I don't know.
are
Is that what we left?
Are we gonna be able to get out of here?
This looks so wild. You can't even see where I'm looking.
I feel like we should maybe leave, right? I mean,
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe if we leave the threshold, we
Hun,
come
we're
back in,
trying.
and maybe right.
We're
okay.
trying.
Dr. Septimus, this is not your place, so why don't
Really, it's
you
not.
why don't you lead us out? Because you said he knows the place best, and they knew the place best, but where they led us didn't go anywhere. So maybe if you lead us, since you know at least, you can lead us out.
I don't think that's going to do anything. I feel like these notes are awful. I feel like everything is just not going to work. I feel like I'm just now on this for no reason. There is just wasting my time of some sort of selfie escapade, of some sort of influencer.
I am not an influencer.
She was 30 under 30.
What?
It's a list.
I'm an entrepreneur.
Right.
Yeah, influencers just point photos and then PixArt them until they're cute. They don't actually build anything.
She has over $1 billion.
Okay. That's great. And I've got over 1 million patents, all right, for many medications. Okay.
Okay, but
So
which one of us is on this wall?
let's go this way.
Let's go.
I think
Doc.
I think it's not so easy.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, Doc, I think it's not so easy for you to lead us out.
Okay.
Mhm.
Perfect. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And now, do I make it worse?
You have to tell us what you're trying to do, and then draw a not so easy card to find out what not you.
I think I just want to go back the way we came from.
Oh, you want to touch the iridescent wall again?
No, I want to go through the threshold. Through the doorway from the lobby before. Just like, okay, let's backtrack, kind of. But it probably can't be done. Or I go to turn and I just hit the wall.
Well, click that card and find out what happens.
Oh my! This thing just
Hey.
does stuff. I click this thing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
you do
ma.
lead us out, but oh,
Zone mutates in a shocking way.
yeah, and it's the only
It's
reason.
the
we're able to
only
get out of
reason
here.
we succeed.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I think I'm
Yeah.
excited to see what you
yeah,
say.
Yeah. How do you mutate that you get us out of this apartment? And it's the only way we get out.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right. So I take out. What do I have? Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm going to take out the my pocket watch, and I'm going to wrap the chain around my knuckle, and then I'm going to have it in my fist.
What,
And I'm going
what are
to-
you doing?
It's just if the only way out of here is the only way I think I know, and I'm going to choose. I think specifically the SETI's 30 under 30 pose, and I will then smash the mirror or try to with my pocket watch. But it does shatters away, and there is something on the other side. And we are able to move through it. Ah, see? Oh, come on, let's go out.
I don't.
That was
think
very
we're
easy,
supposed
but
to we don't think we're supposed to damage the zone. I don't think we have light.
but it takes us I think as we pass through the other side, the shards start to then like phase or piece back together. There now is a door behind us. Maybe it is locked, or tons of like chains and links start to probably like those hotel slidey ones all across, as we are now just in a new zone, a new location. But I think it's dark, and I do think we hear the chains from the door behind us. It is completely different, I think, from where we were previous, this well-lit, reflective surface, but now it's this dark room, which is exciting because then we can just explain it as we go. But I think here, I mean, let's take a look at this mutation cheat sheet.
Yeah, I want to
probably add some other things too, right?
Yeah. So it's
I
very interesting.
mutate, or does the room
You
mutate?
are
You
mutating.
mutate.
Oh.
You mutate in a shocking way.
You can also make the next door,
Yeah,
but it's also mutates.
And this mutation is how you are able to get us through there. So something about breaking through the glass or the mirrors are able to get some kind of mutation there.
Cool. So what I think happens here is
Like
I don't.
stasis, right?
I take a look. Yep, I take a look at the pocket watch, and instead of wrapping the pocket watch around my knuckles, I think I take a look at the pocket watch and I open it up. I check the time and I nervously put it in my pocket. And as I do, I think something like a weird scratching, like, you know, when you're like a callus hits fibers and like sort of catches. I think that sort of happens for him. And then he looks down and his knuckles are stone, or at least calcified of some sort. And then he marches in a panic and then punches through the glass. Okay, no blood or anything. We must move. Let's go. As he tries to like sort of brush it off and hide this like keratin or this calcified knuckles that are starting, and maybe even in the moment where he looks down, it's starting to crawl while he probably drops the pocket watch.
Might it also have that kind of mirror and perhaps a bit of an etching in it? That is not you. That is perhaps them. Perhaps it's SETI.
Yes.
Right. Like
it's starting to like grow, and it's getting a little bit of reflective. But there is also potentially the eyes and the face of SETI, and then also maybe even the eyes of you and some of these other things. And I'm just as it sort of creeps me out as I try to hide it, but then use it to punch through the wall or punch through this mirror and this doorway into this next dark area, which relieves Septimus, I think, as the and I don't know if I'm taking over too much, but as the glass falls, and probably everybody's in shock because he's just punched through it.
It's just like a big splash of violence out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere. Yeah, right. So everybody's like, bleh. And I think from the other side of the darkness, you just hear, all right, this is it. It's this way. Where are you?
Whoa. I did
didn't
not
think
expect the doctor to have it in him.
I was about to say the same thing. Look at us. Look at us.
Never worry. Come on, let's go. We have
All right, let's go.
Hit that. Resolve that one chord.
Okay.
Ooh,
hit
we'll
that.
see
How
if
do I
my
do it?
eyes give me night vision. They don't.
I
They just
click
glow in
this?
the dark.
Sure,
We can do that. That'd be sweet.
Yeah.
What do I do? Do I click this
Yeah,
button?
yeah.
Uh-huh.
All right, cool.
Okay.
I feel like we ended that scene
I
too.
think so.
Yep.
Yes, we did.
I think so.
Okay.
Oh, that was me. That was me. I get to end the scene. We
Yes.
did end it then.
Yes. Because
Yay.
you're the director. Yeah.
Whoa.
Okay.
Oh God. Yep.
But before we do the next turn, we're going to take our break.
Yes.
Okay.
So everyone
Mhm.
can stretch, utilize the facilities, and get something to eat. When we come back, we're going to hit the theater, which is apparently where we've showed up. Where we showed up next. And we have two people with some not so easy cards. Two of us don't. Some mutations have already happened, and and by the way, there are death cards coming. There's some fate cards happening for some of us.
I know.
Yep.
So excited.
This is so cool. I
Oh my
really like
goodness.
this game.
So
I'm having a
cool.
great time.
Take
Mhm.
take your beverages, and we will be back in 10 minutes. Stretch yourself,
Water.
everybody.
Everybody get some water.
And we are back. We were having just some threats in the backstage in the green room.
I was about to say
we were threatening
there was
each other.
some shade being
Oh,
told
yeah,
a little bit.
A little bit of threatening.
Because
Of
you
like,
could. Yep, you can. The more control you get by the mutations and weird things, and by doing and getting the weird cards to yourself, and
Yes,
just so they're all going down. That's all. What?
Over your dead body, Professor.
In this competitive narrative game.
Yes. Oh, now, speaking of which, hold on. I've got a thing. What is this right now? This is. Oh, I know what that is.
That's how you make the story interesting. You challenge the other players to give them setbacks.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna lose better than you, and then you see what happens.
Hey everybody, we are back. There was a wildness right there, but we are back. We are back. My apparently my stream deck moved to a different location and just swapped things up, and I was like, hey, don't do that. But we are back. So
We sure
We're in the right
are.
game. We're in the right overlay.
we are. Ready? It is you.
And I'm going to take us to the theater.
Mm-hmm.
So we're the director. The expedition has arrived at the theater. We're no longer in the apartments. You decide what form it takes. A soaring opera house with beautiful ceilings, a gloomy multiplex, or a local theater known for its oddball curator.
Ooh.
A gloomy multiplex. Surface is sticky with what you hope is just popcorn and soda, and it sounds like movies are playing. I want to go, especially because like I'm pulling us in, so I'm like technically SETI has like maybe some more influence. We don't know, but somebody here, their true self is connected to a gloomy multiplex.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's get our scene prepped.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Encounter a vision of something that used to be here, triggering a phobia. Whose phobia does this vision embody, and how? And how does this person react to the appearance of their phobia?
Ooh.
You know what? This is a really excellent time to utilize the fact that I can look at everybody's phobias.
Yes, indeed.
That is true.
Ooh. Okay.
Ooh, okay.
phobia
Click
is
in on
this?
everybody's stuff.
Let's see. Sickness for our scientist.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Phobia that somebody else is the best, right, for our surgeon.
Mm-hmm.
That will not be seen for the bureaucrat. That obsolescence for our entrepreneur.
All right. Okay. So let's see. A vision of something that used to be here. So I think let's all stumble in.
Okay. That's why it's dark.
Yeah.
Because the movie hasn't
Yes.
started yet.
Uh-huh.
It's
Yeah,
dark, so
exactly.
we
Yeah.
stumble in, and I think, as we follow, so SETI, they like reach out just to steady themselves, and what they touch is that like short-haired velvet
Mhm.
of like
Of a seat.
seats,
Yeah.
and it's just what is okay.
What?
Uh,
I can't
I'm-
see.
I'm touching velvet. Wait, let me turn the flashlight on my phone. Yeah.
I should take notes.
Hello.
Um.
And I'm just gonna start aiming it around, and we see these just kind of like grody, not in a like horribly abandoned way, but like grody in the way that like this isn't a nice movie theater. This is like a Cineplex, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like there's 10 billion of these, and each of them has a budget of $4. And so the seats are just like old and like worn, you know, and like velvet wears down and it's like threadbare in some spots, and it's like, oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to
I don't want to
actually touch that. And then we have a little bit of a green glow from my eyes as well, just for creepiness, not for vision. And I think that this suddenly there will be light, and it'll be that there's a projector that has turned on and is aiming at what we can see now is a floor to ceiling screen, but it's just white still. Nothing is on screen yet. And let's see, go ahead.
No, that was me shooting my eyes.
No, I was like, oh, what is this place? Well, we're gonna have to renovate this because this is an absolute no-go.
We're not staying here. We're not staying here.
No, I mean you wouldn't understand.
I don't
like,
understand. Why are we staying here?
I'm filming, and like a little note to selves, like, note to the editor, we have to renovate this. but it shouldn't be too expensive. Movie
Who's-
theater is good though.
Whose phobia is this triggering?
This one triggers a phobia?
Yeah, this
I-
this
Yeah,
one triggers
some
somebody's phobia.
This setting.
Yeah.
Yes. I think that it'll start playing, if I may, a home video.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
It's
I get
like
it.
But I don't know who-
1993, 4,
Mhm.
1990. And
Mhm.
it's got the date in the corner, but it's fuzzy. It's too fuzzy to see.
Yeah.
Because
Mhm.
if you blow out something with only 5 pixels, you're not gonna really
Mhm.
see that
Sure.
much. But it's fuzzy, and there's this. It's like kids playing somewhere. It's like some home video of like a backyard that looks like not very pretty. It just looks extremely like this is a not wealthy neighborhood. This is actually probably more of like a more impoverished.
Maybe some concrete
Neighborhood.
in that backyard, perhaps.
Yeah, there's the concrete slab, the whatever grass is completely dead. There's like a sandbox that's like one of those plastic turtley ones you could get for like $20.
Yep.
Love the turtle. If you touched him when the sun was out, you about burned all the skin off your hand.
Terracotta turtle, yeah.
And Seti has become very quiet and is no longer filming. And it's like, yeah, maybe we should leave.
What happened though? We were going to renovate it.
You know, no, I think this place is gross and grody and who watches like, you know, the grainy art films anyway. So we should
Something's not right.
well,
Yeah.
no, I mean we're in a movie theater. We were just in an apartment. I'm pretty sure nothing is right here. My eyes are green.
I'm very confused.
No,
about your
something's
idea.
not right. The people in that home movie, do they look? They don't have any mouths.
I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
I was just about to say that. Okay. So we could check this off our notes, all right? No mouths, right? That's what who said that?
I said there's no mouths. There's no mouths there. That's,
All
that's
right,
strange,
so
right?
yeah, right. Okay, so we
And
we
it's-
have to be in the right place.
It's worse than that.
Oh.
This is now I'm making assumptions.
Uh-huh.
If this is based off something from a memory somebody's had,
Uh-huh.
I think there are the video is not playing like the memory is supposed to play.
Okay.
I think the people that I'm assuming they're children, maybe some adults, are not interacting how they're supposed to play in this memory. I think they're just staring at the videographer. So like their actions are doing the same things, but all their faces are looking at the camera. Yeah. And they're just staring.
Okay, I hate that.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and I think
Okay, and as soon as you said, I don't think they have mouths, they
yes. Yeah, the minute absolutely. Absolutely.
Huh?
And then I think what happens at that moment is they start pointing at one of us. You can tell that they're pointing at one of us, and we don't necessarily know because we're here. And then one of them, probably a small child, puts their hand against the screen and comes really close with no mouth.
I think it's time to go. There are
Yeah, I
always
hate art
emergency
films.
exits. Bioluminescence, show us the way. And I think this is where like I think I don't know if this is simple. I think I would like to
Would you say that it's easy?
I would say it might be not so easy.
What?
Because I definitely my character carried in something she was not supposed to carry in.
Oh.
All right.
I think you know, I think now that you realize, because we have a mess kit. We specifically have a kit that we're allowed to bring. It's got food, it's got flashlights, it's got walkie-talkies, and there's a certain standard size knife, which is like 6 inches.
Who doesn't have that?
This is not that knife that she pulls out. It is much longer. It is more standard for like military trucks. So I think she pulls that out, and I feel like the cover is starting to get blown for her, and that's why it's not so easy, because I think she's shown the first time that she's not been cool with something. And so I think
you have to click the card for yourself.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Hit your not so easy.
Get yourself your stuff.
So I think the not so easy is keeping her cool right now, because she is definitely blowing some of like the, oh yeah, we're going.
Oh, so what you're attempting to do is to keep your cool, I see.
Yes, yes. I had to work myself through that, but yeah.
Let's see. Do you keep your cool?
Go ahead, claim it.
No,
no,
I do not keep my cool.
It triggers someone else's obsession.
Obsession.
You know what? I know exactly what it is. It's no. Because she grabs people and starts pushing them, and she does not grab one of Wilmer. Like she addresses Seti. So Seti lead the way. I think she grabs the shoulder of the doctor with her free hand, but she does not look at all at Wilmer. She is like already dragging the other two to not dragging because one hand's on a knife, but to the exit. She's motioning. She's
literally dragging.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like we're already towards the door, I feel like, and then there's this moment of,
is Wilmer closest to the projector?
Yes. And I think Wilmer is like I think that Wilmer's like shadow is hitting the screen, because Wilmer's sort of like being caught in that beam and is speaking, but I don't think you can hear words. Like and is not moving out of the beam, right? But it doesn't look like I'm trying to, although it would be weird that I wouldn't be. But I'm trying to ask why you're not taking me with you. And I think the people in the video, the little child in the video starts asking as well, why are you not taking me with you? Right?
without a mouth.
But without a mouth.
Yeah.
It's just like
mind or something.
And I think it's
or it's still through the speaker, but they're just like cocking their head and stuff.
Perhaps Seti's voice. Why don't you take me with you? And like I'm mouthing it as well. Like my mouth is the only one that's moving, but the voice is Seti's voice, coming through the speakers, like in like a, I would imagine like an old, like it's like Lucas surround cinema sound, but like half the speakers aren't working, so it's just this weird, disjointed echo of a voice that sounds like we've heard it before. Right?
So then to get the mutation, if I may be bold, I think I get the other two to the door. I think Sylvia does that and hears the voice. And so she comes back and she realizes her mistake. Like, take it where it is. And she goes to reach out to Wilmer. And it feels like it's harder to, it takes longer than she'd like to actually reach you. Right. And oh gosh, this is where it's like, and I think when she actually does like reach you, I think like the first finger that touches you, like, that dust that flickers in the light.
Yeah.
Her finger actually turns into that dust. So the first thing that touches to get you to pull your shirt, like I think it just poofs into that dust. You see it in the lights, the flickering of the video, and then she just pulls you out of it. And so she's a finger gone. Maybe more, but she's already just pulling you out towards the next thing.
But like the first time you try, you can't, because you just dissipate. Then you've got to get the rest. Oh, nice. May I ask, does your finger still exist in the right light, but in that dusty way?
In a dusty, moated way, yeah.
Yeah, I do think like I think I don't think
You're like
in the
in dust
moment.
motes. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I don't. I think it has that. I think it's more like, I was thinking more like a mushroom where it's gonna
Yeah.
keep puffing. It's gonna like
Yeah.
mutate, come back, and
Yeah.
then it's gonna go away.
Yeah.
So I think the stress and then the
Yeah.
touch made like the first finger, and you can
Yeah.
see that the dust has settled on
Yeah.
the other fingers, so
Yeah.
that's gonna then mutate and pop.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
and so it's. But
So
I
this-
think that's
This like projector dust is also kind of like spores. Yeah.
Mhm.
I love that. Claudia,
Heinous.
that's you. And so you pull me out towards, and so where do
Shug-
we make up? Where do
Sugar, I wouldn't forget you. Lies. As she pulls it through. And I assume we just are on the other side of an exit and it's a new screen.
Mm.
And as I say, because I just did it not so easy,
And I go,
I think something's not right with the second screen.
oh, okay. Say more.
And so I think it's another character, and now I'm making assumptions. Brandy, was that Seti's vision? I think it's like the next memory.
Tight. So we're in the next theater.
Yeah,
basically.
I think we went
And
through the emergency escape. I think we went
Yes.
through the side doors and we're in the
Right.
next theater.
Right. So yeah, we're in the next theater. And yes, something is truly not right, because this time it is actually very clear that is a mouthless, now slightly older Seti, who's like maybe 12.
Yeah.
In like, just looks really, just looks 12, but is not like dressed very fancy or nice.
Yeah.
But is just like, and this is like, it's worse because it's also like, this is no longer like a home video.
No.
This is just a straight up memory. There was nobody else in this room.
Right. This isn't a home video.
When
this
this
is
happened.
Just, yeah. Okay. Yep. Cool. Yep.
So this
yep.
is just Seti. Like, this is an image of Seti in what looks like a very small, very bland, like, bedroom doing homework, but with no mouth and with green eyes already. Like the glowing green eyes. But like, is not reacting to anything. Is just writing. Looks horrific, but is very clearly like it's not adding up.
Claudia,
Yeah.
escalate.
And gosh, brilliant, by the way. And it's worse than that, because I think when we look back to the theater, to the seats, we see in the very back row
Oh no.
people. And it's too dark to recognize, but they're like different heights. They're not all child size, they're not adult size, and they're just shadows because the projector light makes it so they're in shadow.
Can I add that they all have those glowing green eyes?
You can.
That's the only thing. Like, that's the only thing we can make out, that those eyes are there.
Oh.
Yeah.
And then I think I think Sylvia's like, we still got to go. So
yeah, this is
y'all, let's just
we need to leave.
keep chugging. Keep going. And I think she's motioning, and as everyone now was not in the room can see her finger is definitely missing. She is pointing without a finger. There is no blood, but that you keep, like, there's barely any spores anymore. So it's just like
and
Thanks, I hate it.
I think
very much.
I think something is not right. Actually, I want to add another something is not right.
okay.
Seti is already like like just dead, silent, and panicking.
I think
Let's pile on.
I think something's not right, and what I think is not right is that Seti in the film starts speaking no mouth, right? And Seti in the film, that they're speaking because you can hear it out of the speakers. And what Seti is saying is actually a lecture given by Dr. Dax. Like, one of like the lectures that Dax had given at some point in time years ago. Maybe even one of those awful moments where he was sort of giving he was trying to give like something about like one of his findings. And I think the people in in the back row are laughing. They start laughing.
We're both going through it.
It's somebody else to say that it's worse than that. That
Yeah.
is my something's not right. Oh, and of course, like Seti is doing gestures that feel very Dax, right? Like,
Yeah, like Seti is straight up like this, like turned and is holding this lecture, and actual Seti is sitting there like, I definitely did not
It's
know any
Seti's
of those
voice
things.
over the
Mhm.
speaker saying this, and
It's
it's
yours.
mouthless.
Oh no, it's
Seti,
your lecture, but it's my voice.
right? It's
Oh.
it's your voice, my lecture, your mouthless body gesturing it all.
like you would like Dax would do in a lecture.
Is it Dax's memory but replaced?
Yeah.
It's Seti's memory of like
Yeah.
the bedroom
Okay.
that they actually grew up
Yeah.
in.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there are people in the audience with glowing green eyes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who are laughing
else?
at this lecture of yours that's being given by Seti in Seti's memory.
Okay. And now in my mind, they're not. They don't have mouths, so they're like
Yes.
not laughing, but they're going.
And
And you
But
can
like,
hear it.
but like, yeah. Okay.
That's terrifying. That's terrifying.
Cord, how's it worse than that?
Yeah, I know.
I'm
It's
laughing
worse
because
than
I'm just
total
like, it's
humiliation.
the
Yeah, I
worst.
think
We've
how it's
all
worse.
suffered in this room.
I think how it's worse than that is, like we all see this sort of happening, and I think it's Seti's memory that then starts to turn into how we see it and how we're hearing it now in this moment. But I think in the future of this scene, it starts to then morph into the doctor's memory. It's still like the background, the bedroom starts to then change. The lights like fade behind, then like the window light starts to brighten like a spotlight. And then maybe the lights come back up and it's on a stage somewhere. There may be like is like a hamper that has been scooted over, and that hamper is turned into a podium. And it's still Seti. And while we are watching this, I think during this time, whether you all notice and look back at Dr. Septimus, there is a calcified stone covering of his mouth. And maybe it's a little bit reflective and has some of that etching that like that gilded frosting that we saw from the mirrors before that start to then solidify. And I think there's a moment of panic. He's probably been trying to say something this whole time but can't. And I think for a moment his eyes wink and they're green for a second. As I don't know what I do there, but I want to mutate.
And so I'm going to escalate that.
Yeah, sweet.
I'm going to escalate that. And the glowing eyes, we can get a sense of who's in the audience at this point in time. And there are 4 people in the audience, one of whom, each one represents like the last person we want, each one of us wants to see. I could imagine, you're going to have to tell me who it is, but like I can imagine maybe it's like Septimus's like doctoral thesis advisor, or like the person who like spearheaded Septimus getting kicked out. Like each one of us in the audience watching and sort of like laughing with no mouth is like somebody. And the person that it is for Wilmer looks like a regular average person, but in a jumpsuit, like the same jumpsuits that you all 3 are wearing, like the jumpsuit of a volunteer, and it says Wilmer on there, but it is not Wilmer. It is some other person. And you can see like a name badge that actually says Wilmer and it like volunteer. And that person is looking kind of bad. You know, like bad, but like injured. Something not good happened to that person. And they're sitting and they're watching and laughing too. But I want to know who everybody else is.
My gym teacher. No.
Seti's is this guy. He's like 38. and just it's hard to see like details, but he would be pretty like scruffy and like bedraggled, and he'd have a tape recorder or something, some shadow of a tape recorder in his hand, and a press badge around his neck. That's fake, because what he actually is just some guy who like worked. He's a reporter, technically, usually sells to tabloids,
Yeah.
who has been up SETI's ass
Yeah.
for the better part of a decade
Yeah.
as they've built their empire,
Yeah.
because they want to know everything about SETI,
Yeah.
including everything about who SETI was
Yeah.
before their first big business
Yeah.
like break,
Yeah. Yeah.
which SETI does not want
Yeah.
anyone to know,
Yeah.
and has done an extremely thorough job of hiding.
What about Dr. Carcass?
Funny, almost cosmically funny, because the person who's in the chair for Sylvia Carcass is not alive. They are laying like it looks like they were tossed into the chair. There is scratches on their face, and on their body clothing. It looked like they were wearing like almost like a lounge shirt, like a PJ. And there is just a huge amount of blood on like you can see on the edges of their clothing, not on the front, but it is the body is bluish. It is cold, and the eyes are just staring outward. And Sylvia's trucking for told everyone it is the next door. Just moving across, walking across the way to get to the next one. And I know that Cord has not told what Dr. Septimus is.
I'm still trying to figure out who that would be. There is like the trope that's like my family member who died to it, but like I don't know if I want that. It seems pretty. I don't know. I don't want to say simple, but it seems like that's a pretty good go-to. But I feel like there could be something else. I think it is. The person. This person has a jeweler's eye. This person also has a telescopy thing. And they also have a disheveled button-up shirt. Look to be masculine, young cropped hair, and seem to have suspenders and a vest full of different bits and bobs and small chains, much like a jeweler. This person is the one who sold the pocket watch to Dr. Septimus.
Interesting. I think when I see Dr. Carcass start leaving, I start going to follow, because and I sort of try to go in a way that will block everybody's vision of the people. Like, you don't need to look at them, right? Just sort of like I kind of, it's like running interference. Like I kind of just make sure that I'm on that side so that I can't really block anybody's vision, but it's like that kind of attempt to make sure that you just cannot see who those people are by just sort of being in the way as I sort of am moving out, trying to get out with the rest of you all.
I think as I'm trying to speak, my eyes are locked on this person who has probably now looked over at me. They have one glowing green eye, and one is maybe a beam or like a large, like an LED green, because they've got a jeweler's eye on, a jeweler's eye on. And maybe it's even like shining a green spotlight, like looking up and around them. And maybe towards the pocket of the pocket watch or something. And there's.
I think SETI would also be noticing your struggle now that they've like looked away from the screen and they've looked at the crowd, and in that swoop noticed that like you were moving strangely, and is just stunned, horrified, not filming, and he's gonna kind of reach out, but pause because what am I supposed to do? I can't pry your mouth open or something, but I'm just like,
It's like mirrored shot.
yeah. Do you know sign language? Okay, don't get fussy. Let's just get out of here, and then maybe we can, I don't know, crack you open. You know what? I kind of like you like this. Let's go.
No, we shouldn't go through the door. That way's bad. Let's go through the screen.
Through the screen?
Through the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that went so well for Dr. No Fingers over there last time.
Like Sylvia
No
actually
offense.
gets mad.
The
but I
doctors
think
look at each
that
other.
I think that actually drives Sylvia to go up there
Yeah.
and pull the knife out with her good arm and just cut the screen open.
Oh, not so easy.
Yeah.
Not so easy.
Yay.
Okay.
Come on.
Hold up.
Hold up.
Let's go.
Okay. I was like, is there another detail to add or
Not so
Nope,
easy, my
no,
friend.
let's go.
no? And
Oh, so you do not get through this screen. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
so
I think-
I have a detail to add.
okay, yes, please, Court.
You swipe up to cut the screen, and just water starts to spill just all over the stage, or at least the front of this.
Yep.
It doesn't need to fill up the place, but just
Yeah.
and whatever this liquid is may mutate you.
Yeah.
I can add to this.
Yeah. Yeah.
As the water
Yeah.
rushes in, the screen is still playing a video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Gross.
Cold water hits Sylvia first,
Mhm.
reminding her of the first gosh, what is this? Reminding her of when the car went into the lake.
Yeah.
It was Christmas Eve. The
Yeah.
roads were icy.
Yeah.
But no, Dad said families first. We
Families
always go
first.
to Christmas Day.
Families
So they
first.
went on the road. We got into the car, wooden sides.
Mhm.
Sylvia's in the back seat,
Mhm.
mom in the front seat,
Mhm.
dad in the driver's seat, sibling
Was it Friday?
next. It could be a Friday. It's Christmas Eve. There is Christmas music on the radio. Snow's harder than you think it's gonna be. It starts as a nice little rain, and then you can't see anything except you see those lights shooting out the front of the car,
Yeah.
which looks weirdly like spores in a movie theater. Music gets loud. Suddenly the car just missed its turn and goes off the side into the lake. It's ice cold. It takes your breath. And I don't know if y'all had that same experience now when that water hits you.
Yeah.
And Sylvia feels that same instinct that she can't get through that glass window. She can't.
Yeah.
She can't unroll it, and she punches and she punches, and she looks over, and the sibling is getting pulled out by their dad. And she looks over and she sees the person in the front seat, and I just gotta do that. Yeah. There's blood leaking from in the water. It's red suddenly in front of her, and then for some reason there's weak punch through the glass, and finally she can get through. And she swims to the surface, and she swims, and as she breaks the water, she looks around, and her dad is at the shore, and her siblings at the shore, and she's at the shore. She was walking out, but there is someone missing. And I think as she breaks the surface of this water, as she gets out, she starts counting.
Yeah.
Who breaks next? Because she broke the water.
Yeah.
And she's looking around because she has 3 other people who are under the water. And I think she is older now. And she has she knows how to swim. So she goes down, and as she goes deeper, her arm that was just spores is now gone to the wrist. The sleeve is floppy.
cool.
It's harder to reach down as she tries to
floppy sleeve.
find. Oh, sorry. I thought you said
sleeve.
something.
That's all I was
Yeah,
thinking.
it's a floppy sleeve.
Yeah.
As she tries to reach for whoever is closest to her under the surface.
Resolve that. No, and we're in a movie theater that's filling up with water.
Cold.
Cold.
Ice cold.
Cold water. Ice cold
Mhm.
water.
Ice cold water.
I think Wilmore is going to, and that person's tag was like Wilmore Jones, right?
Yeah.
Is going to like grab a fire extinguisher, and is going to
Seems a bit redundant, Wilmore, but
run up to like the projection booth, and is going to start trying to bust down the door because that will be the way out, because this is clearly not it, and the projection booth is like taller, is higher up,
yeah,
right?
it's way up there.
You're right. And so it's like it's gonna start trying to bust down the projection do like that door to sort of try to get out the back way, so that'll be our way out.
Do you climb over the seats
Yeah.
and get up there to beat it, or do
Yes.
you wait for the water to rise?
No.
Okay,
Rush
all right.
quick.
We're running.
Like
Okay.
rush quick.
I think Seti's following close behind, dragging or
Yeah.
grabbing, because I was trying to help, dragging
Yeah.
the professor with me, because
Look
I
at
don't know
this.
about
Look at this
holding your
character
breath
growth.
when your
Look at this
your mouth
character
is
growth. Thank
closed.
you.
It's like an instinct. Don't.
Yeah.
Fine,
Don't.
all
think
right,
otherwise.
fine,
Seti is
maybe I
immediately
was
like,
trying.
don't
I
think
was
about this
trying,
too
not
hard.
yet. Okay, great. No,
Um,
not thinking about it too hard.
Grabbing.
Maybe later.
And
Maybe in a
if
couple
nobody
scenes.
triggers it, we're gonna get through.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bust through that door.
But it's not going to be so easy, actually.
What do you
it's made
mean?
of water.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
You have a fire extinguisher, projector glass,
Yeah.
the water.
Yeah.
I'm assuming Wilmer doesn't go to the gym. Like, I'm just making assumptions that
Okay,
he's.
okay.
So what I'm trying to do here in this moment
Save us all.
is to save us all, but also this is not a good place. You know what I mean? Like, this is not the expedition that we had been promised.
Right.
And some of
This
those
is
bodies seem a
Way
little dead.
weirder.
And
Yeah.
you know,
Good.
and don't like it. So I'm attempting
The
to
seats have eyes.
the seats have eyes and maybe mouths. And so I'm
Oh,
attempting
that was like an immediate horrible image.
I'm attempting to
Oh.
break through this side door to get us in through the back so we can get out. And do I succeed? I mean, maybe. Yes, I do.
But
But
That's-
but the zone mutates me in a way that can be
Oh.
hidden from others. So I'm gonna explain how this comes to pass and how my character mutates. And then, okay, so this is what happens, because you all cannot see this because I can hide it. So I come up and I start trying to break down this door. And I'm like, no, we gotta go. Don't look at anything. We just have to go. Oh, it's cold. And as I'm doing this, I stop for a moment as you're all coming up, right? And I'm like, oh. And I just touch my stomach. And there's this kind of like slightly weird look on my face, and I just start savaging this door with this fire extinguisher, and I'm able to break through, and I move quickly, just like I'm fleeing from something. And what you don't notice, because I get through very quickly out into this sort of lobby and open the big doors, is that I open up this sort of shirt, and I see the face of that person. Like, not like a tattoo of their face, but like there's like a nose, right? There's eyebrow ridges. That person that was there is on my face, is like on my chest, and I just button back up so you can't see it. But they have a mouth, and they're whispering to me.
And they have a mouth. Perfect.
And they say, "They're going to find out what you did. You're not supposed to be here." Yeah, I feel like I get us out.
Sure. Yeah.
I think so. I think we can end the scene and
What a great scene.
To the campfire.
I mutated. So
Yes,
did
you
you.
did.
Do we get little mutate cards or something? Does
No,
that
no,
get
but you get
scored
that
somewhere?
those little symbols you got
have
down on
the
your
notes.
see the little radiation symbols on your little card.
Oh, I have
should-
0.
I thought those
I
were
should have-
happy faces.
Those are not happy faces.
Oh, that's really good. I should have 2.
Yes, I see 2 for Dr. Sylvia Carcass, and 1 for
Oh.
Seti, 1 for Wilmore, and 1 for Dax is what I'm seeing.
You know
But I
what?
inflict my own.
You have to look at your own.
Okay, how do I do that? Because that's what I was doing there.
Well, let me
with
get to
my-
the next
my-
scene, and then we'll.
My mouth.
We'll just run
Yeah.
the cards so that
Yeah.
it-
Yeah,
Okay.
because I think what you're saying, Cord,
Yes.
is that you put
Yes.
it on yourself, but you didn't press the card.
Yes,
Yes,
exactly.
that's
If
what
you
it
is. Okay, yes.
Just press it, and you'll get it.
Got it.
So
I mean,
this
I played the
scene,
game.
which is
Mechanics.
right before we get the murder, the death, pardon me, is
Uh-huh.
the campfire. Beyond this point is the most dangerous part of the zone. Soon, characters will die, but for a few hours, you are safe.
Do a quick save, right?
Yeah.
Go around and each share your theories about the nature of the zone. And this is also a good time for any resolved character relationships because this may be your last chance.
It is.
Yeah. So this is just a little chill moment, and I will say, but when we get to the next scene, the first thing we'll do is we'll have you get
Yeah.
your
Yeah.
So I think
I'll
that we
cash
sort of-
in.
yeah, I imagine what happens is we sort of move through this place, and I imagine we are walking, and it is like I imagine it's we walk through like I imagine it looks like movie sets, right? Like flats, right? Like a flat for like the shop, a flat for, and it's like very odd. Then there's like the facade of the hotel, but it's only a flat, and we are moving through, and it's long. It takes us a long time, and it gets dark, and we find a little place that seems to be like maybe in the public park, right? And I imagine, you know where we're at the old school bandstands, like those little band shells, right? That looks kind of like a shell with a little stage on it that like back in the day they would play at. And I think that's where we are sitting and making a little campfire. As maybe there's a light rain on the outside, but we're protected under this sort of band shell. And this is where we are sort of having our dinner.
Yeah. So I was typing something in the
I say yes.
Zoom call, but then again, also
agree.
I could
Yeah,
just
I agree.
I could just tell us
Yeah.
here. 'Cause that's
Or
what this
you
is
can
for.
also just project your voice to us through that,
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Okay.
right?
Yeah, so this is what I like because we're all, even the chat is a part of this
Yeah.
meta chatter. So I was thinking like, what if during 'cause, like character resolutions, character stuff, I was thinking, what if there was a way that Dr. Septimus could speak,
Yeah.
but he can't do it himself. So someone need to have to help him do it, but also maybe alter the mutation in a way to either accelerate it so it's not just over his mouth so he can't speak, but maybe his skin's mirrored or something. But yeah, I was just like trying to throw out ideas. But then again, also this is a lot of meta discussion here, so I'll just throw out the ideas.
Yeah.
Live
How about
with
when
all
you
of
do
us.
speak, it's one of us who speaks. You speak through our voices that is
Mhm.
yours, right? Like
we could find that out because I'm
Yeah.
dragging you.
yeah,
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm touching you, and
Yeah.
you speak, and it comes out of my mouth, which is
when you
weird
touch
because
them,
when I
right?
speak, it also comes out of my mouth. So
Mhm.
it's a very
Yeah.
weird conversation to have. I think that'd be tight.
Yes. Oh, that's cool.
That's tight.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Does that work for you, Cord?
Yeah, that's sweet.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Um,
think it's really cool. And it's probably only while I'm being touched.
yeah.
So like while you're dragging me,
Oh.
that's when like
Yeah.
that
Oh.
that
Got
like
a good.
yeah,
How
is
tall are
that-
you?
I'm 6'1", but I think Dr. Septimus is probably
6'1".
like
Okay.
5'8" or something,
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
maybe.
Only a little tall, not that tall.
I also can imagine.
I'm like 5'2". I'm about to just climb up there and
Come on!
smack you.
What do you think about this? There's like this mirrored skin thing you have, right?
Yeah,
I kind of feel
Colossus.
like, I mean, it's beautiful, right?
thank you.
And
Yeah, I
seductive,
think so. Yeah, I think it's beautiful, seductive, and it smells like spring.
and smells like
I
spring,
th-
but
yeah.
maybe nobody
I
wants to
think-
touch it, right? The only way you can
Exactly.
communicate is if you touch people. But
Yeah.
like that seems like it's.
But also,
spreading.
there's like a tactile thing, so it's not
Yeah.
just the mirror. I think it's
Yeah.
also like the frosted glass,
Yes.
because you know how like when you're
The
like, oh, cool,
etching.
frosted
Yeah.
glass, and you're like, oh,
You
that,
touch
that
it.
feels super
yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what we
Yeah.
see, and maybe that moves around a bunch, which is like
Yes.
very it draws you to want to sort of be like, oh, that's cool. What's that
Yeah.
feeling? But when you do, I'm like,
Yes.
like it's just like,
Yes.
I think that was going to be kind of cool. So
Yes.
I think maybe during this walk,
Yeah.
and when we get to this fire scene, maybe my face is way more reflective, and then like it's like, oh, excuse me, and then or
Fire in your
what?
face.
Or we're just going, right? We're just moving, and then you hear stop, but it's coming from Seti's voice.
Yeah, because I've grabbed onto
Mhm.
your arm because I was
Mhm.
pulling you.
Stop here, and then this is where the fire scene
Ah!
happens, you know? So I think that could be kind of cool. Like, and then
Yeah.
we
I
just,
think that'd be very cool because Seti's own voice would be like, would have to wait until you were
Yeah.
done in order to come
Yeah.
out. And it was like, oh my God.
This.
what?
What's happening?
What do you mean? What's
Uh,
happening?
ah!
Yeah, I don't think my character even knows. I'm just talking normally.
Stop talking. Stop talking with my mouth.
Okay. We should eat
Sorry, I'm talking with your mom.
lunch,
With my mouth, you're making me sound so weird.
dinner. Okay.
Yo, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm gonna sound like such a nerd.
Excuse me.
Oh my God, it's already starting. Oh, sorry. I was gonna drop you. Hmm.
Oh, okay. I'm going to make a fire.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, they're cool with you.
Doctor. Carcass, fire. You want? We can make
Oh,
the
what
fire.
now? Now you're not gonna talk?
Oh, okay. We're going to. Oh, okay.
Are you touching him?
I had let go of you.
Oh, yeah, no, he's-
Because I realized that I was like clinging like to the arm, and I was like, oh.
Okay. I'm gonna
So
just.
if you reach out to me, then I mean you'll touch me, and then you'll
I
use
don't think
my
he knows
mouth.
that he
No.
that, like that's the connection he needs.
Yeah.
He's just like,
I'm gonna just step to the side and start making this fire, just to the side, because I don't know what that is, and it's kind of creeping me out. I'm just gonna make a fire.
I'm gonna poke the doctor. Poke.
what do you mean you're?
Well, and I'm gonna poke again.
Doctor, what do you mean what that is?
Okay.
You don't know what that is?
Okay.
What am I? Some sort of. What are they called? Those things that play like those flat big CDs?
Gramophone.
Medium.
A record player. Yo,
Yeah,
you're
a
not
record
that
player.
young. Hun, you're not fooling anyone. I think this is the point where Sylvia
Oh.
touches. I think Sylvia's first gonna. I think she's gonna touch Septimus to see what happens when she pokes him.
Mhm.
Gramophone. It's a gramophone. That's what that is.
At least you're not as old as this one.
I don't
What?
think old is the ew, that's so weird. That's so weird. It's not old. Okay. I didn't use a gramophone because I'm not a nerd.
Seasoned. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So, we're in the zone. Is where we officially are. We are officially in the zone.
Yeah.
Officially.
I think Sylvia's just gonna keep a hold of the Septimus because, like, it seems like a good time for the doctor to talk.
Ah, perfect. Can you all hear me? What's going on? Testing, testing. Hello, what's going on?
Wow.
Well, that's
What?
weird.
You can hear me. You can hear me.
Dude, can you not hear your voice coming out of all of our mouths?
Is that what's happening? No,
Touch us.
I was. Oh, that's why you could only hear me sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, what are we doing? We're having food. We're in the zone.
Can you eat?
Can you even have food?
I have no idea. I'm not even that hungry.
Okay, perfect. Whatever. I'm
You're
gonna
not
call it a
hungry?
granola bar.
I'm not hungry either.
We should probably
I-
eat.
I don't know. This place. What was that? I mean, I can tell you. I can vouch the ice thing was me. All right. I don't know what happened, but I think for some reason it's showing us like things.
Well, it's showing
Things
us
that might
fake
happen.
things. So,
Are you sure about that? Because mine was pretty real.
well, mine was pretty fake. So,
Is that true?
I mean, you all read. I mean, well, but you read my file.
I actually read everybody's files because I had
Yeah.
access to the files. Yeah. Yeah.
You know that she died in that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you know mine's real.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. And I thought someone here would want to be authentic when filming her new career.
okay, first of all, documentaries are fake. It's not what we're making. And second of all, my file wouldn't have had any information for that time of my life because who cares about what happened when I was 12? So no, none of that was real, but that was real 12-year-old me being put in those fake scenarios.
I put out my hand.
Somebody touch him, please.
Oh, thank you. So I'm thinking.
So the voice is not coming out of my mouth.
So, but the voice is still happening.
Oh, is it?
There's some other voice. It's like gravelly, perhaps, and it's coming from somewhere underneath my shirt. Go on.
So I was thinking that, well, when if we're in the zone, that means up till now we've seen a lot of things. Yes. Trying to explain my notes best I can. A lot of this doesn't really make any sense anymore. And I guess as he sort of like puts them down, you see that the notes are now jumbled in some sort of, the words are all in different places. Some are upside down, and it's just this scribbles of mishmash of just nonsense. I can't quite make any heads or tails of it, but from what I remember of the study of what we're looking for is it is subconscious hallucinations will eventually take over our entangled being in our conscious, also here in this realm or this whatever this is. There are singularities that happen and sink into reality itself. There are many that pop up, rifts and things. And over the past 30 years, I've been studying these rifts, you see. They happen, they are very subtle, but only some people, like Will Moria, will do their best to invest in ways to get rid of them. I've done my best to do what I could. I've had some success trying to close several before and never any sort of... I have many theories, you see, but not of it all starts to play out the way that we want. Me becoming mirrored like this is haunting for me. I do not know why it is some sort of, usually it's some sort of subliminal unconscious that usually tries to take over oneself and make them who they wish to be or wish their most fear. I do not know what it is, these phalanges on the reflection. I don't, and I'm not entirely sure what we are to do here. These notes mean nothing, and I think he just sort of tosses them into the fire.
Minute that just happened. I like zoned. It was like a trance. You should record for like people to go to sleep to. Oh my god! What?
Was anyone else listening?
How long was he talking? Oh my god!
It wasn't that long.
Dr. Septimus, are you saying what the worst thing that is possibly can happen to us is happening right now to us?
I mean, I just got cool eyes. I don't know what you guys are doing, but...
Yes.
Anyway, I'm
there is a theory that losing of the mouth is step one of, or maybe even what could be step one indication of one who cannot choose or socialize and really just be at oneself.
I'm gonna knock the hand off, Wilmer. I've had enough. I'm popping granola bar into my mouth, so I can't talk either.
Can I say something? I feel like this seems dangerous. Like we could die.
No shit, Sherlock. That's why it's so valuable to make it out of here.
Right, but I thought maybe we should have a discussion before this happens, right? Because we might die. I didn't think I would, but
Y'all, you're the least capable of all three of us.
Me?
Why did you Miss Cal? Why did you think you were gonna make it out? It's y'all. It's gonna be me.
That is so funny.
You think you?
That is so
you would
funny.
have died back there if I didn't move. You're transfixed by your own memory.
Yeah, I
wasn't a memory.
I was the one who got us out. By the way, I mean, doctor.
Yeah, and I saved the doctor. So really, if anyone's, 0 for 4.
put my hand on your
No,
shoulder.
Thank you
oh.
for that. Thank you. Thank you. I was just saying thank
Keep
you.
it short, doctor.
Fine.
Look, all I'm saying is that the doctor said something back in the facility, said something about like demons or sin or something. So I feel like maybe if we had a sin, we maybe
Please
should
don't get religious.
look. I'm just saying if we did a bad, it doesn't have to be sin, but I'm saying if we have things weighing on our conscience, then maybe we should say them because maybe that will free us. So this zone can't use it against us, right?
Y'all, that's not a
Sure,
bad
you go
idea.
first.
I actually
Great
like
idea.
it. I agree. If I'm gonna
Go
die
ahead.
here, I'm gonna know something about you, Juicy.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Am I going first or is somebody else going first? Because I think
I'll
I'm-
go
Go ahead.
first.
It was your idea.
It was
Go
your
ahead.
Oh, never
idea.
mind.
Okay. So my name is not Wilmore Stanley. It's Stanley Williams.
Wilmore.
Wilmore Jones was somebody who was supposed to, supposed to be on in this expedition with you, right? Yeah. I just messed up the paperwork so he went in by himself, so I could go in with you all because you all are some of the most qualified people we've ever had, and if somebody can make their way inside to get their greatest wish, it's going to be with this group. And so I knew that this is the only way I could get what I really wanted in my life, and so I just sent in Wilmore by himself without any supplies. I just told him if you just waited.
Without any supplies.
Bye
Oh,
him.
he's so dead.
How long ago was that?
It's just like a day before you all got here.
Yeah, but how do we know what time's like in here anyway? I mean, it could be one of those things where, for us, we've only been here for like, what, a few hours, and everybody
Great
else is just
theory.
like
That is
80 years.
Yeah.
It is something I wrote
Yeah.
down actually before I burned the page. I think it is actually the time does usually change here. It's
I'm just saying that was him in the theater. He was looking at me and he was dead-ish.
So you're a murderer.
No, I didn't kill him. I just sent him into the zone.
You did it
You like
intentionally,
so
fool.
killed him.
I did not kill him. He looked at me and he's
You did for
talking to me.
Yeah,
What-
maybe, and I'm gonna take the professor's hand off you and just kind of like have him like, maybe let's not touch the murderer. How about that?
Not a
I'll actually replace it. I'll put my hand on Septimus.
Thank you,
Cool.
thank
Now,
you.
I wonder what
Very
happens
kind.
because we're both holding Septimus in some way.
Oh.
I wonder what happens when he tries to speak.
Oh, very kind.
Ooh, this is the creepy, synchronized
Both of
thing.
us.
Yeah.
Oh no!
You know that like loop happened,
Yeah,
an
yeah.
audio loop where you're like, well, there is something's plugged in somewhere wrong. And it's
The echo.
yeah.
I didn't kill him. I just sent him into the zone.
Oh yeah, no. If I sent somebody into an active nuclear plant and I told them, "Yeah, no worries, buddy," and they became like, I don't know, the Hulk, that would totally not be my bad.
Right.
But I wanted to be in this group with you all.
Y'all, we all want things. That's why we're
Very
here.
kind.
But we didn't kill anyone to get here.
Amen.
Is that true?
Well, you did mention a dead person.
That wasn't the doctor's fault. I read the file.
I'm just saying, dead person. I don't have a dead person. Doctor, do you have a dead person?
I almost had a dead person.
Doesn't count.
So strange.
Tell us about it.
My son was a very imaginative boy. And he would always run off, play in the woods. Take him to work. I would work on, I believe it was something with entanglement at the time. But he would run off and play in the woods, and one day he didn't come back. Seemed many days, weeks even, he finally showed back up. No difference, no clean, like fresh out of the bath. And everything was fine. He just left. He was playing over by the tree. He said, came back. Weeks, months. So I decided to try and figure out what it was. And I noticed a rash on in his arm, his hand. I asked him where it came from. It looked like bark or something. And I did my best to figure out what it could be. I turned away from everything in my notes of the entanglement and things like that, and I tried to focus it onto what these could be. And there are theories about what I've already said. She looks towards Seti, and I decided to look into it, supernatural, things like that, things that go bump in the night, and how they could crop up in reality, and where that could come from. Black holes, things like that. Things could pop up, and like I said, bubbles in a drink would bubble to a surface and pop, and those poppings of the surface of our reality could also be these rifts. My son walked into one, and that's when I decided to figure out how to save him. I bought this watch from a man who said he knew how to save him. And it wasn't until when the watch stops that I would have the time to save him. It hasn't worked since we got in here. My son's fine now. But I think it was due to the watch. So I don't know. I know what I'll be wishing for when I get into the rift. Zone.
It's very weird to hear all of that out of Seti's mouth, probably.
Yeah.
A little uncomfortable. So he's gonna take their hand back. Okay. Well. Thanks for sharing. Can we eat? Keep moving?
No.
Go somewhere? Fine, then
I
you share.
actually think Wilbur Stanley's right. Each of us needs to get one thing that we think is our ultimate sin or whatever off our chest, and
Then it can't use it against us.
or each other.
Oh yeah, an honor system with a murderer. That's great.
I was just doing paperwork. That's all I did.
That's what a lot of people told themselves.
Well, if you all don't believe, I'm gonna do it, and you can do yourself. No one's gonna make you do anything you don't want to do. I think we
I'm
both
already
know that's
forced
not
to
gonna be
sit here.
possible. And I think Sylvia takes out the photo book, and it is, and she starts taking out photos of it. And she's like, I'm the last one. None of my family survived past 45. That's just what happens. Mom died in a car accident. Dad killed himself a week later. Oldest sibling lived to 45. Same as my mom.
Car accident?
Nah. I didn't answer a phone call, and he needed help, and I wasn't there. Because anniversaries and all. I'm the last one. Happy birthday to me. I turn 45 tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Oh.
I will carry the carcass name. And I think she takes the photos, and I think she tosses it in the fire. I think she just does it. And she's like, I'm not holding it. They can't hold me back, but I'm gonna bring them up.
Maybe whatever it is can fix it. The curse.
I mean, you can't bring dead from life, or whatever, life from dead, whatever.
I hope.
But I'm not going
Okay.
And I lost this. And she holds up the sleeve. She's like, but you can fix it. Want me in the books. Said he can record me.
Me too.
So what are you doing here other than the videos and, you know, everyone's trying to rip you apart out there?
My reputation is fine. Thank you. This is
I'm
an
not-
investment. It's an investment. This is a business thing. Checking out the property, and we'll go from there.
Pretty
One guy
desperate
out there.
investment.
Desperate or groundbreaking. Nobody else has been able to conquer this space. Plus, if we can, I don't know, figure out a way to start to control it. It's a nice, people stay in haunted houses all the time. This is no different. It's just the extreme. People like extreme things. They pay a lot of money for extreme things. They pay a lot of money for exclusivity to extreme things. And the entertainment industry has a flourishing relationship with the military and the government. So, I'm here on business. The guy out there was an annoying ex-partner. That's all that matters.
What are you missing?
What do you mean?
Well, this is a lot. I don't think you'd be here. There's a lot of way to make money, right? Or you could be the first person to climb some mountain or something.
There are no mountains left that people haven't climbed. And that's not exactly lucrative. It's just, okay, you climbed a mountain. Who cares? At some point, it'll be, oh yeah, you climbed a mountain 20 years ago. Who cares? Business keeps going. You have to keep going. This is the big thing. I want the big thing.
Well, I hope you find whatever it is that makes you restless. Fix it.
Well, I hope you don't lose too much sleep over killing that dude. Can we go?
Yeah. I'll take first watch if you want.
You guys actually want to sleep here?
I just want to look over everyone's wounds. I want to see if we can crack this bad boy open.
Oh.
You know what I mean? I think actually, like, that's the point where, like, she mimics the, like, chisel motion to Dr. Septimus. And then she puts her hand on it. Yeah, I don't know if that's the end of the scene. That's what...
And I think that'll be the end of our scene. Which
hands off.
Cord, you're gonna get one of the fate ones.
Ooh. Mm-hmm.
That totally makes sense.
Yep.
Okay, I think I just okay, perfect. Okay. You are the director.
Uh-oh.
So this is a fate card?
It is.
Oh.
You're now entering a much more dangerous part of the zone. Characters will start to meet their fate and become one with the zone. Check in. You're past halfway. This is a great time to take a few minutes to stretch, get a snack, a drink of water, or visit the toilet emoji.
We did.
We did.
And let's move to the factory.
Okay, I'm worried, but go ahead. Oh.
The scientist, Dr. Dax Septimus, must die in the coming scene. They cannot be stopped by not so easy cards, only by another player asking to claim their fate, even after the scene is underway. After the death, Cord will continue playing turns as the zone. I accept my fate.
Okay. By the way.
No, I keep doing this.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
The endless interlocking maze of conveyors and machines still running on emergency power. Is it the factory is what this is?
Yeah.
A foundry, blazing metal pouring. Oh, I love it. Pouring metal crucibles into channels, sweltering here somewhere. Something is having the furnaces feed. Trying to feel it. Am I going to turn into the Tin Man here? Skilled artisans, the forbidden Wizard of Oz. Skilled artisans used to make things here in their sharp master tools and still Still laid out as their
You're gonna
owners
die in a
could
factory. That's so
return.
fitting, isn't it?
In a foundry, yeah. Right. There's like so many things. Like all of these are really cool. Because it could be like the foundry, which is cool. It also could be this interlocking maze thing, which is like he's been talking about. Like there's always all about the like being lost in it's either gonna be one or two, but I don't know. I think they're both pretty good. I think I'd like one.
Okay.
An endless interlocking maze of conveyors, machines still running on emergency power. The machines are making something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Someone discovers a mutation that endangers the group. Who is most likely to harbor this dangerous mutation? What does the group do to try to be safe from this mutation?
Should we list our mutations just to?
It looks like a new one. We're gonna get a new
Oh, it
mutation.
discovers. You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Someone's gonna get a brand new mutation. It looks like.
Mm-hmm. All right. Do I have to click anything else?
Nope.
No. Okay.
It
now
started.
We're in the scene.
Yeah. Give it to us, director. And also, we got to figure out who's gonna
Okay.
have this
Great.
mutation. Yeah.
So I think this is what I.
I have an idea.
What is your idea? I also have one, so we can
I
mix
think
them.
you should have the dangerous mutation.
Okay.
That's what I think.
Okay.
That endangers the whole group. And
Maybe you become irradiated.
Mhm.
Or like,
Irradiate.
This is a mutation. It is discovering we're in a maze of conveyors and tracks and things.
Yeah.
So I think
Ooh.
it's super cool because like we know that Septimus dies here, and then we also know that I, the player, will be taking over as the zone.
Yep.
Yeah.
So like it really works well with him to be like melding into what's
Yes,
happening.
absolutely.
Which I thought
Yeah.
was cool with the Foundry, but also I think that would make sense on a literal level. But I think I chose the maze of conveyors and stuff because I literally was thinking a maze of psychology.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to think about how we can get this scene. And yeah, if I have the mutation, that's great. But also,
Go take a not so easy card because you had one from before.
Yeah.
all right, did I not do that before?
Yeah. We had
We
a
were
long
waiting for you.
fireside.
Yeah. So
do
down
I
there
do
in
that?
the lower right.
Why do I do that? I got these old
Not
people
so easy.
glasses. I'm just trying to figure out.
Oh, yeah.
Not so easy is there.
Yeah.
Thank
There
you.
it is. It's the brick.
And then just take
Yeah.
that not so easy card.
That's the one for your mouth.
Like that one?
Yep. And then just take it.
And I'll
Yeah.
just
You won't have
take
to do anything.
Thank you. All right, perfect.
Mm-hmm.
The taking part is the hard part. All right, so I think I'm thinking like immediately my vision of where the scene takes place is something like an Escher set of stairs type of interesting. Like, oh, we're in the zone now. This is gonna be easy, and then it's just not.
Right.
And it's like, where do we go from here? There could be maybe like maybe it's like not MC Escher's stairs, but like MC Escher's escalators.
Yeah.
Right, they're or lifts or whatever, and they're just starting to like track and go in all these different directions as we sort of open up. Maybe it's right up here. Come on, as maybe it just starts to. I think I know where we are, and like I think there's like cobblestones that we're starting to like tap across, and I know this place. We open up a
Something's not
door.
right, but something's not right. I think that kind of like you start hearing a sound of a buzzing sound, and I think your body starts growing. You know, like buzzsaws, but they're made out of glass and mirror. Like so, your body starts getting,
Spines,
like kind of dangerous sort of spines. Like, and maybe when you're, when you're gesturing over here, like your hands become. Dangerous,
serrated.
right? And I think that maybe like you almost hit one of us right at that moment because you're always trying to touch one of us to sort of speak.
Yeah. I go
Right?
to grab somebody, and they like look, and there's like a little ribbon of blood, and it's like, and and then as like I look down, and it's like my fingers and hands are now like these knives, these like chromatic knives, and
like shards of glass and mirror.
and I can't speak still. So it's just.
But how somebody has to say how it gets worse than that.
it's worse than that because you were telling us, like, you knew where we were going.
Oh,
Yeah.
You were leading us
yes,
out.
yes,
Yeah.
And
yes.
now suddenly you can't touch us. We're the only ones who can talk.
This is great.
And I think it's worse than that because the betrayal feeling that you had when you entered the space is starting to come back. And maybe, this is now a maybe, why should we get out of this without the mutations you have? Why are we lucky enough that we set up the scenes? Our mutations aren't stopping us from talking, even though we have nothing smart to say. Like, I think that resentment comes back. If I may be bold, if you know.
Yeah, and I will escalate by saying that you decide, perhaps, you can say, no, this is my offer to you. You decide that you do have really important things to say, you know? And so you are going to make sure that you touch one of us anyway. And I feel like you can choose which one of the three of us you're going to touch, but doing so cuts us, right? Like, you like sink your knife fingers onto one of us because you have important things to say. And I feel like that was how it even escalates, because you're not going to go and just let, you have important knowledge and you know how to get through the foundry. And so you're going to tell us this information, even though it means clamping onto one of us with your knife fingers now.
Yeah.
And I will volunteer, but anyone else can volunteer as well, as to be like knife shouldered by you.
I think we all, just to be clarity, we all thumbs up in our personal chat.
Cool
so I think, Corey, you're good to pick any of us. We are gluttons for punishment in the horror game.
Yes.
So resentment comes back, which is really exciting because now I, as the player, and now with character choice, my cat's knocking stuff over.
No, it's a ghost. It's okay.
I now get to choose why I'm making this action. Why am I reaching out? Am I reaching out, or is the resentment fueling an attack? And if it is an attack, who would I attack? Why would I be attacking? And that goes into my feelings of resentment. Now, who would I be feeling resentment, or what would have led me here in this moment? And I still think this probably goes back to, this is not what you signed me in for. As I think I think as a, why did you have me do this? And I think these knives dig into your shoulder, Wilmore, as, I'm sorry, but this is my home. The front door is locked. The back cellar is open. My workshop is there.
And like, I think there's like little bits of blood coming down on my shirt, right? And you can see this kind of look of panic that then turns a little dark.
Yeah.
Right? Because I can get panicked, I don't know stuff, but then I get ideas. And I say,
your panic makes me react and realize that I'm hurting you.
And then I just grab you, and I think I put your knives back in.
I think that's not so easy. I think that's not so easy.
Yes.
Okay. So what am I attempting to do? I'm attempting to keep you connected to me.
Yeah.
For my own nefarious purposes.
Creepy.
It's not just that you can keep speaking. It's because I want to keep hands on you. Right? I want to make sure that you are not out of our vision, because you seem dangerous to me now.
Yeah.
And I don't want you disconnected, because I want to make sure that you don't do anything questionable. And if you're connected to me, it might hurt. But I have you. Right? So this is what I'm attempting to do, is to actually keep hold of you and keep control of you in certain ways. That is what I'm attempting to do. But apparently it's not so easy.
Not so easy.
Am I able to sort of attach you back to myself for my own reasons? No, I cannot. And the zone mutates both me and my obstacle, escalating the conflict, which is you. Okay. So both you and I are going to mutate out of this one, and we're going to escalate our conflict. So I'm going to grab you and try to like reattach you.
Yeah.
Because and it's going to look like, to make it look like I'm the victim of the situation, right? But I think that as I grab you, I think what happens is that the face of the actual
Yes.
Wilmore sort of like starts moving through, and like sort of like in that very I want the effect to be like American Werewolf in London, very 1980s horror film where they use the air bladders underneath the latex, so it looks like things are like moving out. Yeah, and like this face emerges, and the face kind of like actually becomes a full face, right? And starts saying the things in my mind. This other Wilmer is betraying me and just starts saying, he's dangerous. He's going to kill us all. This mutation is too much. We have to get rid of him. We just have to make the paperwork so that he goes away. We just have to fix the paperwork so he goes away. And that's the person that I killed's voice saying what I'm meaning to do by this. And you can tell me how you mutate in this process as well. As like I'm holding you, right?
Yeah.
Your wrist, and this this person that I murdered sort of like pops out of my shoulder and starts saying what I'm thinking, which makes me upset because I don't need anyone to know that sort of thing.
Know it.
What?
Know
No.
it.
Okay. If someone had an idea.
And it's just like the paperwork we can read, like, and you can see like, and as it's happening, I don't think I hear the person speaking, right? And so I'm scanning. You can see me scanning, looking for something, right? Like there's got to be a phone.
It
There's gotta
mutates
be a
me.
phone.
Yeah. Ever unhelpful, SETI is mindlessly screaming.
Nice.
Fair enough.
Just
Fair enough.
absolutely screaming their head
that's
off.
Totally fine. It totally makes sense. What would I mutate?
But you all
into
hear
or mutate?
my betrayer,
Yep.
that person.
So I don't know. I don't really have any. I'm running on empty. My knives are in you again.
Well, they're not though, because I was not successful.
They're
at
not.
that.
You tried to.
Yeah, I tried. So you actually have full autonomy. I'm not able to actually keep you in the way that I wanted to, right?
You and your obstacle.
And so so like this figure sort of comes out, and I think maybe even like fingers emerge from my shoulders, like little bits of they start emerging from my body, and are just speaking.
I think as you go to grab and move me, your hands fall through my chromatic self,
Ooh, yeah,
and the probably severing the like the limb because of I am now turning into liquid. So your fingers splash through my arm as the arm just splashes onto the ground as I sort of turn and look over toward Dr. Carcass, and then start to then like pool as I try to like step and walk.
Yeah.
And now the chromatic mirrored self is starting to be reflective like a pool,
Yeah.
as then now I'm starting to like all of these haunts are sort of starting to come back and bubble into Dr. Septimus.
And I think you can always speak through the actual Wilmer at this point in time, no matter what.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think he can speak.
Yeah. I don't know if he has anything to say. I think it's panic.
I think because your character's walking towards
Walking,
Dr.
but I think
Carcass.
like every step is like
And I think Dr. Carcass
Like, slowly
moves for
melting,
a
you know?
second to your character, stops, and you can see it. It's the same look that she gave, like when she realized that it's over.
Yeah.
It's not you. And I think she then moves and she uses, and this is maybe a little pocket for SETI. She uses her spore hand, the one that makes you disappear, and starts to move SETI with it to be like, we gotta go. Like, I think she, Carcass is like, we gotta get to the next entrance. We gotta go. But you are then touched by the spore hand.
Yeah.
You get shoved off.
Okay. For the love of Christ, we gotta go.
I hit the fire, the sprinklers.
The sprinklers?
I hit the sprinklers because I think that will kill him. Because this cannot happen.
can I want to take stock of the situation for a second?
absolutely.
Yeah.
This is more just to live in the
Yes,
moment.
yes.
Yeah, sweet.
There's like a, the sprinkler thing. Yeah.
I think the sprinkler water is hot.
Oh.
It's like a
It is-
shower.
It is
Yeah.
shower hot.
Steaming.
It is steam
Yeah.
hits all of us.
Yeah.
It's harder to
Yeah.
that's my interest.
Yeah,
It is just pouring
Mhm.
on all of us,
Yeah.
and maybe in that
Yeah.
water you can see the steam is rising
Yeah.
towards a door.
Yes. Yes.
That is my take stock of the situation.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
My take stock is, well, it's sort of, I guess, a reminder.
Okay.
My brain, my where my mind is in this location is we're like outside on a front lawn,
Yeah.
right? The darkness
Yeah.
is sort of opened up. We're outside in front lawn. It's supposed to be a factory, but maybe that's maybe we hear that in the background, but we don't ever hear it. It may like grinding of gears or something, as if some sort of machine is trying to display memories to us, as this sort of mechanical something is going on. So we're on this lawn, and like even now I'm thinking about like Beetlejuice, that artificial lawn that they do in that.
Yeah.
So now we're like in that lawn. There's some sort of machine probably projecting or building this puppet show in front of us, which is my house.
Yeah.
And then we're trying to get to it. And then this scene plays out. It's right up here, blah, blah, blah. The lights come on and we're here. And then so the sprinklers do exist because I need to sprinkle my lawn.
Yeah.
So I think like you, you kick the sprinklers or whatever to ignite them, and as they would come out of the lawn, and then steam starts to then erupt while this is happening. So there's now this steam, this like mechanical movement happening. I guess mechanical. For those playing the home game, mechanical sort of referencing the mechanical watch. Also, the ticking probably also references the mechanical the projector as well. So it's like all of these movements of things as we got in here, and of course this mirror motif and this reflective motif, and then now of course the Dr. Septimus just sort of step by step sort of melting into the space or splashing into the space. I'm not entirely sure what the steam does to him. It could also just make it easier for him to disappear into the space. I'm not entirely sure, but that's sort of me taking stock and playing check the scene and just sort of taking visual mental inventory of everything that's happening. I don't know if do I need to add anything to it?
No, just
Maybe
everyone
not,
has
it's
to do
mechanical.
it.
Yeah, everyone has to do one.
It's good. It's good.
Yep.
Brandy, what about you?
Seti has been screaming. Then the shower happens. Extra screaming. Mike pack is not waterproofed. Didn't prepare for that, so it's soaked and useless. Very sticky. Phone is fine because I mean, like, you can be outside, rains on your phone's okay. It's not like you dunked it in water. Phone's being clutched, shoved into a pocket, probably just like out of instinct to get it out of their hand. And their hair is plastered, their makeup is like their eye makeup is running. It's already been running a little from the extreme like screaming and the occasional just like stress tears that come along with that kind of absolute banshee screaming, and it just very rigid, like they were shoved, they shoved out of grip, and they can't see that well now. I don't know if you guys have ever had non-waterproof mascara in your eyes, but it burns like a sumbitch, so they can't see really that well. So it's this like neon that's like blinking in and out of visibility because of how much they have to close their eyes to try to get it out. And they're just kind of like stumbling along because they can barely see. Everything they see is like fuzzy and it burns and it's green tinted, so it's not exactly like color could help or shapes could help. They can barely see anything and they're just stumbling around. It's hot and they're scared.
I think I'll give a taste and how I feel. The water, of course, right? From the sprinklers, it's about, what does it have? About 96 degrees, perhaps, and it tastes like blood, and it doesn't look like blood. It looks like water.
But it just reminds us. Yeah,
but it's got that little rustiness to it. Do you know what I mean? Because it's from
copper.
Yep. And I feel powerful as I see you dissipate. Like, you three are the best. You're the most important. But I killed you. And I feel great. Like, finally I'm important. And, the doctor I know, Sylvia, pointed the steam. And of course, that's the way we can go to get us out of here. And I think that is, I feel like that's the end of that scene is what I feel like.
Oh my God, yeah. So we book it. Like, we're out. That's the end of that scene.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry, that was the wrong button. Sorry.
And it's not that easy.
It's not that easy.
No, yeah. You gonna claim that fate there, our dear Cord?
Oh, yes. I will claim the fate by clicking it.
Yeah.
By clicking... Oh, that. Yep, dying in the scene.
Yep.
The scientist is now one with the zone. Cord continues to take turns as normal after this, but Dr. Dax his humanity, though perhaps not, their story ends here.
Oh.
As the first player to die, Cord gets a free, not-so-easy card to use in the final judgment.
That makes sense.
That does.
Oh.
What that means. Ooh, and now it's
hello.
dark mode.
Ooh.
Who wants to read this one?
I feel like Cord has to.
Yeah.
What happens after death? Once your character dies, you transition to the embodiment, the zone. You take normal turns as a director, use all the moves and so on. Now is the chance to focus fully on creating the world, magical and horrible situations for your remaining players. Check in on their obsessions and phobias so you can incorporate them into the scene. Got it.
I propose we skip the caverns so we can go to the last two fates. Yes?
I'm cool with that. So should I
I
just say
agree.
start, turn, end?
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good. I think the caverns might just be
Yeah.
like it's dark and then it's whatever the next place
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just gonna click through.
We're just stumbling through. We can't see.
I'm
Yes.
gonna play, so you're gonna
Yeah.
see things pop up, but they don't matter.
Yep.
I'm just letting you all know.
All the while, there's just this weird grinding of gears.
Yeah, the gears actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. So it is the next turn. That is you, Randy Rose.
Move to the mall.
I thought I was gonna make it.
Oh no, you were not gonna make it apparently. Okay.
Oh, this is going to be a very intense showdown towards the end.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
But
Ugh.
yep, that's what it
Okay.
says.
That's fine. Here's the
Do you want to read your fate card yourself?
I will. The surgeon, Sylvia Carcass MD, must die in the coming scene. I tried. They cannot be stopped by not so easy cards, only by another player asking them to claim their fate, even if the scene is halfway underway. After death, I will continue playing turns as the zone.
Okay.
All right. Do I press it? I'm going to press accept fate.
Yep.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes.
Okay. And now
All
it is
right.
Brandy's going to pick setups.
Nope, you're the director. You're dying here.
Oh. No. You're still, Brandy, you're still in charge.
No.
It says you're the director.
Yep.
You die here.
Because you die
Oh.
here,
Because you die.
you take over,
It's
which is
yourself.
perfect.
Oh.
Because
This
it was
works
your turn.
perfectly because we skipped your turn for the cavern, so this works out.
Perfect.
yeah,
Because
yeah.
on my screen, it says in this corner still that, but okay.
Oh,
I
no, for
love
me
it.
it says Claudia,
Me too.
she, her is the director. The surgeon
Okay.
must die here.
That's okay. 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 This is interesting.
Oh wow. Okay, we're at the mall.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I watched recently Stranger Things. So we're gonna do the unpretentious beige box mall.
Okay.
Mainstream retailers are playing it safe at bowling alleys, parking lots self-filled with cars resting.
Heinous.
I know, because and I'm even gonna do this before I get the scene prompt. As we're walking towards the mall, I assume we're arguing, and in every single car as we pass, there are people who have no mouths.
Yeah.
And who have green eyes.
Yeah.
And as we pass, the lights turn on,
Yeah.
but nobody moves.
Yeah.
And so we do that for the entire parking lot.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
at the doors now.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm using this voice.
No, I'm into it. I'm into it.
Okay.
Oh.
This is very good because I will take this. Someone tries to develop a new mental or physical power by taking a big risk.
Okay.
I think
Who wants the most power, and what do they do to try to sacrifice the zone? What do they try to sacrifice the zone in exchange for that power?
I do think, like Trooper, we could obviously throw Stanley, as I'm calling him, Stanley,
because that's
into this.
actually Stanley's name. Go ahead.
But I think instead this is going to be like a my character's big risk is just moving forward. Nothing like, because anytime we've hung out in the zone, any single time, things have gone wrong. So my character is not going to stop anything that's in the way. And I assuming when they get to the door, there's that there's like maybe a projector screen, and she cuts through it, and then there's the door, and she kicks through it, and she is ignoring everything, and
what kind of mental or physical power do you try to develop? That feels like you're trying to invent something new. Yeah, because this is like superpowers you're trying to get.
Yeah, and I think it's I guess you're right. Maybe,
but like in this move of wanting to not stop, right? Your big risk is like no matter what, you keep moving forward. That means like somehow, because if this is like some kind of manifestation, right, of our selves, you might be able to figure out some way to get some kind of massive power. All these things you wanted, you might be able to get it if you think.
Yeah, you're right.
And then you can get through anything. Nothing can stop you, right? Not a card window, nothing.
I'm really trying. I'm trying to like.
And I imagine at this moment, like we are moving, like, and you're just like cutting through and kicking through everything in a way that feels a little aggressive.
Yeah, I think it does feel like, because like obviously Carcass has always wanted to just keep going. Yeah. But I think what's happening is, how spores they spread and then they grow.
Yeah.
And I think the growing phase is happening right now.
Ooh.
And I think while her arm kind of like popped earlier, I think there's now all over her outfit and her boots and maybe half of her face little spores of all different kinds of growth are happening. Whether they're mushrooms or the stringy kind that you put in hot soup, and also like the real the kind that's in that game everyone likes, the last. I think there's just a bunch of them, and so her body is growing bigger, but it's also flaking off.
Something is not right here, though. You know that, right?
It's not. Yeah, it's not. So what's not right?
When you go to open doors, you just crush the doorknobs with your strength. When you try to move, when you try to move through, like, it is very clear that you have strength that is far beyond normal strength.
It's also, I'm not a fun guy anymore. I am
no.
I'm a fun guy. Cord, do you want to do the another player for the? You are in the zone. So what else is it?
I also feel like it's like there's a moment like you actually just go through a wall. Like it's no longer just doors. Like you're just with your bare.
What's happening? You are going through a door, but you crushed it with your hand.
Yeah, and now just like a wall. She's got a strength that is like she's growing stronger and stronger with her creepy mushroom self. And it's just like the kind of feats of strength.
It's worse than that because you don't stop growing.
Oh.
You just do not stop growing. And this space, at some point, will not be able to contain you.
So we're in a mall. Yes. I'm like kaijuing through this mall. I picked a photo booth.
And it's happening at an alarming rate. I think it's probably maybe accelerating. As you're like starting to, the more you notice it, and that's probably also maybe the psychosomatic thing that's happening here, the more you notice it, the more it starts to happen. Much like really any sort of panic. As soon as you know you're panicking, you start to panic more. I feel like that sort of happens. Oh, is this what's happening? Oh, no, it is happening because I'm making it so.
And I need to get to the door. I'm getting to the center. I am the one that's going to live through this. I'm going to get it first. It's not going to be the murderer. It's not going to... Sorry, accent. No, it's not going to be the murderer. It's not going to be the one that just wants it for money. It's me. I deserved it more than anybody else.
And I'm going to escalate this. I'm going to escalate this.
Yeah.
by saying that because you said you were flaking off, right?
Yeah. I'm pieces are coming off.
I feel like when they land these little pieces, they start moving on their own accord, and it looks like you're building a little army. And this is no good, my friends. We cannot have you building a huge army. And I feel like Wilmore's like, well, this is not good at all. She's dangerous.
I am making it convenient. What path though?
Yeah. Like, she's dangerous. She's not going to let us. Stanley, tell Seti she's not going to let us get to the center. She'll kill us. We have to do something. Like, and that's like, right, like Wilmer's saying this, and like Stanley's like, no, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can trust Seti yet. And like, and you're just like, I think rampaging, like just through, right? Like,
I think, you know what's very like, and this might be where Corden, you can tell me where is the door? Where is the door in the center of the zone?
We're in a mall.
Yeah,
we're in a mall.
A beige, boring box mall.
Not even a cool 80s mall. Like a dying mall. Dying malls.
Okay, you remember those malls with the really cool elevator? You know? That's where you gotta go. It's got those gold rods that go all the way down. 3 of the sides are glass, but the other one is the door side. But when you go in it, you could see the whole entire courtyard, and it's so cool for you. Yeah, that's the door you have to go to. You have to go down into like the basement. But you're giant.
Yeah. So by the way, yes, I'm with chat. Gratefully work. I think my character is like,
I'm the zone.
You're in it and you are it. And I think Sylvia has basically beelined for the center. It's like the zone was calling to her, knowing exactly where the center is. And now she is at the entrance. There, she can see it. It is down this escalator, and there's a fountain at the bottom of this escalator, right? Sure. And their door, it is going down. There's a hole cut out like in this
50, 60, 70, 80, 100 feet down, right? It's like
yeah.
super
Oh yeah.
deep, right?
Sorry. Yeah. Escalator. I said elevator. Scratch that. I think it's an escalator because that also references to our like weird MC Escher. Or was it Escher? I don't know. The stairs, but escalators. So it's got to be an escalator. It goes down, but it goes down farther than the ground floor.
Yes, and I think
into darkness.
The moment she gets to that escalator and she knows she's too big, I think the ticking has been getting louder for her. The ticking of Dr. Septimus's watch. And then the giant clock in the mall goes off, and it's midnight, and it is her birthday. And at that moment, I think as soon as she hears it, all the mushrooms start to fade. They start to wither. They start to sprout. They start to spread. And it only takes one touch as she gets on the escalator for everything to just blow. And it is a cloud, and you will have to get through that cloud if you'd like to go further into the zone.
I look at Seti.
Sucks.
So how's that?
I'm dead.
Great. Now I'm alone with the murderer.
I say, you should go first.
My ass, you're moving.
I feel like you should go.
Oh, that's so funny. That's so cute that you think you have a choice. Go.
Do you try to force me to go before you?
Mostly I'm just being a massive, like, dick.
PvP.
Because if you do try to force me to go,
it's not going to be.
You know what I'm going to say?
No.
I'm going to say that it's not so easy.
I know. Yeah, I'm trying to intimidate you into going. Let's say that.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay.
You can absolutely card that.
Yeah.
You can card that.
Yeah.
Because I'm used to getting my way.
Yes, absolutely. So you're trying to intimidate me to going first.
See.
Go ahead. Do you do it?
Nope.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. So you will not...
Interesting.
Yeah. Okay. Tell me how this works.
All right. So I can't intimidate you, mostly because apparently you've cracked in the head. And
I've got 2.
And they're both equally cracked.
Cracked in the head, mate.
Your failure brings you closer to another character if you're the last alive, because there's no one. I can't get closer to you through intimidating you. Describe a flashback or an apparition.
I'm like, I'm not going first. After all, aren't you the star? Don't you want to be the first one? You always said you want to be the first one there. If I'm first, then you lose.
It doesn't actually matter in history who's first. It actually matters who survives. If you survive, you can say whatever you want. And but they're noticing that you're not budging, and that they've observed you over all of this, and they're like, oh, well, you're crazy. So
Well, if I do go first, I might
wiping the face.
Get the thing, and you wouldn't.
That would definitely not happen, but it's okay, thank you. And so Seti's gonna be like looking up at like this place in the suit. Is really wishing that because now they've wiped their face.
Yeah.
So the eyes are glowing, the makeup's smeared, and
I look at them and I say, you should go first. I'll protect your back.
You stay at least 5 feet away from me.
You know, I've always admired you. And wanted to be like you. Famous. Respected. Well loved. Everywhere.
Yeah, well, it's not all it's cracked up to be. Fans are so annoying. And as Seti like starts to continue to walk, let me open my mutation cheat sheet.
But you don't have to get one, actually.
I don't?
It does not say you can mutate. We just get a little bit of a
That
moment.
is true. It doesn't say. So I just have a little character one. Nice. Okay. Let's see. So as Seti like begins to walk, there's somebody walking next to them.
Oh.
And it's fully in their own head. I don't think anybody else I don't think you can see it. Maybe the void can see it, probably. But Stanley can't see it. And walking beside Seti is on one side 12-year-old Seti, and on the other side like 7-year-old Seti from the first video. And they have mouths. They have the same glowing green eyes, but they have mouths. And they're just staring, like unblinking, just green, straight. Oh, sorry. Cat. I saw Cat in the chat and I was like, what? Cat. Hi, baby. I love cats. Oh.
She really needs attention right now. Sorry.
That's okay. I like fully understand. Can relate, fully understand. So Seti's got 12-year-old and 7-year-old Seti kind of like both have like a hand in theirs, and they're walking and they're looking down and they're trying to not feel what they think is maybe, is it judgment, is it resentment, is it pride, is it all of those things? But that and more is radiating off of these two apparitions of Seti's younger selves, and as they like step up to the cloud, they disappear.
And I suppose as we exit, right, I think when Stanley walks up to the cloud, like, you know, and Seti's they're ahead of him, and Stanley just sort of like reaches into his pocket and pulls out just some of the liquid, the water, and that was Dr. Septimus, and drinks it and steps in the cloud and just breathes in all of the spores to get all the power of both of them, and then walks down the escalator.
I'm holding my breath and have like my hand.
And I'm just like, you may claim your fate, our dear Sylvia. Okay. Yeah, end it.
Yep. Oh yeah. Okay.
Yep.
It's Trooper's turn.
It's my turn next. Let me start this turn. Let us see. I'm the rector. We're gonna move to the power plant. The last.
Yep.
I die next. I die
Power
next.
plant.
Okay. I'm going
The
to
real
accept
horror
my
is
fate.
capitalism.
It is. It is. The power plant. A sprawling geothermal plant. Sulfur erupts from colorful fumaroles. A power substation still crackles in the field of wind and turbines. A shattered nuclear we had radiation. A shattered nuclear reactor, concrete, caved-in radiation vomit, sort of spewing into everything that surrounds it, and that is what it is.
Yeah, it's like the rift is a nuclear rift this whole
Everywhere.
time.
Right, and so there's this like nuclear sort of broken
Yeah.
power plant that was never here originally.
Oh, I was gonna say, was it Springfield
Or-
originally had a
right,
nuclear
or
thing?
was it?
Yes.
And then like, because we also have
Yes.
like these weird like maybe we
Yes.
have these hypnotic or these
yes.
psycho what am I trying to say? These hallucinative the hallucinative
Yes.
like spores too. So it's like
Yeah.
Yes.
Like
it was-
maybe all these locations are actually locations other
Yeah.
than
Yes.
and
Uh-huh.
we're hallucinating them,
Yes.
or like the
Uh-huh.
theater actually exists,
Yes.
but
Uh-huh.
everything inside it.
uh-huh.
So
And everybody's just watching us just be weird.
Yeah,
like, what
and
are
like
these
it
people
was like
doing?
it was really
Yeah.
early nuclear power plants, right? So
Yeah.
someone discovers an anomaly and tries to hide it from the others. Why does only one of you see this anomaly, and what makes the anomaly worth hiding? And I'm gonna die at the end of the scene, unless of course that he wants to take my death for me.
I'm
So-
good.
Are you sure? 'Cause if you wanted to,
I'm okay.
okay. I think
I do love a death, but actually this feels fitting.
I know I like it. I
Yeah.
think we are walking towards this caved in power plant, and we can see the green glow of radiation that matches Seti's eyes, right? And then there's this liquid pools that feel like Dr. Septimus, and there are these spores, and everything is hazy as we have to go through because we can perhaps hear the heartbeat, or is it a watch ticking that is the center of the zone? And as we have to move through this, and at this point in time, I know that it will be fine. And we're moving and we're getting closer. And I think what I find, which is this anomaly, is, to go back to our Doctor Who for a moment, I find one of those irradiation masks from our Are You My Mummy? But it is mirrored and etched and maybe alive. And I know if I wear it, I can get through this, and I won't be irradiated. I won't be mutated. I'll be fine. So if I can just sneak this mask and we go through this, I will get to the center and you'll die of radiation poisoning. I know it. And Wilmer's like, yes, that's true. It's true. Keep the mask. Keep the mask. And so I see it, and I'm going to go to sort of sneak to the side to get the mask so that you don't have the protection, but I
Hmm.
do.
I think when I notice you moving away from me, I keep you in my peripheral at best, but I'm trying actively to put physical distance between us because I'm like, I don't put it past you to find a toothbrush somewhere and stab me. So
And I think that I'm not looking at
yeah.
you, but Wilmer is.
that's gross. Yep.
Like Wilmer's looking at you, just looking at you.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm gonna if I clock Wilmer looking at me, I'm just gonna he killed you, not me. Leave me alone.
I think I'll just say, how do you feel being so close to the end?
I'm gross. I'm sweaty. I'm tired. I'm annoyed.
And
I feel like this better be worth it.
I'm sure it will be. Whoever gets there will. If we both get there together. Did you think that maybe I could become your business partner?
No.
What do you mean no?
What do I mean no? Let me count the ways. You have no idea what you're doing. You're just killing people to get through, which is first of all, excellent way to get caught. And second of all, absolutely deranged way to go about life. If you're going to hurt people, you have to hurt people very consciously and concisely with a lot of stuff planned ahead. This is, you're just having a mental breakdown.
I didn't kill anyone. I just filled out paperwork.
Wilmer, you have something to say about this?
And Wilmer's
Hey.
like, yeah, it's his fault. I
Yeah, I
wouldn't be
thought so.
dead if he hadn't just done it, sent the paperwork out. Shut up. He doesn't know. He's just bitter because he's dead. People get so bitter when they're dead. But I'm alive.
Yeah, you sound so stable and an absolute worthwhile investment. Also, what I made this empire by myself. I did everything it took to drag myself where I am today, and I will do everything it takes to drag my ass out of here. You got lucky that some victim, sorry, Wilmer, wandered into your path, and you had a little thought, and you acted on it, and now you're here. The other two died because this place is a freak show. You got lucky. You don't go into business with lucky. You go into business with smart.
I put on this mask. This, like, protective mask, right? With the old school weird goggles and, like, the weird sort of thing. But it's pulsating as if it's flesh, but it looks like the etched
It's
mirrors.
not going to be that easy.
Oh, it's not going to be that easy? Ooh.
Thank you, Void.
Let me see.
It's not gonna be that easy.
I'm going to try to put
so-
this mask on to protect me and, like...
Yeah, I think so. You said this mask is a mirrored gas mask. I think this item
Since I get
is
it, but my success has a dangerous unintended consequence for the entire expedition. You can tell me what that is.
which is perfect because this is what I want.
Yeah.
It still is the same, but it's a gas mask.
Yeah.
So it is meant to help with breath and maybe get rid of dust or I don't know, spores.
Yeah.
And it's mirrored.
Yeah.
So I think with this item, you hear while it's on you
Yeah.
both the lives of the people that you just drank and inhaled, which
Yeah.
is Dr. Septimus
Yeah.
and also Claudia.
Yeah. Dr. Carcass.
Dr. Carcass.
Yeah.
The greatest name of all time.
Yes,
Dr.
it is.
Carcass.
And so I put this thing on, right? And I attach it to myself, and I feel
Mhm.
like I can now hear both of you in my head. And I think that this is probably, well, this has to have a dangerous consequence for the entire expedition, right? Yeah.
Boy, I'm probably more unstable now.
I think I start oozing spores and radiation, but the radiation is like so that these spores, which are like dust, but there's this other dust which is like rain droplets that seem like watch hands, right? Just like suspended within them, and it's clear that I am shedding, right? Just like all the ones before us were shedding, and I'm shedding something.
Oh yeah, I'm launching myself backwards further away from you. Very
Something-
grateful that I kept at least some distance.
Contaminating, right? Something contaminating. And I stand up with good posture for the first time, and I feel like I have all of the power.
Ugh.
I start walking towards the center because I know. And I say, business will mean nothing once I get to the center. And I have the power of everyone from this expedition with me.
We're in the power plant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's stuff laying around everywhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's heavy stuff laying around everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I walk towards the door, and beyond the door is the center. And I just am like so excited. And I think that Wilmer looks back at you with these perhaps pleading eyes.
Oh, don't worry, I got you, Brody. I'm going to grab what would be a heavy blunt object in a that's like loose, you know?
Oh, like maybe like a tube, like one of those tubes.
Yeah,
You'd
like
keep...
those like just like loose things that
Yeah.
are all around. Yeah. And I'm gonna swing it like a baseball bat at the back of your head.
And I think, of course, I go down like a sack of bricks, right?
Your wishes
But
come true, Wilmer.
Wilmer looks up at you,
Mm-hmm.
and Wilmer says in Wilmer's voice, thank you.
Don't worry about it. And there's another several hits until there is absolutely no way in hell. Forget a double tap.
Yeah.
I'm tapping until you're not even twitching.
My question is,
Then throwing it to
does
the side.
Wilmer speak in any of the other voices? Including Dr. Septimus and Dr. Carter.
Yeah,
That'd
I
be
think
interesting.
maybe at that same time,
Thank you.
as Wilmer says something. Again, so it's at the same time. Thank you from Optimus.
I think Dr. Carcass does not say thank you.
Damn it.
But there's a line that she said offhandedly to Seti of like, we're twinsies. And I think that's just what she says. Like something oddly inspiring that happened earlier in the movie that isn't like a thank you, but is like a go.
Yeah.
Get to the center.
Yeah.
And I think there's this like moment, perhaps where you see an office and a desk, and you see Stanley signing paperwork to make sure that Dr. Septimus is in a bit more of a precarious situation and so has to be here.
And it smells like an inkwell.
And it smells like an inkwell. And I think there was perhaps that our
a frosted mirror on the wall.
Yeah. And Dr. Carcass should have been in an earlier expedition, but you see me delaying until it would happen on her 45th birthday. Right? And like you see just me moving paperwork in ways, right, to and then maybe typing a little bit of a letter to an investor of yours, so just like getting you all to be here so that I could ride your coattails, like in that sort of moment, right? I think it's sort of, it's like the projector is what happens. It's like in through the spores and like the fine mist of like my body, which is not even really blood anymore. It's just like weird spores and dust. It's like the sort of projector, and you can see these little images of me having done that gray mouse manipulation to bring you so that I could like ride on your coattails.
I like the idea that you are both there, because you're in a power plant.
Yeah.
So there's giant ducts that you're getting pulled into spore wise.
Yeah.
And there are big like drains that you are being so like you are going both directions. And I am that is my like add to that of like, and let me tell you, we're not gonna be us in the green zone, not gonna be nice when we see you.
What? And I'm gonna die in this scene. I am now. Which means we have our
Goodbye,
last
Wilmore. Willets, more like it.
Yeah. Let us do our last one.
Yep.
Start your turn, Cord.
It's my turn. Cool. You died, but this is far from over. Even though your character is dead, you still play turns as the director. You can now focus entirely on pushing the weirdness for the remaining characters. The expedition is at the power plant. There has to be one scene here. Didn't we just do that?
We just did. So there has been one. So now we just go to the center.
Do I just click it?
Yeah, move to the center.
second
Little
one.
box.
On the
Move
side.
to the center.
There we go. I believe this will be.
Cat is back on
Right.
the table.
I believe. Go ahead. I believe,
Hello,
Seti, you're
Cat.
going to take this turn.
Okay. The entrepreneur is at the center. Here at the heart of the zone, the entrepreneur will finally be able to express the wish that brought them all this way. What will the zone do with that wish? That's for everyone else to decide using the not so easy cards gathered on this journey. Center to center. Okay. Take a second.
Cool.
Okay. This is you.
Also, like, if your cat wants to be on camera, like, I don't mind.
Here we go.
Ooh.
Okay.
Look at how pretty
spinning.
this looks.
Yeah, this is great.
Okay,
All right. I am the director.
you are.
The center, part 1. The lone survivor has made it to the legendary center of the zone. First, define the center together. Is it staggering beauty, incomprehensible horror, alien strangeness, or something else?
Okay.
Well, when we got in here, we did staggering beauty.
Yes.
Mhm.
That was the outside.
That was the outside. I think alien strangeness feels the most fitting here. 'Cause things have gotten absolutely freakier and
Yeah.
freakier.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of ways things can be strange. It just it looks in a way that like you look at it with a human brain and you just can't. It's like how in a dream when you try to look at something closely and you just can't see it because it's not going through. That's what everything in here looks like. It looks like if I close my eyes, I have no memory of what I just saw. And if I open them again, I have like I can interact with it, but in a way where I'm not. It's not computing. I can move, but it's like I'm in a dream. Nothing's making sense. None of this makes sense. None of this has any physics at all that is possible.
I also think it's got that sort of green wash to it. You know what I mean? Like I think there's like a green wash. Like you in all of those movies that want to sort of give you the sense of like nuclear like vibes, it has that kind of green to it. So I think there's a green wash to the space. Other
All
folks, what do you want to add to our center?
Where it once smelt fresh as like the starting of a season at the edge of the zone, it now smells rotted.
Yeah.
All the freshness has gone out.
Yeah.
It is overpowering.
Yeah.
It is still fragrant, but you can't place what the fragrant is.
Yeah.
But it is so much.
Yeah. Yeah.
We are in the
rotting foliage too.
We're in the nuclear core.
Or we got there. We got to the center from there. Yeah.
Center from there. Okay. I think in this moment you hear there's that constant like grinding of mechanics that's been happening. There's always been that motif throughout this entire thing, which sort of may lend hand to the power plant that we were just in. Maybe it was just a drone of industrial machines, whatever it may be. But I think here that ticking that we keep hearing, I think in this moment isn't ticking. It isn't a heartbeat, but for you, it's like flash bulbs, as they're echoing in the distance. There may be sparks or motes of light that are happening. Of course, green flashes, maybe 2 at a time in some places. But there's just this sense of, it's a conflicting sense of both the smell of rot as well as this
flashbulb smell, which is like a
flashbulb smell, and also
gunpowder, right? That kind of
it's like
that flashbulb smell
like
of gunpowder, maybe.
Yeah. And as sort of your, I think that's it. Yeah.
Also, I don't think gravity works the same way.
No,
things feel weird.
Not at all.
Yeah, it's not like you're floating, but it feels weird. Like you're,
you know, like you're like,
yeah.
Why are my arms floating though?
There might be less pressure.
Like that weird density.
Much less pressure.
Like all the pressure that we felt outside was removed from this place, so there's like a kind of a weird thinness to it, perhaps. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Meet the center.
Let's meet the center.
Meet the
Part
center.
2. Brandy came into the zone driven by an obsession, which was be the first. No one else has survived this, and you will. Do a short flashback about the origin of this obsession. Does it still drive your wish? Then describe how the zone tells you that it's ready to hear this wish. Okay. All right.
Okay.
We're going to tie everything back together.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Hope I don't like yawn too much through this, but we'll get through it. All right. Because I have a mold problem in the apartment, so I get very sniffly and yawny.
Topical.
Very,
topical.
very, very. I'm actually in 2 other horror things where it's been topical, and I'm like, am I manifesting? Don't be so literal. All right, so we're gonna flash back. We're gonna start with 7-year-old Seti, who is in a very impoverished neighborhood and in a foster care home, which is why the walls were so bare and impersonal, is because it's just a guest room basically, which is already better than like other places that like they've been. So you kind of see just this like very quick flash from like 7 to 12, and then like we see briefly that one of those flashes is that nondescript plain different room where they were doing their homework and they were working through things, and on the side there's a notebook that's very like tattered and like thick and full of pages, and it's very clear that not only is it full as in like all of the pages have been used, but there's so many papers shoved into it that it's become half folder, half journal. And it's open, and on the side it just has like ideas, just ideas. And then some of them have statistics next to them. Ideas, an amount of money, another amount of money. One of them is in glittery pink gel and the other is in glittery blue gel pen. Because they didn't have green and black, so they just did whatever. And that goes on every page. Is venture, success, not success, venture, success. Some of them have consequences written next to them. They don't make any sense. And as they age at this desk, and then other desks, the numbers change and change and change, and the pages change, and the numbers get a lot bigger. And there's some like flashes of like winning small awards. There's flashes of like getting like small grants. There's flashes of them in like banks. And then there's
coming in first. Some of these awards for coming in first.
Oh, all first.
Yeah.
They're all first place. Absolutely all of them. And they like when they get one, like, you know, you see the reward, but then you see a flash of them just like throwing them away. Because it doesn't matter. It's the next thing. It's the next thing. It's the next thing. Because it doesn't change anything. The awards don't change anything. So they just keep going until one of them hits that does. And one of them has enough money that they leave. They're very clearly like 18 or something now. They are on their own. They go somewhere new. And they just keep going, keep going, keep going. And what one might notice is that in their like bag, as they're like closing it and like another like quick flashback, is that there are several ID cards. And they all have the same first name, Seti, but they all have different last names. And so they end up picking one that like out of a folder, so it clearly hasn't been used yet, and it has Hazen written underneath it. And they pick that one, and they close up the bag again, and you just see a montage of them working. And it becomes very clear that Seti has been driven by the need, like the realization that like if you are not first, and if you are not the best, and if you are not special, you will become obsolete. And your name is gone. Their history never existed. They had nothing behind them to create a story or a legacy. And so they have been learning over and over and again that if you are not the most special, then you are nothing. And you see them rise through the ranks, and you see them grow like wealth and be like very smart and observant. And you see them do some shadier things, whatever it takes, and making deals with people that like one might recognize, that are like on some watch lists, some wanted lists. Maybe some people that came out for insider trading, some people that committed mysterious suicide. I don't know. And that has continued until this discussion with the investor about the zone and about how their name hasn't been in the news for 2 months. And Seti looks a little exhausted because they're in a private meeting with this person, and they just worked their ass off on this last mega merger with another massive corporation that was more hostile takeover, but press-wise merger. And they worked so hard on that, and it already doesn't matter anymore. And so that is the origin of the obsession to be the first and the best. And they're ready to see the zone, I guess.
How to describe how the zone tells you that it's ready to hear your wish?
I think that the zone brings back those two little versions of Seti that are standing there. But then there's also one that's 15, and then there's also one coming out that's 18, and then there's one that's 24. And they're all just kind of gathering until there's 26 of them per, well, let's take out your 5 and under.
Okay.
They weren't very helpful. They were just kind of existing.
Yeah.
So 6 and up until 30, which is Seti themselves. They're all standing there, and they're all like they part a little bit to show this door
Ooh.
that looks like the door from Seti's first corner office.
Mm-hmm.
And they're smiling like they understand.
Mm.
They get it. They've seen every version of themselves. The older ones have been reminded of the younger ones have seen what's to come, and they understand. They get it. They would make the same choices. They're not flinching at anything that they have just witnessed or are going to witness. And
maybe all
that's
of them
how.
say in unison, "What is your wish?" All
Yep.
of them in unison, maybe. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Ready
Okay.
to answer this trick or the wish?
Do it.
All right. Let's see.
So, what is your wish? You must articulate what it is, and then I suppose we will sit on judgment, right? Yes.
Mhm. This thing is so cool. This program, this website,
Isn't this amazing?
this is so cool.
Yeah.
I like that they're all shared among us. And
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, it's cool.
yeah.
So if I make a typo, you'll all see it.
Nice.
Mhm.
It's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
You know, I think all typos are allowed at the end of the game. Like,
Absolutely. Are you kidding? Because that's part of the zone.
Of course.
Yeah, maybe this is just the zone messing with my language.
We had the whole thing about scrambling in the language,
See?
right?
Yes.
We did.
What is their wish?
Trying to articulate it.
Like all the little setties have guided you to like through this door as you articulate this wish to the zone. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Oh, to have been born into a different path. Happy with a small existence.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
about the most positive spin on I can't do this life anymore.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
That's
good.
possible.
Okay.
Because usually you don't have the positive version. You
Yeah.
know, you don't usually have something where you can be
Yeah.
like, I want
Yeah.
to not be here like this.
Yeah.
But this is anything, so
Yeah. Okay. Let's see
There
what
you go.
happens.
it's not so easy.
easy.
I have a lot of those cards now. A
Ah.
lot, actually.
The zone players, you're now on the other side of the not so easy. Trooper,
Ooh.
you got the most not so easy cards while alive. These are now the
Mhm.
judgment deck. You decide how
Okay.
the zone treats the wish by choosing a card from this deck. Claudia and Cord, you'll influence the final judgment by adding one card each to the judgment deck and describing the possible way things might go. Okay, let's see. Start the judgment. Judgment deck. Judgment deck.
Oh.
Did I get my deck?
So it says, I get to choose a not so easy card to add to the judgment deck. So that's what we're doing. We're adding our cards to your deck, so there's
Okay.
more options.
Okay. Okay.
Mine, I will let you know.
Yeah.
It was not what I was going to choose, but these are the only. It's the same one.
Ones you
I
have.
got the
Could I
same one
read
twice.
Mhm,
So,
mhm. Okay.
so apologies.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. So these are all the cards we got, and so then these are the ones that will be how the okay.
Yeah. So these
Okay.
we're sending them then to yours.
Okay, and I will decide, I suppose. Okay.
Yeah.
Hit it. Hit the end your turn.
My ending the turn. I'm sorry.
Okay. So these are my choices. Does the entrepreneur get their wish? No and yes but, no and yes but. Yes, but
Yes, but. Yes, but.
you remember everything from your other life. So you are reborn and you're small city in some other
Oh
space.
my gosh. Yeah.
right?
So you have to just live with the fact that you've just been reincarnated.
But you're not reincarnated. Like time re-rolls, but you're in a new space.
Right.
And you have this like really, like, I imagine your family's like really loving and cool. Maybe not particularly rich, but like okay. And you see your entire life. You see the path the other path that you did that was not this
Mhm.
one, and you know,
Parallel.
yeah, you see the parallel. You see all those moments when you picked this thing, when you screwed over somebody, when you killed someone, right? All those things, you see all those things you did, and you know that you did them all the same time that you have exactly this lovely life, right? With people who love you and who care about you and who know you so well.
This is so good. You weren't the person that touched the mirror thing in the beginning at the threshold, and then now you're having this parallel sort of ending, but you were never the one who touched that mirror thing. So it's kind of cool to be like, oh, it occurs since that wall.
But you see the mirror, right? And like,
right.
And I feel like there's maybe always that sort of sense of they know you so well, but they don't know the one in the mirror, right? And maybe whenever you look in the mirror, that's it. Whenever you look in a mirror, you see
the other Seti.
You see the other Seti.
Mm-hmm.
And
No
I
matter what
think-
you do to your hair or what you do to your clothes.
And I think that sometimes, just sometimes, you are back in that zone.
Yeah.
Like you are back in a one of these rooms, and then like someone calls your name, and then you remember where you are. So you, in some ways, you did move on, but the you that is here now is still in the zone.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you are now two places.
This story was made you who you were. We built this.
Yeah.
We built this Seti.
And so, Brandy,
We
Rose,
built it on rock and roll.
You get to end the game.
Right. So there's always a distance between Seti and their loved ones and everyone they let in, because Seti is so painfully aware, and this makes it hard to make friends, because like a 7-year-old has to cope with like the possible like constant feeling of like, am I a bad person? Because you're not going to understand. Just because you remember something doesn't mean you understand. So for like a majority of their life, they're going to be haunted by like, am I a bad person?
Yeah.
Because I'm not doing these things, but I can see myself doing them.
Yeah.
And then obviously parents just think that they have an imaginary friend because they say something about the mirror not matching, or they can't see things right. And, they get glasses checked out, don't need glasses, must be an imaginary friend. They'll grow out of it, not a big deal. So they just kind of grow up with this like little like nagging insecurity, and as they get older, that stays the same, but they've also learned to like not tell people that the mirror doesn't match what they see.
Yeah.
But it does mean that they always have to keep a chunk of their experience and their life away from the people that are in it. And then they are always haunted by the idea of like, maybe this isn't what I've done, but this looks like something I'd be capable of. Or like sometimes they're like, and also sometimes it aligns because like, your life isn't full of just horrible choices. So sometimes it's like deja vu, where they'll see something and be like, yeah, I was going to choose that. I'm going to do that. That's weird. And they're just like, whatever, deja vu, but it happens all the time. All the time.
Imagine living your life in constant deja vu. Like, there's something that's going to happen. That's awful. I can't even think about that.
We get to ask questions. Do you ever see any of us?
I think towards their 27th birthday, they start to see that more. And then as they like pass, like lead up to it. So like they have a job that's like very like, it's something local.
Yeah.
Where like, I think that they like straight up just like the family had a restaurant.
Yeah.
And they stayed in that restaurant, and they were, they're not even the manager.
Yeah.
They didn't want to be. Maybe they had siblings in this one, siblings the manager.
Yeah.
And they just also work there.
Yeah.
And, maybe they do some of the events. Like it's a nice life. It's a nice restaurant. Everybody's very kind. It's a very small area. It's a small town. And they're very happy with it. Maybe they have like a partner by this point. But they're like, well, we'll see. It's hard to get close to somebody if you're hiding you're crazy. And so they end up starting to like have like a date where like they've been having a lot of these dreams about like some sort of investor, something. Sometimes when they pick up their phone, they see videos that aren't there, and then they aren't there anymore. Of like themselves as some sort of influencer or something. And then they start to see you guys as guests in the restaurant for a second, but sometimes it's you as you met.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's you as you died.
Yeah. Ooh.
And those are very jarring.
Every time you wash your hands, they're like, oh, Dr. Septimus.
Yeah, they don't like showers. They do baths.
Yeah.
Because like they start to get averse to some stuff. And then after 27, it just stops. Like they don't have the same visions because there's nothing else left. There's nothing left. Sometimes their eyes are a little green and when they're not like, and then they blink and it's okay.
Yeah.
And sometimes they have dreams about all of these versions of themselves together in a room with green eyes but big smiles, and they never say anything. And then sometimes they have nightmares about your deaths and the last things that happened, but they don't see the parallels anymore until they do an indeterminate amount of time later, maybe 20 years later, and they start to see you again, except this time when they blink, you don't go away.
Perfect.
Oh.
And that's for the sequel.
Yeah. Oh, amazing. Oh.
Back to the zone.
It says, thank you. Take a few minutes to debrief and share your favorite moments. And when you're ready, view the final mission report.
All right, let's go.
So give some love, right?
Let's just leave that up there.
What's it say? And then we can do our outros.
Okay. Survivor interview notes. Oh boy. So I did come out. Christ. Our reports say you entered the zone wanting to be the first. No one else survived the thing. You will. Your greatest fear is annihilation. You cannot simply disappear. That's right. Why did you keep going? I couldn't go back to make this sentence grammatically correct. The speed of business is growing, and I made riskier choices until things I probably won't admit to in this interview mean my failure. They claim they saw the center and expressed a wish to have been born in a different path, happy with a small existence of the zone. Grant this wish, yes, but it wasn't easy. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Yes, but it wasn't so easy. Subject code, the entrepreneur, is now in indefinite containment in area redacted. All materials pertaining to this case are to be destroyed to the reader. Procedure is mandatory. Procedure F. It's mandatory immediately after reading. FBC eyes only. The surgeon died in the mall. The bureaucrat died in the power plant. The scientist died in the factory. Yep. So I'm in a containment facility, and that's probably why there's no more choices.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. That's amazing. So we need, first off, thank you all for doing this.
That
I
makes
will not
sense.
say anything at the moment. I will let you all say things. Let's go around, do your outro, say who you are, where we can find you next, give some love to somebody, and then say something you thought was cool about the game. Yeah. And we'll do alphabetical by name. So Jackie Dash is first.
Yeah, I'm Jackie Dash. I do RPG content sometimes, and I have a show on ongoing Mondays. I stream whatever game I'm feeling like. So
What are you
hang
streaming
out.
right now?
Right now it's Spooky October, so I pick a different game every Monday and we try that out. Unfortunately, obviously my branding's off. I should talk to Sadie about that. I'm not streaming on Monday. I am going to be on a flight taking care of some family business. So but then next Monday we're gonna do Nancy Drew, and then we're just gonna do kind of different swats of horror. We did Rule of Rose, a PS2 classic, the Monday before. So we do whatever. And I want to give a big shout out to, there was multiple times where I saw O's in the meeting chat, just to confirm whether things are doing well, especially when I got to moitering. And I really appreciated just that, I want to go buck wild, and I'm really glad that we had systems in place where hey, I know you want to check, but let me check. I just really appreciate that amount of communication. So I really appreciate using those tools. It's something that I think we all can get better at, and I really appreciate seeing it in live. Yeah.
And something you thought was cool about the game.
I liked I like take stock. I think when we're constantly, as a person who's playing the game, being oh, I want this cool thing to happen to this character because mutations are cool. But taking stock allows everybody to sprinkle in notes about how this relates to their character, and can create some really good connection pieces, which is really awesome.
Yeah. Ooh, mathematics.
That is true.
Oh boy, that was awesome. Hi everybody, I'm Mythematic, or Cord. You can follow me on twitter.com/Mythematic, where I do a whole bunch of stuff. I am a Twitch streamer. I'm partnered, and I also have I do blacksmithing now. I've learned how to blacksmith, so that's
Oh, cool.
super cool. I've also been doing a bunch of Patreon stuff. I'm sleepy right now because we've been going for 5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My brain's mush. I've been with
Liquid.
Patreon for this game called, in this setting, D&D homebrew called Spellwind. There's a show on Table Story 4 p.m. on Wednesdays, where it's like got volatile magic and cosmic mystery, and it is all a setting and world and everything that that is stuff I've been thinking about and like in my own world for the past 10 or 12 years since I've started playing D&D. It's super awesome. You should check it out. I also stream on my own channel. I'm doing a permadeath one life through New World right now, which is an MMO about immortality. So I'm only doing one life though. That's been fun. But yeah, check me out on the things, or don't, whatever. I'll be around anyway. But what I really enjoyed today, giving some love. I really enjoyed the one Trooper for putting this all together.
Yeah.
This was super awesome. Thank you, and for the casting and stuff, and for all of us to get along very well, and to just know the chemistry and stuff is really a big deal to be able to do that. And I think you did a really good job with that. That also being said, I really did enjoy having this dynamic with Brandy, with you, with your with SETI, and like the unspoken relationship between SETI and also Dr. Septimus. I forgot his name for a second. Dr. Septimus, about like he had like this nerdy type, like I've always wanted to do something with my life, and this younger person is doing it, and it's just like he always sort of has this like there's this what is it called, this like youthful envy where he's like, I wish I was able to do that, but of course he has all this stuff that he has to deal with, like of course his family and his kid who ran off and came back, and then him having to figure out what that is, and so like it was just really awesome. So thank you for the unspoken playing off of was really great, and it was a lot of fun. So thank you for that. There is a part in the rules immediately, like in the beginning of the game, which I am going to take and steal for every time I ever talk about role play ever. I've been role playing in a bunch of different mediums for a bunch of different years, in video games mainly. That's how I like became partner on Twitch. But I really like tabletop games, and I really love role play theory, like talking about telling stories, talking about narratives, talking about why characters, blah blah blah. So a lot of the time tonight, I was nerding out about, oh, this is so cool, because by like connecting the dots of where narrative would make sense, because that's just how my brain works. But I'm going to steal this. Play to lose. That is there's always like the show don't tell, or like try to like villains show their minion. I don't know, like it's like it's just like there's always like these little phrases and things you can do, but like playing a role-playing game to lose is probably the best phrase that I think any person going into role-playing, it doesn't matter where. It could be on video games. It can be over GTA, Red Dead. It can be even on the tabletop, D&D, Cthulhu. This like anywhere. If you're role playing and pretending to, and you're collaboratively telling a story with other people with your character, there is no winning. There is just play to lose, and then you'll still win. And like that is so awesome. Just play the game to lose. And that's just such a good note to take, not just for this game, but for telling stories amongst your friends. Even if you are like, oh, that seems like a really weird thing to apply, you could apply that note to any style of game. And I urge you and challenge you, if you are watching this and interested in maybe upping or trying to figure out, or if this inspires you to maybe play to lose, bring it to your next D&D game or something, and maybe have those scenes where you are giving your character hindrances to help move the story. It was just a really cool one-liner where I was like, that's amazing. That encompasses so much that I've been trying to like figure out how to like put on to people. Be like, listen, don't just play to win, but just play to lose. So anyway, thanks everybody. Follow me on the things, or don't, whatever, like I said, but play to lose. Go out there and play to lose.
The Brandy Rose. Next alphabetically.
Yep. Hi, everybody. So I have a bunch of things, but first of all, hi, I'm Brandy Rose. They, them. I'm at the Brandy Rose on Twitter, at Brandy Rose Official on Instagram, and I'm cutest patoot, here on Twitch and also on TikTok. I'm many, many things. I'm a producer, an actor mainly. I am a game designer and mentor. I am a talk show host. I have a podcast network, the Patoot Podcast Network. We have our own Twitter as well at Patoot Podcasts. There's a separate Twitter for our flagship show, Kangirl Interrupted. We have merchandise for a podcast. We have merchandise for the brand. We have merchandise for the Twitch. We got all sorts of stuff. This is the softest hoodie I've ever owned. It's also cropped.
Ooh,
So you know,
nice.
there's a lot of different things you can grab there, which is really cool. And it's all through Bonfire, so it's made on demand and not, you know, in bulk, sitting around somewhere collecting dust, hurting Lee Marmot. So that's pretty tight. If you want to see me in other things very, very soon, and by very soon, I mean tomorrow. I have a really, really full day tomorrow. We're gonna start out at 4:30 p.m. Central Time. We have a panel coming up specifically for Indigenous gaming and mental health, where
Ooh.
I and several other Indigenous creators are going to be talking about mental health. Bleh. We're also going to hopefully be talking a little bit better, but it has been 5 hours. So, mental health resources, our own experiences, things that we can do to cater specifically also to center like Indigenous joy as well. And that's just something that's very important to me. If you've ever kept up with my things, you know that one of the things, while I'll produce anything and I'll produce for anyone mostly, I love teaching people on Twitch, especially. I teach people how to do streaming kits. I teach people how to tech produce. I teach people how to creative produce. I teach people how to do all the things that I do, because I just don't want not knowing to be the thing that keeps you from doing something and making something cool. Because you never know when you're going to make a game or write a story or make a show that becomes somebody's comfort medium or is something that changes their whole day around, or maybe inspires them to do something else. You have no idea the impact you can have, and I don't want not having the tools to be the reason that you don't have an impact. So specifically, I do cater to my community and other marginalized communities. My entire podcast network is marginalized only as far as guests and also the hosts go. So you'll know that that's very important to me. So we have that panel tomorrow for a few hours, and then right after that, about half an hour later, after we're done, I'm gonna be one of the many faces of Bluebeard's Bride over on
Yeah.
Space Jambers
Yeah.
show.
Sick.
So we're gonna be there at 8 p.m. Eastern time, which is 7 p.m. Central time. Where I'm going to be one of the many brides of Bluebeard, which is actually the first time I've played this particular horror game. So I'm very much
Such a good
looking
game.
forward to it. I
Such a
can't
good
wait.
game.
I'm going to be, and I can say this because it's already out, but I'm going to be the Fatale.
Oh,
And
beautiful.
I'm so excited. And then for me, I do stream on Twitch. I don't usually announce the dates because this last 2 months I had a bit of a family crisis and haven't been able to stream regularly. But I do have a big stream planned that I hope everybody can make it to Wednesday, October 12th at 8 p.m. Central on my Twitch, which is twitch.tv/cutestpatoot. You can come join me for an 80s slumber party. And after we do some teen quizzes from the 80s that
Lovely.
I've been digging up,
Wow.
we have some fun snacks, gluten-free over here always. We do some hot goss, which is to say that we're going to nerd out about my favorite author, Grady Hendrix, because we're doing
yeah.
a stream to celebrate and to help promote my best friend's exorcism, which is now streaming on Amazon Prime. So we're going to be doing a watch party to wrap up the slumber party. I've already seen it several times, and I'm very excited to share what is one of my favorite books now as one of my favorite movies. I think they did an amazing job, and it's a short one. It's only an hour and a half long. So we're going to have a perfect little vintage slumber party. I will be appropriately attired. We will also be doing it on over there on a nice like bed setup. It's not going to be our usual setup. So very excited. I'm happy that the chat loves Grady Hendrix. I love Grady Hendrix. And other than that, you can follow literally all the things I do on Twitter because that's where I live. And yeah, that's where you can pinned tweet is currently not my normal pinned tweet. Pinned tweet is currently the GoFundMe because of the family emergency that I'm going through. But apart from that, usually you can go to my card. That's at the top. It has everything. It has my merch, has my podcast network, has ways to contact me, work with me, stream with me, etc. My spiel is always 10,000 years long. But yes, that's me. That's the things that I do. And if you think, oh, they didn't mention this thing, I also do that. Don't worry.
And you have to give two loves, one to somebody
I do
here,
have to give two
and
loves.
then
I'm
something to the
thinking,
system.
okay, so it's hard to give only one love to
Do
like
what-
this game,
do what you want.
but
Yeah.
I will do probably a little more.
I'm
I
not the boss of
also
you.
really loved. I love when because through the nature of this job, you meet hundreds of people all the time. So it's always extra cool when you have instant like on-screen chemistry with somebody and have that understanding. So it was really, really cool to play with you, Myth. It was cool to play with everyone, but it was very cool to have that instant like back and forth and the instant like unspoken understanding of like, it felt like when I said something, I knew how you would react and vice versa. And that's really, really fun. And you don't get that all the time. And it's ironically, the more you play, the more you realize that you don't get that all the time. So that was really, really fun. I love when that happens. And I love that everybody was so like very in it for the collaborative aspect of it. Everybody was just yes-anding as long as the cards allowed. And I, and also thank you, Trooper, for letting me murder you. Never did I think that we'd get to that point, but I'm so happy. It was a really beautiful scene, and I love that we all let each other do things, even if it hurt our character or our agendas, because it just went with everything that we were doing. And I think that's really cool. I think that's really special. I think it's not a given, and I think also that leads me into like the love for the system is like this system is, and I say this with literally all the love in the world as a massive horror fan in every aspect. This game is fucked in the head. It's so fun and it's so twisted. And the cool thing is the way that it's designed, we could have played this 8 billion different types of twisted. There's so many different ways. And even if we hadn't, even just with the cards that we got and the way that we rolled, there's limitless like paths we could have taken and reactions we could have had. And then add on to the fact that like we didn't play it at like the length. The reason we went so long is because we are all seasoned role players and we like to do exposition really, really a lot.
This is us.
So that's why. But like it was so cool that we didn't even like, because you can stay in a scene longer. You can stay and you can have multiple scenes in one place. So like even though we were going through it to exhibit it, we had so much to choose from and to deal with. And I feel like this is really one of those games that like you cannot play the same game twice. Even if we all played the same game again, it would never be the same game that we just had. So first of all, also as a producer, that makes this game ideal for actual plays, miniseries, etc. Ideal, especially because like it is a long game and you can play it very long. So there's this 5-hour session could have easily been turned into, if you pre-recorded a 5-week 1-hour session.
Oh my god! And
per, like,
we could have done more. We could have done so many more scenes. Like we decided to do one location, and you could do 2 at each location. And imagine the amount of depth and connections we could have done. But like,
and I love the remote access, especially because like I am disabled. You can't see it that well, but I hope you can tell that I can't levitate. So this is my wheelchair. I don't do a lot of in-person games. It's kind of, first of all, nobody lives near you when you have an online presence. None of your friends live even close to you, even remotely. That's just like the curse of like you meet a lot of people, none of them live near you. Some of them are on a different continent, you don't know. And also like in general, there's COVID. It's hard to find ways, like people adapt things and I'm always for adapting things, but it's nice to have something that's already adapted. And it's not even just like a lot of people adapt things remotely in a way where like it works. Is it as fun? You can play 10 Candles remotely, but everybody will tell you that it is not nearly the same experience or as fun. But this is designed to be able to be exactly as fun and immersive as it is in person. And I think that that's really, really cool. I really appreciate that.
Oh, I'm troopersjp. Woo! So what's the big stuff? You can find me, big things you can do. You can find me Sunday night. I mean, I'm doing my Outer World stream at noon on Saturday, but Sunday night at 8 p.m. over at Praxagor, the Smophorius channel, will be The Witcher Roads Home, where I play a character who is very arrogant and is only 27 and does not like people and does not know as much as he thinks he does. And then on Monday, you will find me at 8:30 p.m. over at Wandering DM's channel, where I'm playing Montreal by Night, where I'm playing a Brujah who's very happy-go-lucky until their beast takes over and then they kill people. And that's, as you do. As you do. And then the next RPG you can find me at will be next Friday, actually, same bat time, 7 p.m., where I'll be doing a showdown, an indie RPG with Laugh Love Lindy, where there are 2 of us, and one of us will not live because we're having a showdown. And so let me give some love. So I'm going to give two loves. First, if I stole my thunder a little bit, Brandy, I want to say I love that you murdered me. It was the best murder. Do you know what I mean? Like, I could see it. It was one of those things where I was like, I have got all the power, and I'm going to just like walk right in front of you to the door. And I was like, yeah, you're going to pick me. Oh,
Yeah.
nice. Brain me back of the head. Love it. It was the best murder. I was so excited that you murdered me. It was so good. I was just such a happy person being murdered by you. I also want to give some love to the story about the car, right? And the ways in which, like, with the drowning and the 45th birthday, and then, like, Claudia, you had these parallelisms that you brought through all the way through, from, like, pushing through things. You're like, no, I'm going to push through this door and, like, cut through the membrane. I'm going to push through this thing. And the way in which your character's like, no, I will not stop until that one time you touched and you just fell apart. Like, it was just, yeah. So
I do like that. I felt throughout this game that every single character was like, oh yeah, I know exactly what buttons to push to cause tragedy to happen. Like, I think when we created our characters, we all knew what we were gonna like and I think that's how you got to play this game.
And and Myth, I also want to give you some love for, like, I think that all of us did a really good job of pulling thematics back in, like our little motives, right? Mm-hmm. And so then, like, the ticking of the clock became, right, the bell tower, and like we went through these things that all, like, you could think that they were random, but then they ended up not feeling random at all. They felt like they were all parts of our weird psyche that then merged together into this thing that only would have this inevitable moment. And it was very cool, and I loved that, and I really loved playing with all of you, and I liked how so this is maybe, I suppose, about the game itself in some ways. I really like how the game is like, these are your prompts, you go for it, but they said, it was in that, they said, you know, this is the game where you create the horror yourselves. And I loved what we did. It was like the yes anding, and I will say that you could yes and in any game, but this game builds yes anding into it. Like little things like, something is wrong, and then somebody else is going to add, but it gets worse. And then, so if there's like, they build in, like, back and forth,
learning the mechanics of yes and, or the practice of yes and, because of the mechanics of this game.
Yeah. And
exactly,
a lot of games don't do that. They're just like, oh, just do it. That's just like random advice. But in this one, everything becomes a yes and, right? Like, so what is your wish? Okay, but I got these cards, but then you all add cards in, and then we decide how it all works out. And I love the ways in which really sort of built that together. And I also am excited about playing it again, because I want to see how it goes the next time. Like, what is this next to the zone? It really, and I will say just one more thing about horror. Jackie Dash said at the very beginning, there are all these different sort of genres of horror, and this is not a genre of horror I see a lot of in RPGs, because this is not a slasher. This is, I mean, there could be a slasher, but it is really like an internal surreal kind of horror. Like, there's not a lot of body horror, actually. There's just, like, I have to say,
I feel like we went very light on the body horror, that, like, you could go extremely hard.
Oh, yeah. The mutations are built the way that, like, you could get messed up.
Yeah.
We were good. We blended really well. And I think
as soon as it was like the peaceful Aurora wall of iTunes visualizer, and then going into like the nice apartment, I was like, this is not going to be what we think it is. And it was really cool. Yeah.
And I love that. I really felt this. There are a lot of games that say that they're collaborative, but they don't feel collaborative. This felt mechanically, structurally, and that's not just the cast, who I was so happy everybody said yes. It just really felt collaborative in a very deep way that I have rarely seen in a lot of other games. Like the support for it, and I love that. So that said, I want to say to all the folks, I want to thank everybody who was here. Everybody follow them. Thank you so much for being here and supporting and being part. I'm looking for this. Thank you. I want to say thank you for supporting. Follow them. The people who I want to give a special shout out to, because we have a Patreon that goes to help pay the cast, because I pay all the people. And I want to say thank you to our special sponsors. We have three. We have 4 sponsor slots, which is $200, and that $200 will pay for the cast, each cast member $50 for 1 week. And we have 3 sponsors that get a special shout out, and they get a special ad and a special credits, which will be coming up. And I want to shout out Willem TW, who is our bookkeeper and takes the notes. I want to shout out KY Hawkeye, who is the master runner of all of the wrestling, and who's going to go down because my character is just going to go and beat you in wrestling. It's just a thing. Don't worry about it. And then also I want to thank Avita Amoeba, who always plays a healer who will not heal you, or a barbarian that will run into battle and maybe needs a lot of healing. Avita Amoeba plays her character as if it's a car that she has stolen in a high-speed chase. And so love to all three of those sponsors. And because it is the way it does, I want to give a shout out right now to Rissa, our mod, who donated $20 for the stream, and also the 400 bits as well. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for all sticking with us. Thank you for going through this amazingness. And this game, which is brought to us by Ralph D'Amico, is currently on Kickstarter. The URL is right above us, so you can go and check it out. Also, you can actually also just play it in this particular the website. It's playthezonerpg.com, and you can just play it. Just go and play it right now if you want to with your friends. Just go there and play. So thank you, and we will see you all next week. We'll see you around, and thank you so very much for being amazing. And have no mouth, and then try to scream. Bye, everyone.